A desolate, rocky landscape stretches out, its jagged peaks reaching towards a somber sky. The silence of the barren ground is broken only by the faint, grinding sound of shifting rock, as if the very earth itself is groaning. Birds circle high above the craggy formations, their distant cries lost in the vast emptiness. Suddenly, a blur of motion erupts, a swift, unseen strike landing with a sickening splatter of blood. A glowing blade flashes through the air, delivering a powerful, decisive blow. A cloaked figure, his face partially obscured, dismisses the threat with a calm voice, declaring he is busy and they should all take on the challenge together. This formidable individual is none other than Chun Ha-jin, the righteous Heavenly Alliance's first elder, standing dominant over a fallen weapon in the desolate expanse. A group of hooded figures, their faces hidden in shadow, react with disbelief, one of them questioning if he truly intends to fight all of them after having already killed their comrades, scoffing at his audacity. As the hooded figures close in, one of them demands, "Did you forget your mission?" But Chun Ha-jin, his face obscured by shadow, offers no reply, his gaze unwavering. Instead, he moves, a blur of motion as his blade flashes out, striking with brutal efficiency. Blood sprays as he carves through another opponent, his assault relentless. With each impact, a chilling thought crosses his mind. I don't even remember how many I've killed so far. His grip tightens on the weapon, ready for the next. Another swift, decisive movement, and another foe falls. A pained cry escapes one of the remaining figures, as the relentless assault continues. Finally, with the last of his pursuers dispatched, Chun Ha-jin concludes, I simply cut down the pursuers that came after me. Again and again, the enemies are driven back, their leader shouting that they only have one foe and must not yield. As a voice cuts through the chaos, directly addressing Chun Ha-jin, declaring it's his time to die, he simply wonders, you want me to die? A swift, almost imperceptible movement, his eyes glowing with a fierce, crimson light. For the freedom he has finally found after 30 years is right before his eyes. His foot lands with a soft thud, a blur of motion across the desolate ground. A brutal impact echoes as he strikes down one foe. And another falls, Chun Ha-jin's voice cutting through the din. You guys are the ones to die, you bastards. He unleashes a devastating attack, a furious roar escaping him. I'll kill all of you if that's what it takes for me to find my freedom. Sweeping through the remaining enemies, he leaves a trail of destruction in his wake. Chun Ha-jin descends like a shadow, a flurry of motion as he plunges into the midst of his attackers. Before they can even react, his blade flashes out, parrying an incoming strike with impossible speed, as desperate shouts of right now, and don't let him get away, echo around him. A sharp clang rings out, the force of the parry sending sparks flying. The surrounding enemies recoil in disbelief, their faces contorted in shock as they question, "Whoa, how could this be?" Despite their numbers, he moves with fluid grace, a whirlwind of motion deflecting multiple blades simultaneously. His sword becomes an extension of his will, a shimmering barrier against the onslaught. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, he leaps high into the air, unleashing a devastating shockwave that erupts from the ground beneath him. The enemies are thrown back by the concussive force, one of them gasping, "UGHGH. Impossible," as they are sent sprawling. As the dust settles, he stands alone amidst the fallen, a defeated foe recognizing him with a final, desperate thought. That guy is one of the top 10 assassins. He descends from above, a whirlwind of motion, unleashing the full might of the righteous Heavenly Alliance's assassin, the world's first, upon his relentless pursuers. As his eyes glow with fierce determination, Chun Ha-jin, the Assassin King, channels his energy for a devastating strike. The Assassin King, Chun Ha-jin, strikes with blinding speed, his attack a blur of destructive force. The ground beneath him erupts, cracking and radiating intense light as his power spreads. A guttural cry echoes as the earth shatters, the sheer force of the impact devastating the area. With his enemies defeated and scattered, he turns to walk away from the devastation. Surveying the scene of his overwhelming victory, a sigh escapes him. I'm tired. His hand clenches, a silent question forming in his mind. Had the relentless pursuers finally given up their chase? He glances back at the destruction, hoping the answer is yes. He is the Assassin King, and his pursuers know he's already at his limits, urging each other to close in. Sweat beading on his brow, he curses the relentless chase. His bloody blade, now dull from countless clashes, stands impaled in the ravaged earth. As his eyes begin to glow with a fierce red light, he can't believe he was forced to use that move again, a technique that always pushes him to his absolute limit. His gaze hardening, he wonders if they truly believe the thought of his freedom is worth this relentless pursuit. One of the pursuers cries out in pain, as the pressure from the Assassin King's rising power becomes unbearable. A dark, crimson aura erupts around him, his eyes blazing with raw power, as he acknowledges the searing pain, transforming it into resolve. With a furious roar, he declares his intent to eliminate them all, sweeping his arm in a devastating arc that sends multiple enemies flying. A blinding, explosive wave of energy erupts from his form, engulfing the remaining pursuers in a torrent of destructive force. A guttural sound escapes Chun Ha-jin, the righteous Heavenly Alliance's assassin, as he stands amidst the devastation he has wrought. He knows the truth, that he might be called the world's best assassin, the Assassin King, but a heavy sigh escapes him, a testament to the burden of that title. He is merely a puppet of the righteous Heavenly Alliance leader, a soulless, murderous demon in their eyes. Another ragged breath escapes him, his gaze falling upon a blade planted firmly in the desolate earth. He is the one who killed, who followed orders, and the weight of those actions presses down on him. What does he truly know about life, having spent so much of his own taking it away? Even the afterworld, he believes, will curse him for eternity. His life, and all the people he has killed, are an inescapable part of his existence. His life is filled with nothing but the echoes of his past, a grim tapestry woven from blood and regret. A profound sense of finality hangs in the air, a confrontation with death itself. His bandaged hand clenches, a raw grimace twisting his features, as pain courses through every fiber of his being. Blood stains his chest, yet a fierce resolve burns within him, whispering, "I must survive." Lying broken on the ground, his mind drifts to the past, a bitter memory surfacing. "I lived as a dog for those of the righteous Heavenly Alliance all my life." A frustrated growl escapes his lips, as he curses his current predicament. His bandaged hand trembles, a testament to the struggle, yet a sense of triumph emerges. "I finally became free from those dark ropes they tied me with." He admonishes himself, his voice raw with pain and determination. "Damn it, get a grip, Chun Ha-jin." With a bloody hand clenching once more, his grimace hardens into a mask of sheer will, refusing to yield to the agony. His bloodied hand scrapes against the rough stone, each movement a painful effort. A heavy thud echoes through the dark, winding cavern. As he pushes himself forward, a voice in his mind urging, "You're almost there." A flash of a grizzled, scarred face, eyes wide with desperation, crosses his thoughts. He continues his arduous journey, the internal mantra repeating, "A little more, just a little more." He knows a secret place lies nearby, a sanctuary where he can heal his wounds and regain his strength, a place where he can finally become a free person. Later, under the cover of night, he stumbles through a dense forest, gasping for breath. "Hang in there, a little more," he whispers to himself, his body screaming in protest. Finally, his strength gives out, and he collapses to the ground, panting heavily. An older man clutches his head, his mind consumed by a gnawing hunger, fearing he might lose his sanity before he can even tend to his wounds. He recalls surviving on mere wild berries for 7 days, the thought of his empty stomach a torment. Under the silent gaze of the full moon, he yearns for something as simple as dumplings. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure moves with impossible speed through the moonlit forest, glowing particles trailing in his wake. He accelerates with a sudden, explosive force. Leaping through the air as if defying gravity, his form a blur of motion. A swift, whistling maneuver cuts through the night, culminating in a powerful, tearing strike that discharges bright energy, leaving Chun Ha-jin standing victorious over a defeated, shadowy opponent, a testament to a truly skillful technique, one so refined it earns him the title of the best assassin. The older man clenches his jaw, a pained groan escaping him. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light, descends from above, surrounded by a faint white aura. He streaks through the air, plummeting towards the desolate ground below, kicking up dust and debris. With a thunderous crash, he impacts the earth, the force of his landing shaking the very foundations. Standing amidst the settling dust, his sword drawn, he hears a voice cry out in disbelief, "That technique!" Without hesitation, a sweeping wave of brilliant blue energy erupts from his blade, tearing through the landscape as he follows its trajectory, the ground beneath him cracking under the residual power. The attack culminates in a colossal explosion of blue light and shattered earth. The ground trembles, still reverberating from the immense impact, as debris settles around a newly formed crater. A powerful martial prowess, strong enough to get the attention of even the most formidable warriors, has just made its presence known. The very forest itself now glows with the lingering aura of a sword technique, a testament to the power unleashed. An elder, his face partially obscured by a dark scarf, watches with wide, incredulous eyes, his composure momentarily shattered by the display. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure, Chun Ha-jin, lands with a soft thud, his presence now undeniable. The elder, now fully visible with his distinctive eye patch, continues his internal monologue, acknowledging the power as definitely the strongest in the Central Plains, a chilling realization dawning upon him. From the depths of the crater, the elder finally speaks, addressing the figure above him with a respectful yet wary tone, acknowledging him as Lord. He offers a strained apology for not recognizing him sooner, especially after the events surrounding his death. However, his tone quickly shifts to one of challenge, questioning if he truly believes the elders of the Steel, Blood, and Iron Fist will simply allow him to interfere after 10 years, and bluntly stating that he is still too young to command such authority. He stares down at the young man, his voice laced with a challenge, asking if he truly believes he can defeat someone who has tired out countless martial arts masters. His face contorted in fierce determination, he vows to cut Chun Ha-jin into pieces, even if he's already exhausted. But before the elder can even react, Chun Hajin vanishes in a blur of motion. A powerful, sweeping attack erupts from his position, a white arc of energy cutting through the air. The elder barely manages to block the strike with his arm, the impact sending shockwaves through the ground. His face contorts in pain as he's thrown backward, the force of the blow cracking the air around him. Before he can recover, the young man is on him again, a relentless blur of strikes. The elder manages to draw his sword, deflecting a strike with a desperate clang, sparks flying from the clash of metal. But it's not enough, as Chun Hajin stands victorious, his blade now stained with blood, the fight seemingly over. He descends with a final, brutal strike, his blade tearing through the elder's defenses and drawing a spray of blood. A guttural scream of agony escapes the elder, as the full force of the impact registers. His body crumples, a foot slamming down hard, another pained cry echoing through the air. He collapses to the ground, his cries fading into a desperate gasp. The blade, now stained crimson, drips slowly onto the desolate earth. Each drop a testament to the swift, decisive end of the confrontation. With a final, fluid motion, the blade is expertly withdrawn. The elder reaches out a trembling hand, defeated, as Chun Hajin stands over him, the fight concluded. His blade now sheathed, the victor surveys the scene, his dominance absolute. The old man, his face etched with weariness, speaks, wondering if the show is finally over. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple as he demands her to come out already. Chaotic, thorny vines writhe and glow with an ominous pink energy, hinting at a powerful presence. He narrows his eyes, recognizing the formidable secret demon queen. Amidst the glowing tendrils, a woman emerges, her serene expression belying her power as she acknowledges the old man, noting the 6 years that have passed. Her gaze then shifts, a subtle challenge in her voice as she greets Chun Hajin. A faint, knowing smile plays on her lips, her eyes glowing with a soft, pink light. The scene shifts to a desolate, rocky landscape under the shroud of night. A full moon casts its pale light over the rugged mountains, illuminating the silent, foreboding terrain. The air hangs heavy with the scent of iron and dust, a grim silence settling over the desolate landscape, where the moon casts long, eerie shadows across the ravaged earth. Scattered across the ground, amidst broken weapons and splintered wood, lie the fallen, their forms still and lifeless. A hand reaches down, its fingers hovering over a lifeless form, as a voice filled with disbelief echoes, "First Elder." Seo Riang surveys the devastation, the weight of the scene pressing down on him, as a chilling realization dawns. The entire Goryeo mountain area, once a stronghold, now lies in ruins, a testament to the Martial Alliance's blood fortress. The righteous Heavenly Alliance's first elder, Zhang Waryong, arrives on the scene, his gaze sweeping over the carnage, a profound sorrow etched onto his ancient face. He muses aloud, his voice heavy with thought. "I do think he would have used the blood fortress formation we developed, and all so many martial artists, even martial masters." His eyes narrow, a flicker of grim respect crossing his features as he utters the name. Chun Hajin, he indeed lives up to the name of Assassin King. As if sensing something beyond the visible, the elder extends a hand, a faint, ethereal glow emanating from his palm. In the distance, amidst the desolate peaks, faint figures can be discerned, their presence a stark contrast to the stillness of the battlefield. He continues his journey on horseback, the desolate landscape stretching out before them. Suddenly, a chilling sensation washes over him, a lingering trace of the secret demon queen's power, and he cries out, urging his companion to follow the death energy he now clearly perceives. His voice echoes with certainty, declaring that the source of this malevolent aura, and their target, is none other than Chun Hajin. He continues his journey through a desolate, misty landscape. As a vibrant, ethereal pink and purple glow emanates from within a dense forest ahead, hinting at the presence of the secret demon queen. Meanwhile, the elder's face contorts in frustration, demanding to know why he's being told there's no time to be seen around him. Back in the forest, the secret demon queen, Kwak Sokyo, stands bathed in a soft, glowing pink aura, her long hair flowing around her. A subtle smile plays on her lips as she greets Chun Hajin, acknowledging their long-awaited reunion. This is Kwak Sokyo, the secret demon queen, who, despite her youthful appearance maintained by a rejuvenation technique, is actually over 60 years old. Her serene expression and seemingly gentle demeanor would lead one to believe she couldn't even harm a fly. But the elder knows the truth. She is a bloodthirsty demon who cannot sleep without taking a life, commanding an army of formidable warriors as her personal troops. The elder's face contorts in disbelief, questioning the inclusion of an ancient barrier and the desperate methods employed to achieve desired outcomes. A curse escapes his lips, his hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of his sword. However, a glint of defiance enters his eyes as he declares he still has one more trick up his sleeve. Kwak Sokyo, however, looks on with utter disappointment, mocking his decision to draw his sword and questioning if he believes they share some special relationship. The elder scoffs, dismissing her words, his grip firm on the now drawn blade. She calls him frivolous, her expression unwavering as she asserts that his current condition poses no threat to her. With a condescending tone, she suggests an easier way out, challenging him to consider how many more blows he can truly withstand. The elder, however, unleashes a furious retort, refusing to be intimidated by a 600-year-old hag who lacks proper manners, as a vibrant purple aura flares around him, signaling the activation of his hidden power. Kwak Sokyo merely feigns terror, her expression one of mocking amusement at his display. He narrows his eyes, a purple aura still faintly shimmering around him, as he remarks on the growing impudence of his opponent. Unfazed by his power, she retorts with a sharp, "You bastard." Her expression remains defiant, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. The elder's eyes widen in disbelief, a single word escaping him, "Grandma?" Kwak Sokyo, now fully visible with a vibrant purple aura, continues her taunt, acknowledging his lineage as the elder raised by the righteous Heavenly Alliance's best assassin, and how it makes sense he would possess such power. She gestures with a hand glowing with purple energy, declaring that his core energy is disgustingly pure and good, likely belonging to the Great Nine Sects. Her eyes glow with a sinister intent as she smiles, finding it incredible that she was only prepared to capture him alive, but now he might be able to kill all those masters. She concludes that he has definitely earned the Nine-Sect martial artist's trust and faithfulness, and that's why he's so bold, despite being weaker. She continues, her form shimmering with a faint purple glow, reminding him that he was an assassin raised by the righteous Heavenly Alliance. His expression tightens as she adds, "You wanted to find out the fundamental principles of the Nine Sects and the secrets of the righteous Heavenly Alliance, didn't you?" A predatory glint enters her eyes as she mocks him. "Hi, you must be pretty good." She continues, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "I thought you were an assassin who knew nothing but killing. But you do use your brain after all." The elder's face is etched with disbelief as she concludes, "But you, Demon Queen, have no right to know these secrets to the Steel Blood Fortress or the righteous Heavenly Alliance, do you?" My, you've got me." A knowing smirk plays on her lips as she corrects him. "I actually didn't even care about the Steel Blood Fortress or the righteous Heavenly Alliance." Her gaze falls to the bloodstained ground as she reveals her true interest. "I just want the Nine Sects' martial prowess." The emblem of the righteous Heavenly Alliance flashes in his mind, a symbol of the power she seeks. She leans in, her voice a chilling whisper. "If you reveal it, I'll let you live. How about it? Wouldn't this be considered a fair deal?" A sharp TSK escapes the elder's lips, as he questions the presence of so much scum in the Great Lakes, only to be told it's not an easy grasp. A sudden realization dawns on him, a horrified escaping as he wonders if it's due to the blood parasite. The truth of the blood parasite, a chilling secret, is laid bare by Kwak Sokyo, leaving the elder to grapple with the implications of this insidious power. For those who betray the righteous Heavenly Alliance, a gruesome end awaits, and the blood parasite within their bodies will ensure the judgment of their betrayal is met. The chilling voice continues, reminding him that his life was saved, yet he has forsaken their mercy, his very existence now solely possessed by the aider of the righteous Heavenly Alliance, a monstrous entity whose presence pulses with dark power. The name Chun Ha-jin echoes through the silence. He is reminded that he can never truly abandon the righteous Heavenly Alliance. As the elder grapples with the terrifying reality of the blood parasite, a curse ensuring that as long as one wishes to live, they cannot forsake the Alliance, regardless of their hidden identity or secrets. His eye widens in sheer terror at the implications. Kwak Sokyo, the demonic empress, confirms her control over the blood parasite, revealing that she alone possesses the demonic prowess to remove it from within him. The elder is left speechless, processing this impossible offer. Her voice, laced with a subtle challenge, asks for his decision. Standing before Chun Ha-jin in a desolate, misty forest, she offers him freedom. The condition for his liberation is clear. He must teach her the hidden martial prowess. Kwak Sokyo lets out a soft, dismissive sound, her golden eyes narrowing, a silent question hanging in the air. The elder, his face contorted in anguish, demands to know when the righteous Heavenly Alliance will ever forgive him, wondering if his flight from them is the reason for their unending wrath. A faint smirk plays on Kwak Sokyo's lips, as if mocking his desperation. She confidently proclaims herself one of the top 10 strongest martial artists, while Chun Ha-jin's gaze sharpens, taking in her words. The elder's eyes widen in disbelief, as Kwak Sokyo reveals she mastered the expulsion of the blood parasite 5 years prior. She elaborates, stating she deliberately took her time to train for it, a stark image of a bloodied, bandaged hand appearing, hinting at the brutal effort involved. A vision of the cloaked assassin, Chun Ha-jin, with a bird perched on his shoulder, flashes through his mind, a memory of his past self. He silently laments, believing he had almost aged out of the possibility of such mastery. The elder's face contorts in fury, demanding to know if he intends to provide the blood parasite of the Nine Sects. But Kwak Sokyo, her golden eyes sharp with defiance, cuts him off, dismissing his words as utter nonsense. His anger flaring further, the elder accuses her of underestimating his knowledge of her detestable nature. As a faint, ethereal glow begins to emanate from her form, Kwak Sokyo retorts, revealing she has spent 30 years training specifically for those bastards. The elder's expression shifts to one of desperate resolve, vowing never again to be deceived by anyone. But Kwak Sokyo's aura intensifies, a dark, oppressive energy swirling around her as she simply commands him to get out of her sight. Her hand extends, glowing with power, as she warns that if he chooses to fight her now, he might at least keep his disgusting life, while the elder internally seethes at her audacity, wondering how she dares speak to him when he's nearly dead. His eye, wide with terror, betrays his true feelings as he dismisses her concern, muttering that there's no need to worry about that. Kwak Sokyo's hand glows with an ominous, dark energy as she delivers her final, cutting remark, declaring that she is not a pitiful fool like him. She had never liked anyone who kept annoying her, and now, with her eyes burning with golden light, she declared that the elder wouldn't tell her the martial princess's secrets. Her voice promised that his eyes and mouth wouldn't survive this encounter. As the elder screamed, enveloped in a crackling blue aura. Then, with a final, venomous curse, Kwak Sokyo unleashed a torrent of purple energy from her outstretched hand. The elder's face contorted in a silent scream of agony as the attack connected. His features twisted in excruciating pain, the blue energy around him flickering and dying. The sheer force of her assault sent him hurtling backward, his eyes wide with terror and disbelief, culminating in a devastating explosion that engulfed him completely. As the devastating purple energy from Kwak Sokyo's attack began to dissipate, a storm of debris and glowing particles rained down, leaving behind a desolate, smoke-filled landscape. The last vestiges of the explosion's force swirled away, revealing the full extent of the destruction. Through the clearing haze, Kwak Sokyo emerged, her form unwavering as she stood over the elder, who knelt, battered but defiant. Without hesitation, she pressed her attack, her weapon flashing as she forced him further back. But the elder was not yet broken. His hand flared with a desperate, crimson energy, attempting to counter her relentless assault. A pained cry escaped his lips, his face contorted in agony as her power overwhelmed his desperate defense. Kugh. His body twisted under the unseen force, a testament to Kwak Sokyo's brutal dominance. He reels from the impact, his body twisting as the force of the blow slams into him. His eyes glow with a sudden, shocked realization as he struggles to comprehend the identity of his attacker. The first elder? Since when was he here? But there's no time for questions, as the relentless blue energy tears through his arm, drawing a spray of crimson. A guttural scream escapes him, his body violently contorted by the sheer force of the ongoing assault. The attack continues its devastating path, each impact sending more blood flying. He groans, his face a mask of agony, as the relentless blows take their toll. Finally, the force sends him hurtling backward, his body spinning helplessly through the air. As he falls, his weapon clatters to the ground, splattering blood across the dusty earth. The crimson drips continue, a stark testament to the brutality of the attack. The elder's face contorts in a grimace of agony and rage, his eyes glowing crimson, as a voice taunts him. What a sight now that you've lost your limbs. Kwak Sokyo stands over the fallen elder, her sword still drawn, the ground around him stained crimson from his grievous wounds. His severed hand lies discarded, a stark symbol of his dismemberment. A sickening tearing sound echoes through the air. As the elder's eyes widen in a fresh wave of excruciating pain and terror, Kwak Sokyo looks down at her victim, a cruel smile playing on her lips. Oh my, I should pluck your head off, too. Another guttural scream of agony escapes him, his face a mask of utter torment as the brutal assault continues. Kwak Sokyo's face twists into a grotesque, triumphant smile, her voice dripping with venom, so that you may never utter anything else ever again, she declares, standing over the broken form of the elder, another figure silently beside her. Her cruel laughter echoes, punctuated by the wet sounds of further torment. Kwak Sokyo's eyes gleam with sadistic glee as she spits, crawl around in hell, like a parasite. Her chilling laughter carries across the desolate landscape, a final, mocking sound over the elder's demise. Then, silence. Finally, as his vision fades to a starry expanse, the elder's last thoughts are of a simple life, wondering if this wretched moment is truly the last sight before his death. He had only wanted to live out an ordinary life. For just a moment, as if it were a dream. Like an ordinary man, an ordinary human. Is it truly impossible to achieve, he wonders, to simply live an ordinary life? His thoughts drift to the heavenly demon divine cult main sanctuary, a place of immense power and dark history. As Seo Riang lies in a pained slumber, the sunlight streams through the window, illuminating his restless form. His hand twitches on the crimson blanket, a subtle sign of the turmoil within. A deep weariness settles over his features, even as the desire for a different path burns within him. If he could just have one more chance, he thinks, his brow furrowed in silent agony. A sudden gasp escapes him as the thought intensifies, a desperate plea for another opportunity. Then, with a surge of raw power, his eyes blaze crimson, his emaciated form now radiating an intense, ethereal glow. High above the clouds, a sprawling complex of red-roofed buildings emerges from the hazy light, revealing the majestic heavenly demon divine cult's inner sanctuary. Inside, a figure stands on polished tiles, a smoking pipe resting nearby, its wisps curling into the air. An elder, his face partially obscured by an eye patch, bows deeply before him, offering a formal greeting, acknowledging him as the heavenly demon lord of the divine cult. The lord's dark, ornate robes fall gracefully to the floor. As he brings the pipe to his lips, his long, dark hair framing a composed expression. Smoke curls delicately from the bowl, a new habit for the newly titled leader. Still in the inner sanctuary, the elder looks down, his voice a low rumble, confirming he had just felt a pulse, then correcting himself. His expression remains serious, a heavy silence hanging in the air. A faint smirk plays on Chun Hajin's lips, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. Kneeling before the elder, he muses aloud, "Things are going better than I expected." Later, in a desolate outdoor setting, a companion with spiky light brown hair asks, "Hajin, are you done?" The companion points at a fallen figure, his voice laced with disbelief. "Why, you killed him? This guy?" Before Hajin calmly suggests, "Let's take a rest then." The spiky-haired companion, looking concerned, quickly counters, "No, we can't rest for too long. The others will be here soon." The blue-haired companion, turning to his worried comrade, asks, "Huh? What's that?" Then adds with a knowing look, "You want to see?" As the dust settled from their latest mission, a companion's voice hesitantly broke the silence, uttering a soft, "Oh, eh," while another's gaze sharpened, reflecting the cold steel of a blade. The companion, looking at the bloodied weapon in Chun Hajin's hand, questioned, "Did you carve it?" He then pressed, "Hajin, aren't you tired of being an assassin?" The bespectacled man, his face etched with weariness, declared his longing to escape this life and find fresh greenery. A woman with long, dark hair, her expression resolute, added her own desire to live the rest of her life as free as a bird, using any means necessary to achieve it. Chun Hajin's bloodied hand still gripped his sword, as the bespectacled man continued, "I'll go down to the rural strong whatever I can get." He yearned for a life, instead of this mud and stink of blood, exclaiming, "I want to go." "What?" The woman echoed his sentiment, "I want to go too, to a place with green rural regions." But Chun Hajin's response was firm, "You can't, don't even think about it." The bespectacled man then pleaded, "Why not? Let's go together." Chun Hajin's refusal was absolute, a stark no. The woman, however, was undeterred, crying out, "Take me with you," as he curtly ordered, "Shut up." The bespectacled man, now with a fresh cut above his eye and blood staining his cheek, looked on, his expression a mix of pain and frustration. A sharp blade plunges into Seo Riang's chest, drawing a choked gasp from him as Kwak Sokyo cries out in alarm, demanding to know what's happening. Chun Hajin's voice cuts through the air, cold and unforgiving, reminding them that he only saved their foolish lives for trying to run away. He commands them to witness the consequences, this being the steep price for anyone who dares to betray the righteous heavenly alliance. As rain begins to fall, washing over the scene, Kwak Sokyo kneels desperately beside Seo Riang, who lies bleeding on the ground, while Chun Hajin and his masked subordinates stand impassively over them. A dark, pulsating energy emanates from within Seo Riang, as Chun Hajin explains that the blood poison in their bodies will slowly relax them, leading them to their end. His eyes narrow with cold malice, as he warns Seo Riang that he shouldn't have stuck his head out. Chun Hajin's face distorts with a terrifying grin, his eyes glowing with dark power, ensuring that Seo Riang will never utter anything else ever again. Seo Riang's face contorts in a silent scream, his eyes wide with terror and agony as the poison takes hold. His body convulses violently, a final, desperate struggle against the inevitable. A guttural scream tears through the silence as Seo Riang jolts awake, his body drenched in sweat. He looks around, disoriented, wondering if the horrific vision was nothing more than a dream. But the memory is too vivid, the terror too real. He distinctly recalls being beheaded by the Demon Queen. Confused, he tries to ascertain his location, wondering where he could possibly be. He finds himself in a luxurious bed, feeling strangely refreshed, as if he'd had the most peaceful sleep of his life. Suddenly, his senses sharpen, detecting another presence nearby. As he turns his head, a soft voice confirms, "Young lord, it's Manhwa." A young woman, dressed in traditional attire, enters the room, carrying a tray with a steaming bowl. He watches the young woman carefully place a bowl of food before him, her movements practiced and serene. A gentle smile plays on her lips as she offers him the chopsticks, asking, "So, you know what will happen if you make a fuss?" He stares at her, his mind still reeling from the nightmare, and questions, "Who are you, and why are you calling me young lord?" The young woman's eyes widen slightly in surprise as she replies, "Why, young lord, it's me, your servant Manhwa." She then looks down, a hint of concern on her face, before looking back up and asking, "Why are you acting this way? Is something not to your liking, young lord? Stop uttering nonsense and tell me the truth." Manhwa turns and walks away from the bed, leaving him to ponder her words, the truth of his situation slowly dawning on him. He asks again, his voice filled with confusion, "Who brought me here?" Manhwa's voice drifts back to him, explaining, "You've been here for a long time, young lord." The full weight of her words hits him as he realizes, "You've been unconscious for the past 6 months, a victim to a blood curse, and only awoke 2 days ago." Seo Riang's mind reeled, unable to comprehend the words he was hearing, demanding to know what the hell was going on. He couldn't believe he had lost consciousness for 6 months, questioning if he had died, and vehemently told his attendant to stop fooling around and tell him the truth. Manhwa, standing patiently beside him as he sat on the bed, gently reminded him that she couldn't lie to her lord, especially since he had only just woken up and couldn't remember. He stared at his reflection in a nearby mirror, a stranger looking back at him, his eyes widening in disbelief as he wondered who this bastard was. Looking down at his own body, he could only gasp, realizing this was indeed him. The memory of a blood-stained blade flashed through his mind, confirming that what he had experienced wasn't a dream. This left him to ponder the meaning of this incarnation. Seo Riang's mind reels, a whirlwind of fragmented memories and disorienting sensations. He struggles to grasp his new reality, a single thought echoing through his consciousness. How could this happen? Meanwhile, Manhwa moves with quiet grace through the traditional chambers, carrying a tray with a steaming bowl and a small cup. Seo Riang, still lost in his thoughts, gazes blankly to the side, his long hair falling over his shoulder. The unfamiliar, ornate surroundings only deepen his confusion, prompting another desperate question. Then where am I? His gaze drifts across the intricate patterns of a traditional wooden door, a stark contrast to anything he remembers. His eyes widen in disbelief, a profound sense of shock washing over him as the reality of his situation begins to sink in. The very existence of such a place, so steeped in ancient tradition, feels impossible to him, leading to his bewildered thought. How could a place like this exist in Murim? Outside, the traditional tiled roof of the building stands serene beneath a soft, cloudy sky, a world away from his fractured memories. Seo Riang stands alone at the foot of a magnificent, traditional palace staircase, snow gently falling around him, as two figures begin their descent from the grand entrance above. Their footsteps echo softly on the stone, drawing his attention, and a question forms in his mind, wondering who they could be. The two men, dressed in formal robes, continue their descent through the falling snow, their expressions unreadable from a distance. A faint whisper of the wind carries their approach, stirring the fine particles around his ear. One of them, a stern-faced man with a dark beard and topknot, fixes his gaze forward with an intense focus. Seo Riang watches them, a flicker of surprise and apprehension crossing his features as they draw near. As they reach the bottom of the stairs, the bearded man suddenly drops to one knee with a heavy thud, his voice ringing out with fervent loyalty, declaring that all demons will fall at the feet of the third young lord, opportunistically celebrating his recovery. He bows his head in deep reverence, his posture unwavering. Still reeling from the sudden revelations, Seo Riang grapples with the concept of divine teachings, wondering what they could possibly entail. His thoughts race, connecting the dots to a name that sends a shiver down his spine: the heavenly demon divine cult, the very demon cult he'd heard whispers of. Meanwhile, within the opulent halls of a grand estate, figures move with purpose across polished floors. The corridor stretches, adorned with intricate carvings and glowing lanterns, a testament to ancient craftsmanship. Each step echoes in the vast space, the silence broken only by the rustle of robes. Two distant figures continue their journey down the long hall, their destination unknown. As if in response to his thoughts, a crimson energy flares around Seo Riang's hands, a potent manifestation of the very divine teachings of the heavenly demon divine cult, ready to make all demons fall before his might. The scene shifts to a grand, ancient hall, its intricate architecture hinting at immense power and history. Within this imposing space, the first royal guard of the divine cult, Mudam, kneels respectfully, his head bowed before the cloaked figure of the demon lord. The demon lord stands tall, his presence commanding the vast chamber. As Mudam begins his address, from beneath his deep hood, the demon lord's gaze falls upon the kneeling guard, his voice resonating with authority as he asks what brings him there today. Mudam responds, stating he has an urgent report, and the demon lord simply commands him to speak. A single word escapes the demon lord's lips, a sharp question echoing through the silence. The third. Mudam continues his urgent report, confirming the situation, yet adding a crucial detail. The grand hall remains silent, awaiting further explanation, as the first royal guard reveals the individual in question has lost all their former prowess. This devastating decline, he explains, was a direct result of overextension. Mudam's expression is grim as he delivers this somber news, then directly addresses the demon lord, seeking guidance on how to proceed with the now weakened heavenly demon lord. A vivid memory flashes, showcasing Mudam in his prime as the first royal guard, charging into battle with fierce determination. His powerful momentum carries him forward, a blur of motion and flowing fabric, until with a swift, decisive strike, his weapon cuts through the air, leaving a trail of destruction. In the dim light of flickering candles, a hushed silence falls, broken only by the soft crackle of burning wicks. Then, with a respectful bow, Mudam addresses his master, awaiting further instruction. His master's hands remain still, a picture of calm contemplation. As his eyes begin to glow with an ethereal light, Chun Hajin issues his decree, setting a clear deadline. His gaze piercing through the darkness, he concludes, indicating that no further reports are needed until then. The air crackles with residual energy, leaving a profound silence in its wake. Mudam looks up, absorbing the command, his expression resolute. Then, with a deep, respectful bow, he acknowledges his master's will. Within a vast, dimly lit chamber, ornate architecture rises into the darkness, hinting at ancient power. There, seated upon a grand, throne-like structure, he quietly muses, "I sincerely hope." His form, cloaked and still, reflects the weight of his words. As his voice echoes through the vast space, that you may accomplish the great deed. The world knows of the heavenly demon divine cult, a so-called 1,000-year-old evil sect that has been the source of all evil, dominating power across generations, having existed for thousands of years as a true Mura master. A cloaked figure stands amidst the fallen, a testament to their overwhelming might. For in terms of martial power, they are simply the strongest, and their mere existence is enough to shake the entire Muram world, a true symbol of chaos. In terms of numbers, the righteous Heavenly Alliance and the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult are known as the Powerful Triad, a force that the world calls the Blood and the Heavenly Demon. Again, the cloaked leader stands over a gruesome pile of skulls, a stark reminder of the cult's destructive path. This vast power is further amplified by the sheer numbers of the Federation. Among them, the Heavenly Demon Cult was the evil sect that was, and forever will be. Suddenly, a new consciousness stirs, wondering, the most evil Jamang group? He questions, bewildered. So how did I wake up here? Looking at his hands, a shocking realization dawns on him. Did I really obtain a second life? His gaze drifts to the traditional architecture outside, and he wonders, but why? Why is it the Heavenly Demon Cult? Taking a deep breath, he resolves, no, let's stay calm. Rising from the bed, he determines, I need to get a grasp on the current situation and plan for the future. He attempts a stealth technique, but the effort proves to be too much for his current body. Meanwhile, the strongest assassin of the demon cult had vanished years ago, triggering a bloody hierarchical battle that still rages, a dangerous power struggle where one wrong move could mean death. Observing his surroundings, he marvels at the miracle of his awakening after suffering from blindness, though he notes the rumors that his martial prowess was completely lost. He considers that if anyone else survived, they must be followers of the monstrous demon, and with that demon gone, they would surely exploit others. Deciding to proceed with caution, he plans to move to the third young lady's rooftop, ensuring they aren't caught anywhere near the main activity. From his new vantage point, he reflects on the monstrous demon, acknowledging the sheer terror that figure once inspired. A wave of shock washes over him as he ponders the life of such a monstrous entity, wondering how anyone could have lived that way. Finally, with a clear view of the sprawling complex, he confirms his suspicions. This is indeed the demon cult. Chun Hajin, now inhabiting Co Riang's body, gazes out a window, knowing that to escape his current predicament, he needs a thorough plan. He reflects on his attempt at stealth the previous night, realizing that even an hour of using his techniques was too much for this frail form. A wry smile touches his lips as he considers his new existence, admitting that simply being alive in this state is admirable. Catching his reflection, he sees the stark reality. This body is as weak as an 80-year-old man's. His gaze falls to his own emaciated hand, the first priority clear in his mind. He must recover his body. With a determined sigh, he prepares himself, deciding it's time to properly assess his current physical state. Settling into a cross-legged position, a soft rustling sound accompanies his movement. As he begins to meditate, a vibrant red aura ignites around him, swirling with potent energy. He knew it. The 8 extraordinary meridians within this new body were completely messed up. But he would remove this small, rotten lump of energy. His philosophy was clear: seek truth amidst chaos, and blaze through the various conduits of life. With a serene expression, he willed himself to bring forth truth, believing that by bestowing a thought, the world would bless him with fortune. As his cultivation deepened, the temperature inside the room began to increase. Soon, the air had gotten quite damp too. With boundless energy now flowing through him, he was ready to get rid of this final bit of impurity. A sharp, internal sensation marked the critical moment. And then, a powerful blue aura erupted from his body, signifying a breakthrough. A serene blue aura pulsed around him, the culmination of his recent breakthrough. He reflected on his past life, remembering how, through mastering various martial arts from the 9 sects, he had perfected his own unique martial prowess, the boundless technique. For someone of no status or standing, that technique had been his very lifeline. Now, as the blue light intensified around his meditating form, he felt its familiar power surge within him once more. His eyes remained closed, a faint glow still lingering on his skin, as he savored the sensation of renewed strength. A subtle smirk touched his lips as his eyes finally opened, a quiet hiss escaping him. He let out a soft sigh of relief, his gaze falling downwards. Stretching his limbs, he wondered if this was the limit of his current recovery, before concluding that with this much power, he would always be able to smile. His eyes drifted to the side, a new thought emerging. The profound quietness of his surroundings was, in fact, quite off-putting. He reflects on the passage of time since his awakening in this new body. Soon after, a doctor and an attendant approach, remarking on his swift recovery and promising an early discharge. Yet, The memory of the young girl's fear still lingers, a stark reminder of the original Xiao Riang's reputation. Even now, an attendant nervously offers him herbal medicine, her trembling hands betraying her apprehension. He realizes the original Xiao Riang was known as the monstrous demon, a nickname that confirms his suspicions. Indeed, the previous owner of this body must have been a truly terrible person with a trashy personality. Until he fully understands this world, he resolves to perfectly mimic Xiao Riang's demeanor. Beyond the immediate confines, vast, mist-shrouded mountains stretch endlessly. Their jagged cliffs rising sharply, ancient forms carved by time and the elements. 3 months later, the grand architecture of a traditional estate stands silently under the full moon. Inside, a hand hovers over a small bowl, as a voice questions, "It's been 3 months since he's eaten it, yet nothing has happened?" A man with long, wavy hair responds, "Yes." Instead, his body is healing at a faster rate. The bearded man, wearing a hat, expresses his disbelief. "Didn't you say that if he ingested the trace of martial arts, it would be fatal?" With his eyes closed in contemplation, the long-haired man concedes, "Why yes, that's what I said. However, it's strange. Xiao Riang." Opening his eyes, he concludes, "Exceeds my expectations." This man, Dong Unchan, the fourth young lord of the heavenly demon divine cult, holds a pipe, deep in thought. The bearded man, still perplexed, asks, "What should we do now?" Dong Unchan, now standing alone by a window, shifts the topic. "When is Rin coming?" "Rin should be arriving around noon." The news elicits a subtle reaction from him, a quiet acknowledgement of the name. Meanwhile, under the watchful eye of the night sky, a voice instructs that something interesting will happen soon, urging continued observation and reporting, to which a subordinate confirms understanding. The moon hangs high, casting long shadows through the branches. As the world outside remains still, inside a quiet chamber, bathed in the soft glow of dawn, a new day begins. Elsewhere, a powerful fist clenches, mana swirling around it with visible force. A hand presses down, channeling energy. As Xiao Riang, his body now radiating with a golden aura, continues his rigorous training, his hands glowing brightly with concentrated power. Xiao Riang begins his training, his body moving with fluid precision as a subtle energy gathers around him. His bare foot plants firmly on the ground, anchoring his stance with a soft thud. With intense focus, he channels his power, and a vibrant blue aura flares around his hands, crackling with raw energy. He unleashes a powerful strike, the concentrated blue energy impacting an unseen target with a sharp crack. The force of the blow resonates, echoing through the training hall with a thunderous crash. Outside, the traditional architecture of the building stands silently, the distant sound of the impact barely disturbing the air. Inside, sweat glistens on Xiao Riang's determined face as he wipes his brow, his gaze unwavering. He surveys the splintered remains of several wooden training dummies scattered across the floor, a quiet satisfaction settling over him as he remarks, "Well, this is better." The broken dummies lie testament to the destructive power he now commands. He lets out a soft huff, reflecting on the immense effort it took to restore his body to normal over the past 3 months. His physique, now lean and toned, shows the results of his rigorous training. And it seems the lingering fatigue and demonic energy have finally begun to dissipate, leaving him to ponder that young Lord Xiao Riang is here. As a hand offers him a bowl of food, he accepts it with a simple, "Ah, thanks." But a sudden, sharp gasp escapes him, his eyes widening in horror at something unseen. Within the dish, a small, red, insect-like creature with glowing eyes stares back. With a swift, decisive motion, the dish is slammed down, shattering into pieces and scattering its contents across the floor. Just as the chaos settles, Chun Hajin makes his sudden appearance. A voice from a haunting memory echoes, challenging Xiao Riang, asking if he truly believes he can escape the righteous heavenly alliance. As if to emphasize the power of the speaker, a hand, glowing with purple energy, reaches out from the vision. The voice continues, filled with fury, accusing him of betrayal and claiming responsibility for making him the world's best assassin. The vision intensifies, with the voice vowing that even death won't free him from the alliance, as an older man's stern face appears, promising regret. Suddenly, Xiao Riang is jolted back to a horrifying reality, clutching his chest as a grotesque, red-glowing blood parasite writhes beneath his skin. His eyes widen in terror, fangs bared in a silent scream of agony and disbelief. A sudden, violent impact echoes, as if something within him has shattered. The scene snaps back to the present, with Chun Hajin looking down at Xiao Riang, who lies sprawled on the ground, barely conscious, as he addresses him. As the world around him blurs, Xiao Riang finds himself in a familiar, yet distant memory, a young woman's concerned voice asking if he is all right, Lord. The scene shifts to a cup of tea, a stark reminder that this might all be a hallucination. He turns away from the woman, announcing his departure. His mind drifts to a new life, one he has always dreamed of. A profound question lingers in his thoughts. Will he truly be able to be free? The intricate lattice of a traditional window frames his contemplation. A basin of water and a clean cloth await, perhaps for a ritual of purification or preparation. He sheds his outer garments, revealing the simple underclothes beneath, preparing for whatever lies ahead. Suddenly, a voice from off-panel startles him, and he responds with a hesitant pardon. Ah yes, he is, but... Still lost in his vivid internal world, Seo Riang questions the identity of the figure before him, wondering if it's a demonic cult bastard. He tries to articulate his need to find the young lord, but his words are cut short by a sudden, urgent command to move. Before he can react, a sharp, dark eye flashes into view as a resounding slap echoes through the space. The force of the blow sends a jolt through him, snapping him back to reality where a woman with long, flowing purple hair and a regal red and black dress now stands before him, her presence commanding attention as he stares in stunned surprise. He can only manage a soft, questioning sound, his mind struggling to comprehend the sudden shift in his surroundings. The woman, however, appears distressed, her hand covering her mouth as if in shock or concern. Her eyes, a striking pinkish red, widen slightly as she begins to speak, a soft who, escaping her lips. The question hangs in the air, leaving both Seo Riang and the viewer wondering about her identity. A voice wonders aloud, who. As the question hangs in the air, is she? Meanwhile, in a traditional chamber, a woman kneels before Chun Hajin, who stands silently, observing her. As she slowly rises to her feet, he offers a quiet assessment. The woman then steps closer, her hand gently touching his chest, and she remarks, "You look better than I thought." Internally, she urges herself, "Think, Chun Hajin, of a way to get out of this situation." He stands before the woman, who urges him to hurry, asking if he intends to make her wait for tea. But in moments like these, there's only one thing to do: run. As the woman apologizes, explaining she has an immediate engagement, she questions where the third young lord is going, a sudden KP sound punctuating her words. With a decisive gesture, he points, a silent command hanging in the air. A sharp, grating sound follows. His expression resolute and unyielding. Two stern-faced men watch on, their own expressions mirroring the gravity of the situation. A moment of silent understanding passes. And then, Chun Hajin departs, flanked by two attendants, leaving the traditional setting behind. The woman in crimson robes addresses Seo Riang, her voice firm as she instructs him not to stop anyone who approaches. A tense silence hangs in the air. He remains still, his back to her. She then gently urges him to take a seat, acknowledging his current state. A moment of quiet contemplation passes. She reiterates her request, asking him to wait for a while. Seo Riang agrees, but she adds a caveat, reminding him that he has no plans. He internally concedes, realizing that he has no choice but to comply, even if he knows something isn't right. His expression is troubled, caught between obedience and a growing sense of unease. Manhwa instructs him to follow her. As the quiet interior of a traditional room stands empty, he questions her, asking if she truly expects him to betray his own people. But she reminds him of his past, of running from the divine cult, causing her a headache. She insists she wouldn't lie, having been unable to sleep since waking. The woman she speaks of is a demon, affiliated with and working for the religious internal enlightenment facility, the daughter of the Jiaxa family within the demon cult. A powerful figure with dark, flowing hair and piercing red eyes is revealed. A heroine strong enough to be called a heavenly talented disciple, great at her work, and acknowledged by the divine cult's chief. She is also the fourth young lord's younger sister, a fact Manhwa confirms with a hesitant why yes. He turns to Manhwa, questioning, "But why did she come looking for me, despite our relationship?" Manhwa hesitates, admitting she doesn't know. Yet, despite her uncertainty, they had met numerous times within a single month. He concludes, "Then that means our relationship is at most average." Turning to leave, he offers a polite, "Always, thanks for helping me today," as Manhwa, noticing his appearance, asks, "Is your face okay?" Without looking back, he dismisses her concern, telling her, "Your face is very swollen, so go rest." A soft gasp escapes her lips. Yes." Her cheeks flush with surprise as she calls out, "Why, young lord?" She stares after him, wondering if he's lost his mind, while he, in turn, thinks she's the crazy one. A subtle swish of movement fills the silence. Manhwa, still processing Seo Riang's earlier bluntness, questions his presence, wondering if he's truly all right after his recent ordeal. He simply looks at her, asking, "But what brings you here?" A moment of surprise crosses her face as she realizes his question is directed at her, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. His mild attitude is perplexing, making it seem as though he's lost the sharpness in his eyes, a stark difference from the third young lord she's accustomed to. Manhwa then reveals that it's true he recovered his internal energy after his chi blockage, a fact she seems to have confirmed. Seo Riang, however, dismisses her concern, stating there's no reason to beat around the bush between them, and he knows this very well. Manhwa, undeterred, then presents a document, asserting that it's a contract that has both of their goals on it, a crucial piece of their shared future. With a knowing smile, she asks him, "You remember, right?" Seo Riang's gaze falls upon the document, his expression unreadable as he considers the implications of the contract. Manhwa reveals the substantial investment poured into the Wonder Drug project, nearing 1,000 niang. She continues, adding that the money she borrowed from other people amounts to over 2,000 yang, but assures that she will personally cover the interest, given their close relationship. As he holds the document, the terms wonder drug and investment echo in his mind. Manhwa then explains that the fourth young lord's younger sister sponsored her with money for the project. A surge of frustration washes over Seo Riang, wondering what this person could possibly be thinking. Meanwhile, Manhwa internally muses that if Seo Riang's sister, who currently possesses significant wealth, is truly in charge of the Wonder Drug project, then she will be able to. He reads further, discovering the contract states she made herself the victim, nullifying their previous agreement under the pretense that he exploited her chi blockage. His original ambition, to build his reputation and increase his wealth, now seems to be crumbling. A deep sigh escapes him as he considers the audacity of this youngster. Manhwa, her gaze sharp, observes that someone is doing things they shouldn't be. Seo Riang, still engrossed in the document, readily agrees to the financial terms, his easy acceptance surprising Manhwa. He then instructs her to prepare the necessary writing implements. To which Manhwa responds with a respectful bow. As he turns to depart, Seo Riang casually mentions his impending departure from the location. Manhwa, however, understands the deeper implications, realizing he must have secured the backing of someone far beyond her own standing, making his financial nonchalance understandable. Just before fully exiting, he pauses, adding a final thought, his internal monologue revealing his detachment from her machinations. With a stern expression, he warns her that failure to repay him will result in a specific consequence. She will have to answer his call, a subtle, knowing smirk gracing Manhwa's lips as she processes his words. The thought of being treated like a loyal dog, even metaphorically, causes a subtle twitch in his eye, as he internally questions if she truly intends to treat him as such. The mere idea is getting on his nerves. He strides forward, the rustle of his robes accompanying each step, and presents the contract, stating that their agreement will conclude once he receives the full payment. Until then, he insists, they must respect each other as fellow contractors. Manhwa, however, simply offers a knowing, almost mocking smirk in response, leaving Seo Riang to ponder the true meaning of her respect. He questions, you want me to be in charge when I'm handing over this type of contract? Manhwa's eyes widen slightly in surprise. A subordinate bows deeply before the two, acknowledging Seo Riang as young lord. Manhwa, recovering her composure, asks, why are you suddenly asking for the commander? The subordinate, still bowing, clarifies, the divine cult is subordinate only to you. I greet the third young lord. He then asks, why did you suddenly call for me? Seo Riang holds the contract, his gaze fixed on Manhwa, who also looks at the document. His expression hardens with resolve. The subordinate hesitates, then adds, third young lord, it isn't my place to speak, but the carriage for your body is. Seo Riang cuts him off, declaring, I'm going to go to the demon lord. Manhwa, ever diligent, issues instructions to prepare a carriage, confirming that word will be sent to the demon lord's palace. Her gaze sharpens as she adds, the message must state that the third disciple wishes to see his master. A distant palace stands under the moonlit sky, as the message is relayed, confirming that word will indeed be sent to the demon god's palace. Outside, a carriage is prepared, ready to depart once permission is granted, awaiting the signal for their journey. Seo Riang looks on, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as Manhwa addresses him, her voice laced with concern. He challenges her, his expression firm, asking why she isn't fighting back against his decision, and declares his intent to see if this contract is truly worth the demon lord. Manhwa's worry deepens, her eyes wide as she questions him, asking if he means for them to die right now. Seo Riang's gaze is unwavering as he counters, asking what exactly she expects to hear from the demon lord. Manhwa looks away, her expression still troubled, a silent question hanging in the air. He looks down, his expression unyielding. Manhwa stands before him, her concern palpable. You're right. If the demon lord knows this, I'll also be exiled, she admits. But if he knows you're associated with me, you won't be safe either. He dismisses her fear with a wave of his hand. That's just what'll happen to me. What about you, though? For everyone in the demon realm knows the consequences of associating with him are dire. Exile for those who merely speak to him, imprisonment for those who offer aid, and death for those who stand by his side. Manhwa's eyes widen in horror, the weight of his words settling upon her. A silent gasp escapes her lips. As he turns to leave, she reaches out, a desperate plea in her voice. Wait. He pauses, his back still to her, as she asks, Do you not want to become the supreme leader? Manhwa turns her head slightly, her expression a mix of concern and disbelief. She thinks to herself, supreme leader? With this body? The idea strikes her as utterly ridiculous. As Seo Riang continues to walk away, she calls out, Didn't you come here knowing you had no chance? His voice echoes back, resolute. Then, let's see each other at the demon lord's palace. Seo Riang's hand clenches into a determined fist, his resolve hardening with every step. Manhwa's thoughts swirl, trying to comprehend what he means to do. Do I need to do? She watches his retreating back, her voice filled with confusion. What are you talking about? Her thoughts trail off, unable to grasp the full scope of his intentions. What for you to do? He stands resolute, his gaze firm. As Anshua, her expression etched with frustration, demands to know if he's doing this so she won't have to face the demon lord herself. Holding out a contract. Rip this contract, she insists, reaching for the document. With your own hands. But Seo Riang simply holds the paper, his resolve unwavering. She watches him, her long hair falling around her. A voice calls out to Hajin, asking if he isn't tired of this life. Before declaring their intention to leave, to go down to the market and enjoy fresh greenery, instead of this foul scent of blood. Hajin stands amidst a group of his cloaked subordinates in a desolate, rocky landscape, listening intently. One of them, a man with dark, side-swept hair, looks down as he asks, "Is that all of them?" He then looks up, confirming, "Yes. We've looked everywhere, high and low, and I can't find a single ant." Another subordinate, a man with a scar on his left cheek and graying temples, interjects, "They betrayed the divine cult and committed treason. There has to be someone remaining amongst the population, right?" As the scarred subordinate stands with other soldiers before a village, one of the generic soldiers replies, "Yes, sir." His hand, already mangled and bleeding, throbs with an unbearable pain. Kneeling on the desolate ground, Chun Hajin stares at the grievous wound, a grim realization dawning upon him. Even tightly bandaged, the blood continues to seep through, a constant reminder of his vulnerability. A trickle of blood stains his chin, his expression etched with a mixture of pain and profound distress. His eyes widen in a silent scream, the weight of his predicament crushing him. But then, a surge of defiance, and he bellows, "Move aside." Before he can even finish the command, an unseen force slams into him with brutal impact, eliciting a pained grunt. The force lifts him off his feet, sending him hurtling backward through the air. Blood splatters from the impact, as he continues his uncontrolled flight. He moves with a desperate blur, attempting to regain his footing after the previous blow. But a new, white-haired figure watches him with a chilling smirk, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent. The assailant's blade, crackling with faint energy, is already in motion, a testament to their overwhelming speed. A sharp impact echoes as Chun Hajin is forced to recoil once more, his body thrown back by the unseen force of the attack. The ground itself shatters under the sheer power of the blow, sending fragments of earth flying into the air. The white-haired assailant's blade flashes again, a deadly arc of light cutting through the chaos. Still struggling to recover, he is pushed further back, his movements a desperate blur against the relentless assault. Suddenly, a fierce, dog-like creature with glowing red eyes lunges, adding another layer of brutal force to the attack. Overwhelmed, Chun Hajin's face contorts in a grimace of pain and struggle, the relentless assault taking its toll. A blade, still stained with fresh blood, reflects the grim reality of the moment. As Chun Hajin's face contorts in a silent scream, a fresh wound bleeding on his forehead. His gaze falls upon the lifeless faces of those he once knew, a guttural sound escaping him. Standing amidst the carnage, a broken sword hilt at his feet, he desperately calls out, "Wait." His voice cracking with anguish. "Listen to me. They told us they were blinded by greed and betrayed the alliance." Rain streaks down his face, mingling with tears as he repeats the lie, staring at a lifeless body on the ground. "They told us they were traitors who betrayed the alliance. I really didn't know." The words echo his profound ignorance, a desperate plea for understanding. "I really didn't know." A gaping wound on the victim's chest serves as a brutal testament to the truth he now faces. And Chun Hajin's face twists into a horrifying mask of pure, unadulterated despair, his scream tearing through the desolate air. He wonders if his existence is merely about killing people. Just a job to him? The memory of taking away someone's life flashes before his eyes, a grim reminder of his purpose, to commit murder every single day. A dying voice echoes in his mind, asking, "Chun Hajin, do you know anything about life?" He looks down at the fading life in his arms, believing there's no way a human could truly comprehend such a thing. But another victim, the white-haired assailant, curses him with their last breath. "I will curse you, even from the afterlife." The words echo as he clutches his wounded hand, the curse continuing. "Your life will become the death of all those you care for." His gaze is distant, haunted by a past he cannot escape. A chilling voice echoes in his mind, accusing him, "You have murdered." Far away, a grand palace stands shrouded in a soft, ethereal mist. Its long, elegant bridge stretching across the landscape, as a lone figure makes their way towards its imposing gates. Inside, rich fabrics drape from high ceilings. Illuminated by the soft glow of a bedside lantern, casting warm light across a luxurious chamber. A soft rustle of hair accompanies a subtle shift, as if someone is stirring from a deep slumber. He slowly stirs, his hand reaching up to grasp a lock of his own long, chestnut hair. Anshua, ever diligent, helps him to a sitting position, her touch gentle. She carefully tends to his hair, pulling it back from his face. Now fully upright, he takes in the lavish chamber, its grandeur slowly registering. Before him, a bearded attendant kneels respectfully, offering a formal greeting. "Congratulations on your awakening, Demon Lord." His gaze is firm, his expression one of unwavering loyalty. In his hand, he holds a beautifully crafted bottle, ready to serve. Seo Riang rises from the bed, his ornate robes flowing as he surveys the magnificent room, now fully aware of his surroundings. The soft light of the chamber illuminated the rich wooden floor, reflecting off the hem of a luxurious robe. Nearby, an attendant held out an ornate cup, asking, "The third requested to see you, say?" As a delicate hand gently cupped his face, a low growl escaped him, a visceral reaction to the lingering discomfort of his awakening. His eyes, now fully open, shimmered with an inner light, glowing particles swirling around his face as his consciousness solidified. The bearded attendant bowed deeply, acknowledging the profound shift in his master's presence, murmuring, "Yes, my lord." With practiced grace, the attendant poured a stream of liquid from a flask, filling the ornate cup with a milky substance. Now fully dressed in a dark, flowing robe, Seo Riang returned the bow, his posture reflecting a newfound resolve and acceptance of his destiny. A low thrum resonates as Seo Riang, his chest bare beneath a flowing dark robe, seems to be in a state of deep concentration. Meanwhile, a delicate stirring sound accompanies a hand gently mixing a liquid in a small bowl, suggesting a ritualistic preparation. Elsewhere, the bearded attendant's stern voice cuts through the silence, issuing a clear command, "Escort him to the demonic judgment pavilion." His expression remains unyielding, the weight of his authority palpable. The mention of the demonic judgment pavilion elicits a sharp, almost startled reaction from Seo Riang, his head snapping up as if struck by the words. A soft rustle of fabric accompanies his movement, the intricate patterns on his robe shifting with his sudden shift in focus. The bearded attendant watches on, his gaze firm and expectant. In response to the command, another attendant, clad in a red and black robe, bows deeply, acknowledging the order with a respectful, "I have received your orders." With a soft step, Seo Riang continues his journey, his expression troubled as he moves through the grand halls. A soft yawn escapes him as he stands amidst the intricate architecture, his gaze fixed downwards. Finally, the demonic judgment pavilion appears, its traditional buildings shrouded in a heavy mist, its ornate gates hinting at the secrets held within. Clasping his hands together, a chill runs through him as he admits he still can't get used to the demonic aura that flows within him whenever he feels his pulse. His veins, twisted and tangled for the last 10 years, are not the only part of him affected. He was born with a body that is truly an empty shell. The attendant pauses, his expression grim. Seo Riang wonders at the intensity of his gaze. Apologizing for his condition, he bows his head, while the attendant admits to being quite shocked by his regenerative abilities. He informs Seo Riang that he will no longer be able to go outside, but assures him they will provide the best medicine and the supreme healing potion. Accepting the terms, Seo Riang then expresses his curiosity, asking to inquire further. He internally questions the nature of this supreme healing potion, a name he has never encountered before. He observes the bowl before him, a medicinal decoction, apparently meant to aid in recovering his energy. The attendant explains that it was handcrafted by the finest herbalists and served from the Midnight Rain Sanctuary, the main sanctuary of their order. Seo Riang simply responds, "Huh? Is that so?" He considers the claim of it aiding in energy recovery, a skeptical thought crossing his mind. Whatever it is, it's medicine. If it truly possessed such potent medicinal properties, he believes he would have recovered much faster. The attendant then informs him, "I will return in 2 days. I hope you recover quickly." Seo Riang muses to himself, "Well, I suppose something could be off with my senses." Later, outside the traditional building, he finds himself surveying his new surroundings, muttering, "Yanon, what a dank neighborhood. I guess I'm finally meeting him." Seo Riang muses, his gaze distant as he considers the formidable figure known as the Demon Lord. He wonders what kind of person this legendary leader truly is. For there is no one who has heard of the heavenly demon who isn't curious about him, an obvious fact, since he could very well be the strongest person under the sky, his dark aura swirling with untold power. Though he has never displayed his full capabilities, he has always been, and still is, considered one of the most powerful individuals in the world. A flicker of apprehension crosses Seo Riang's face. Meeting him right now could prove dangerous. He holds a torn piece of paper, its fragmented text hinting at the heavenly demon. Since he doesn't know much about the demon cult, he can't help but wonder if he should have been more cautious. He reflects on the information he has gathered, acknowledging his limited understanding of the holy demon cult and the true importance of his position within it. A scoff escapes him as he considers, how could he possibly stand for someone else's foolishness? His thoughts are interrupted by a familiar voice, informing him that the carriage is ready and it's time to depart for the palace. He stands by a window, his expression unreadable as he processes the impending journey. Manhwa reiterates that the carriage is indeed ready, urging him to visit the palace. A flicker of resolve crosses his face as he considers that since things have unfolded this way, he might as well confront the situation directly. His gaze sharpens, a clear decision made. With a firm grip, he pushes open the heavy double doors, revealing a blinding light beyond. He pushes open the heavy doors, revealing a world bathed in brilliant light beyond the threshold, as Manhwa stands patiently behind him. A cart will clunks heavily. As Seo Riang stands before a stern official and his attendant, the palace architecture looming behind them. The official's words cutting through the air, informing him that the demon lord has summoned him to the demonic judgment region. He then instructs Xiao Riang to proceed with the guards, his hand gesturing dismissively. Soon, the sky darkens, ominous lightning flashing across the heavens. As the journey takes them through a desolate, rocky path, winding between towering, jagged peaks. A thick mist begins to shroud the mountains, obscuring the distant peaks. Xiao Riang and the bearded attendant continuing their trek into the unknown. A wave of apprehension washes over Manhwa as she grapples with the ominous implications of the demonic judgment region. Meanwhile, the journey to this foreboding place unfolds across desolate, craggy mountain peaks, shrouded in an eternal, heavy mist. Elsewhere, within a chamber of ancient design, the demon lord, Chun Hajin, sips from an ornate cup, a quiet thought escaping his lips that the alcohol tastes sweeter today. Such is the nature of his demonic domain. Far below, the rhythmic sound of footsteps echoes against ancient stone. As Xiao Riang steadily ascends the winding mountain path, his destination drawing ever closer. The path ahead led into the formidable heart of the demon cult's domain, where Chun Hajin ascended the ancient stone steps, remarking on the sheer scale of the headquarters. A bead of sweat traced his temple as he took in the oppressive atmosphere. The scene eerily reminiscent of a past entrapment by the righteous Heavenly Alliance and the Steel Blood Fortress. He scanned the towering rock formations, noting the shadowy figures perched on every ledge. Realizing high-level masters had completely surrounded the area. More dark forms emerged from the deep shadows of the cavern, making him feel as though he had walked directly into a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. His expression hardened, knowing that a single misstep here would mean his end. He stands at the base of a colossal staircase, its weathered stone steps winding up a craggy mountain face towards a distant, imposing structure. Reaching the summit, his companion announces, "We're here." A moment of silent contemplation passes as he takes in the massive, ornate door before them, a silent question hanging in the air. His companion turns, a slight frown on his face, musing, "Didn't they call it the demonic experiment pavilion?" It's not a pavilion, though. The air around the imposing entrance seems to ripple with unseen energy. He thinks to himself, "No, I shouldn't be so arrogant. I have to act like I know everything." His gaze remains fixed on the entrance, the weight of his mission pressing down on him as he considers, "Every single move I make could be a decisive factor in the survival and fall of my school and the demon cult." His companion, sensing the moment, simply states, "Enter." Taking a deep breath, Chun Hajin steels his resolve, muttering to himself, "Let's focus, Chun Hajin." The stark reality of their mission echoes, a voice declaring they are now facing the demon lord. Suddenly, the very fabric of their surroundings seems to tear apart, leaving Xiao Riang with a look of intense focus. As shimmering particles dance around his long, brown hair, the world shifts, revealing a breathtaking vista of misty mountains and serene landscapes. A stark contrast to the grim reality they had just faced. He finds himself walking along a vibrant path through a forest bursting with colorful flowers. His eyes widening in utter disbelief at the unexpected change of scenery. He looks around, a thought forming in his mind. He had been certain it was still winter. Yet, the air is warm, and the landscape around him, where a deer drinks peacefully from a stream, is undeniably that of spring. As two small birds chirp nearby, a wave of confusion washes over him, making him wonder if he's merely dreaming. Standing beside a small rabbit, the man's expression shifts to one of dawning realization, understanding the implications of this impossible scenery. His eyes widen in surprise as he identifies the true nature of his surroundings. This must be an illusory formation. The thought solidifies in his mind, confirming his suspicion of an illusory formation. Standing amidst a vibrant field of flowers, he acknowledges the impossibility of such a place existing naturally, knowing his own power couldn't create such a perfect illusion. Lying back in the soft grass, surrounded by such abundant greenery, he finds himself almost forgetting his original purpose, momentarily lost in the serene beauty. But the thought of his mission quickly returns, pulling him back from his momentary reverie. He observes the vibrant, blossoming landscape around him, acknowledging the incredible realism of this illusory technique. As an unseen force seems to beckon him, pointing the way forward. His eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he follows the silent command. Suddenly, a grand pavilion materializes in the distance, drawing his gaze. Bathed in a soft, ethereal glow, its intricate architecture stands out against the illusory sky. As he draws closer, a chilling realization dawns on him. That pavilion wasn't there a moment ago. His gaze sharpens, his perception cutting through the illusion's beauty. And then, within the pavilion's depths, he discerns a faint silhouette. Somebody's there. Around him, the cherry blossom petals swirl with renewed vigor, as if the illusion itself reacts to his discovery. He continues to move through the vibrant, illusory landscape, petals drifting gently around him. His feet stepping softly onto the lush grass, crushing delicate white and purple flowers beneath his weight. A strange sensation washes over him, as if his feet are moving entirely on their own. He glances around, a subtle unease settling in, the realization dawning on him that he's no longer in control of his own steps. His expression tightens, a mix of confusion and determination etched across his features. His hand, still clutching the dagger, remains unresponsive as the illusion continues to guide his every step, leaving him to realize with a jolt he's been completely bewitched. His feet drag across the ground, and he stumbles, falling forward onto the soft earth, his body now completely at the mercy of the unseen force. From above, a cloaked figure observes the scene, holding a small, intricate object and remarking, "With the first step, there is life." He continues, his voice calm and measured, "And with the second, there is death." The figure, Chun Hajin, looks down at the fallen Seo Riang, a single word escaping his lips. "Interesting." As he surveys the vibrant, flower-filled landscape, a thought crosses his mind. Is this the demonic pavilion that the third imagined? The towering cliff face loomed, its sheer rock walls stretching endlessly into the pale sky. With a distant, ornate structure perched precariously near its summit, a silent sentinel against the vast expanse. Below, the ground stretched out, a desolate landscape under the same indifferent heavens. Until his steps faltered, a sudden, instinctive halt on the grassy terrain. A chilling premonition screamed through his mind, his basic instinct as the assassin king warning him. This place was pure hell. He knew with absolute certainty that this place was dangerous. His hand clenched into a tight fist, a silent testament to his resolve. Even as the thought echoed in his mind, there was no turning back now. He reaffirms his resolve, knowing that to rebuild the divine cult and live as the new heavenly demon lord, he must press forward. A deep, thrumming sensation, like a heartbeat, echoes through the air. As Seo Riang's intense gaze peers over a low barrier, his expression unreadable. The assassin king wonders. Meanwhile, Seo Riang's bare feet stand firmly on a polished floor. For he is the ninth person to have been called forth by the heavenly demon, his presence radiating a quiet power as the heartbeat continues to thrum. Indeed, he is known as the great ninth heavenly demon. And then, a powerful, bare-chested figure with long, dark hair is revealed, an imposing presence that could only be the demon god himself. A rhythmic thumping echoes as Seo Riang walks forward, his expression growing increasingly tense. His eyes widen slightly, a flicker of concern crossing his features. The revelation hits him hard. The demon lord is none other than Li Jiangrang. Meanwhile, in a different, darker place, the demon lord himself sits, a heavy presence filling the air, the faint thrum of his power resonating. His ornate boots rest upon a complex, glowing symbol on the floor, a soft thud marking his stillness. Li Jiangrang's sharp eyes, filled with an ancient wisdom and formidable power, scan the unseen space before him. A subtle tension plays across his jawline as he awaits an arrival. His voice, deep and resonant, breaks the silence, inquiring if the third young lord has finally entered his domain. The intricate, almost demonic, patterns of the symbol beneath his feet seem to pulse with anticipation, reflecting the gravity of the impending meeting. A younger attendant stands respectfully beside an elder, who acknowledges a command with a simple, "Yes, sir." Noticing a subtle shift in his demeanor, the younger man inquires, "Is there something bothering you?" The elder simply offers a non-committal glance, his expression unreadable. Approaching a massive, ornate door, the elder man corrects himself. "Apologies. I have misspoken." He then turns and begins to descend a grand staircase, leaving the imposing entrance behind. His voice carries, echoing through the vast chambers as he begins to recount a tale from the past, speaking of the demon lord's reign. He reveals that in all that time, there have only been 2 instances when someone has entered the demonic judgment pavilion. The elder man's gaze sharpens as he recalls. The first time was around 23 years ago. It was a momentous occasion, when the Lord took in his first disciple. The elder man continues, "Are you referring to him, his first disciple?" The young man asks, "Would that be the first young lord?" "No," the elder man replies. As he clarifies, the first young lord became the demon lord's disciple only 20 years ago. The young man, surprised, asks, "Do you mean to tell me that there were unknown people before the first young lord?" A chilling narration reveals, and the unknown disciple that looms in the shadows died in the demonic judgment pavilion. The visual confirms the grim fate, showing a bloodied body, its skin torn to shreds, a stark exclamation mark hanging in the air. The young man, horrified, questions, "Then did the demon lord?" The elder man cuts him off with a sharp. The ominous structure of the demonic judgment pavilion stands, as the young man wonders, "Then who's the other person said to have entered this place?" The general strategist, a figure known for his sharp mind, stands before the imposing structure of the demonic judgment pavilion. He was the only one to rise through the ranks using pure intellect, not martial arts, and now, holding a scroll, he reveals a crucial piece of history. Amongst a gathered crowd, he declares that the second person to ever enter the dreaded demonic judgment pavilion was none other than the third young lord. A look of profound surprise crosses Seo Riang's face as he processes this revelation. The strategist admits that the third young lord was the only one he had ever truly feared. His gaze sharpens with a mix of apprehension and respect. As the ornate entrance to the demonic judgment pavilion looms ominously, he voices his uncertainty, wondering if the third young lord will manage to emerge alive. A wave of disbelief washes over him. Xiao Riang's eyes widen, his hands instinctively rising in a gesture of shock. Meanwhile, a figure with long, dark hair stands poised, his muscular frame bare to the waist as he holds a finely crafted bottle, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. His sharp gaze seems to pierce through the unseen, carrying an air of quiet intensity and self-assured power. The divine teachings are absolute, their truth unquestionable, ensuring that all who defy them will inevitably prostrate themselves. Within a serene, traditional courtyard, a tranquil atmosphere pervades, surrounded by lush greenery. A man in formal robes kneels respectfully, offering his greeting to the demon lord. His hands are clasped in a gesture of deference. As the demon lord, a woman with long, flowing hair, simply commands him to rise. The kneeling man looks up, surprised by the directness of the order. Meanwhile, Chun Hajin, bare-chested with long black hair, observes the scene, holding a bottle of spirits, and a smirk plays on his lips as he remarks, "No, this is the Chun Hajin I've heard about. He's acted differently," she muses, "the one who killed the elder. Yet, he emits no chi, making those statements seem like a lie. Still, she can sense the immense spiritual energy he possesses. He is the world's most powerful martial artist, a title that should be reserved for the heavenly demon. The demon god sits upon his throne, a silent testament to true power. He possesses power that transcends the half-immortal and dwells among the gods, so why would he not try to become a heavenly demon?" A gasp escapes her lips, the implications of such power almost too much to bear. A sharp slap rings out, snapping her head back as she cries out, "Shit, I'm getting scared just hearing about a mere human." Chun Hajin. A delicate stream of liquid pours from a spout, filling a small, ornate cup. He watches it intently, a soft question escaping his lips as the cup is presented. The cup itself is a work of art, its dark surface adorned with intricate gold patterns. Kneeling respectfully, Xiao Riang accepts the offering, expressing his gratitude. He holds the precious vessel, a nostalgic thought crossing his mind about the rarity of such fine goods. Suddenly, a masked figure appears, their voice resonating with a satisfied sigh, then asking if they were summoned. Xiao Riang's eyes widen slightly, a subtle gasp escaping him at the unexpected presence. Xiao Riang takes a sip from his cup, a thoughtful expression on his face, as if considering a response to an unseen question. He pauses, allowing the moment to stretch. Before his gaze drifts, lost in contemplation. He reflects on the demon god's demeanor, noting the perceived coldness, yet acknowledging a surprising undercurrent of kindness that few others might discern. Regardless of the complexities, he knows the demon god prefers directness. And so, he resolves to be equally straightforward. With that decision made, he states his intention clearly, announcing, "I have a request," which is met with a questioning echo. The unseen listener prompts him further. And Xiao Riang begins to elaborate, a slight hesitation in his voice. He begins to speak, his words hesitant, as if struggling to find the right way to phrase a difficult request. A voice cuts him off, sharp and impatient, demanding to know why he's standing there like a mute. Still, he hesitates, a question forming on his lips. Would it truly be all right? Finally, Xiao Riang steels himself, revealing his true intention. He wishes to leave the cult. The demon god reacts with a surprised exclamation, while a narrator clarifies the demon god's identity as Chun Hajin, the heavenly demon lord of the divine cult's fourth young lord. Xiao Riang's expression twists in annoyance, protesting that his request isn't what Chun Hajin thinks. Chun Hajin, however, continues to mock him, accusing him of messing up his carefully planned speech and suggesting he merely wanted to go out for some fresh air. Chun Hajin's gaze remains sharp and discerning, his expression unreadable. He calmly sips from a teacup, observing Xiao Riang with an air of detached amusement. Finally, he repeats the core of Xiao Riang's request, asking if he truly wants to leave the cult, before adding a dismissive, "Yes, well." As if the answer is obvious. Xiao Riang's mind raced, wondering if his attempt at honesty had been effective. Meanwhile, a drink was calmly poured. Internally, Xiao Riang felt himself losing control, struggling to maintain his composure. The heavenly demon lord continued to pour, his gaze unwavering as Xiao Riang sat before him. "You're being quite vague," Chun Hajin remarked, the liquid steadily filling the bowl. He then cut to the chase, asking if Xiao Riang intended to leave for a while. His long, dark hair cascaded as he leaned slightly. As the last drops fell into the bowl, Chun Hajin looked down at the younger man. Xiao Riang's eyes widened in shock as the demon lord directly asked if he wanted to cut ties with the cult. He presses the question, asking if the young man truly doesn't want to follow his teachings. Xiao Riang, caught off guard, stammers out a denial, claiming that's not what he meant. But Chun Hajin's gaze is unwavering, asking if he's simply worn out from the journey. He then questions if that's the full extent of Xiao Riang's abilities, before dismissing the idea of him speaking further. A look of profound disappointment crosses Chun Hajin's face, a silent judgment hanging in the air. Xiao Riang's internal struggle intensifies, a single thought echoing in his mind. He is truly screwed. Despite the fear, a newfound resolve hardens Xiao Riang's expression as he finally admits, he's not trying to cut ties. Chun Hajin reflects that it hasn't been long since he recovered his own martial prowess, and that he must simply say whatever he wants. He turns away, acknowledging that it isn't as easy as it sounds, but that he thought it would be better if he just spoke his mind. His gaze remains sharp, observing the young man before him. Xiao Riang, meeting his stare, confirms his intent, declaring that he came specifically to see him, and yes, he will take it. A soft sound accompanies his words, as he considers if he should offer an excuse, but his expression remains firm. Chun Ha-jin's eyes narrow slightly, questioning if Xiao Riang truly requested this meeting just for permission to leave. Xiao Riang lets out a small sound of surprise, hesitating for a moment, before offering a soft, uncertain Meanwhile, in a distant, opulent chamber, the demon god reacts with fury, cursing his own carelessness as he observes the unfolding events. He finds the entire situation utterly ridiculous. Having returned to the heavenly demon lord's presence, Xiao Riang makes his request, explaining that he wished to see the elder of the heavenly demon lord of the heavenly demon cult to ask for permission for an outing. A terse response cuts him off, as Chun Ha-jin simply asks, "So?" His gaze unwavering, Chun Ha-jin asserts that this is not the time for such thoughts. Internally, Xiao Riang urges himself to quickly formulate a better response, feeling the pressure of the situation. He stammers out that he simply wanted to see him. A slight flush on his face, he adds that it has been a while, master. Chun Ha-jin's eyes narrow, his expression unreadable. Xiao Riang observes his master's reaction, concluding internally that it doesn't seem like a good one. Chun Ha-jin then firmly states that even in his current weakened state, he still has things he can do, and he cannot permit even a pennyworth of his strength to be given to someone else, thus denying the request. Xiao Riang considers his options, thinking that perhaps a sentimental approach could stir the demon lord's emotions. Meanwhile, Chun Ha-jin holds a simple drinking bowl, and with a subtle flex of power, it disintegrates into fine dust. Xiao Riang watches, his expression shifting to one of profound surprise. The demon lord's voice cuts through the silence, asking if he truly spoke of the duties of a disciple. His gaze is sharp, unwavering. Xiao Riang, caught off guard, can only stammer out a bewildered, "Pardon." An overwhelming aura of power erupts from Chun Ha-jin, leaving Xiao Riang speechless and intimidated. Xiao Riang's expression twists with a mix of shock and apprehension. As he stands before Chun Ha-jin, the tension between them palpable. The assassin's eyes glow with an eerie blue light, his voice cutting through the silence. "If you know your duties." He continues, his gaze piercing. "You shouldn't have appeared before me with that body." A chilling question hangs in the air. Or have I misjudged you all this time? Xiao Riang's mind races, a cold dread gripping him as he realizes the truth. The demon god's eyes. Does he know that I am actually the demon god in this body? Chun Ha-jin's presence looms, radiating an overwhelming power that seems to strip away all pretense. The weight of that gaze presses down on Xiao Riang, leaving him utterly exposed. He feels it acutely, a terrifying certainty. He's staring directly into my soul. Xiao Riang stands, his face a mask of profound shock. He grapples with the impossible situation, wondering what excuse he could possibly use now. A jolt of fear running through him as his eyes widen in alarm. He can't believe he was caught so easily. The full weight of his exposure crashes down. He, the demon god, his past actions, the people he's killed, the duties he's neglected, all laid bare. He desperately questions what crucial detail he's missing, what allowed his true identity to be seen through. The desolate mountains stretch out, silent witnesses to the unfolding drama. Elsewhere, the dark hair of Chun Ha-jin is visible, his presence a quiet, ominous counterpoint, as golden particles shimmer around his hand, hinting at the power he wields. He calmly informs the other, "I will send you back within 3 days. You may go now." A look of disbelief crosses Xiao Riang's face as he questions, "Huh? That's it?" His eyes wide with anxiety, he presses further, "But what about the oversight? Am I allowed to go outside or not?" The stress evident in his voice, he pleads, "So, am I allowed to do as I please? Just tell me." Ugh, this is so stressful. Later, a towering pagoda stands majestically on a distant, floating island, its ancient structure reaching towards the heavens. From an ornate balcony, Chun Ha-jin gazes out at the serene vista, a thought echoing in his mind about the demonic judgment pavilion with clear skies and green pastures. He reflects on the passage of time, noting, "It's been a long time since I saw this sight." A majestic, ethereal mountain range, shrouded in mist and bathed in soft, purple light, stretches towards the heavens. Below, a grand, multi-tiered pagoda, intricately carved and adorned with golden accents, stands serenely amidst lush greenery. As night falls, the pagoda is silhouetted against a full moon and a star-dusted sky, its dark form imposing. Inside, a hand carefully pours a stream of clear liquid from an ornate, dragon-emblazoned flask into a matching cup. Chun Ha-jin, his expression calm and authoritative, offers a reward, stating that this is for hard work. A subordinate, his face etched with gratitude and a hint of awe, humbly accepts, declaring himself honored. Yet, in a stark contrast, he is later seen confined within a dark, metallic cage, his gaze distant and resigned. Kneeling on a rich red carpet, a gleaming dagger clutched in his hand, his posture one of solemn resolve. A hooded figure, his back to the viewer, stands silently as an unseen voice questions what is happening with the third. A man in a dark, embroidered robe sits, holding a bowl, a sudden realization striking him. He had been recovering at his home, now confined within a cage. An unseen voice questions, "Is that all?" The man in the cage responds, "Yes," as his hand gently cradles a small, serpentine creature, seemingly in good health. The narration shifts, recalling a time 10 years prior, when Chun Ha-jin had abandoned something he believed to be an illusion, only to be dragged into a hellish existence by a venomous devil, his eyes now glowing with a sinister red light. Yet, upon seeing Chun Ha-jin again, the speaker realized he had already transformed into a true devil. While distancing himself from evil, he was also coming to understand death itself. The ground around him seemingly absorbing dark, ethereal particles. Seo Riang stands alone, gazing upwards into an unseen expanse. Meanwhile, the general strategist observes with a stern, calculating expression, his thoughts hidden behind a furrowed brow. And Chun Ha-jin, his dark eyes sharp with an unsettling intensity, knows of a place where evil is judged, a demonic judgment pavilion. There, the object to be judged is brought forth by the demon lord, and the final verdict is delivered by him, and the very formation of the pavilion itself, a process that embodies its heart. This demonic judgment pavilion, a structure of ancient power, serves as the ultimate arbiter. For those who dare to enter its domain, it mercilessly reveals their concealed evil, exposing even their subconscious state. And if the object of judgment fails to meet the demon lord's approval, the consequences are swift and brutal. At that very moment, depending on the demon lord's will, the demonic formation of the pavilion itself will attack them, unleashing its full, terrifying power. As soon as they harbor any intention to kill, they are devoured in such a wretched way, their very essence consumed by the monstrous vines. He explains that it is a formation technique designed to uncover one's true intentions. A high-level creation that only the demon lord himself can cast. Later, in a different setting, Chun Ha-jin inquires about the solitary bamboo grove, asking if it is being properly maintained. The response confirms that personnel from the Court of Elders are dispatched every other day for its upkeep. He then hears that while there's an average of 5 casualties per month, there have fortunately been no deaths in the past few months. With a small wooden box in his hands, he opens it to reveal a delicate ring nestled within. He declares his intention to send the third young lord to the bamboo grove. A gasp escapes the third young lord, his body collapsing to the ground. As a grotesque rat-like creature scurries across the stone floor, a vision of the dangers to come, a shadowy figure with piercing blue eyes reacts with disbelief to the solitary bamboo grove. Meanwhile, a cold, calculating gaze settles upon the scene. While a bloodied, serpentine creature rides nearby, another ominous sign. From his ornate throne, Chun Ha-jin confirms with chilling certainty, that's right. The shadowy observer echoes his words with a hint of dark amusement. It's the perfect place to get some fresh air. The darkness around the observer deepens, their eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. A silent, powerful presence filling the space. From the shadows, a pair of glowing blue eyes watches, observing the unfolding events with keen interest. Meanwhile, a strange, two-headed lizard-like creature scurries through the undergrowth, its presence a subtle omen. The third young lord, clutching a similar creature in his hand, struggles through a dense bamboo forest. His voice, filled with resentment, echoes through the stalks, cursing the demon lord for his merciless decision. In a fit of frustration, he bites down on the creature's tail, his teeth gritted in silent rage. The towering bamboo grove looms around him, an ominous, endless expanse, as he questions the necessity of being sent to such a desolate place. His face contorted with despair and anger, he demands to know what transgression warranted such a solitary and perilous exile. Suspended precariously amidst the bamboo stalks, he hangs, a lone figure lost in the vast, green wilderness. Beyond the dense grove, the landscape opens into a desolate, misty expanse, a chilling testament to the ominous destination that awaits him. A furious cry echoes through the desolate space. "Demon Lord, you asshole!" His voice, though filled with venom, is swallowed by the immense, glowing bamboo forest, leaving him a solitary, tiny figure peering into the misty abyss below. A furious cry of "Demon Lord, you asshole!" rips through the dense, glowing forest. The vibrant blue particles of mana shimmering in the disturbed air. The angry shouts of "asshole, asshole!" echo across the vast, mountainous landscape. As Seo Riang, clearly exasperated, wonders aloud how this could possibly be the perfect place for fresh air, muttering "ugh, bastard asshole, pretty shit," under his breath. Before he can continue his tirade, a hand clamps down on him, and a voice calmly states, "Pardon my language, but this is quite disrespectful, young lord." The grip on his collar tightens, a silent warning. He snaps back, his voice laced with indignation. "Hey, what did you say?" The sound of a heavy pack shifting accompanies the tense silence. For any foul or abusive language directed towards the demon lord is an offense serious enough to be punished by immediate death, with no exceptions, even for the young lords and ladies. Still, he glares, his annoyance palpable. A firm grip on his shoulder pulls him back, as a voice admonishes, "Hey, you should know better, huh?" He protests, "I wasn't bad-mouthing the demon lord." "Is that so? Then it's all a misunderstanding," he retorts. A frustrated "God damn it" escapes him. As he bursts out, "Is it forbidden or something? Why can't I talk behind his back?" His expression turns serious, for rather than a deity, they see him as a true god. He questions the approaching figure, asking if they are from the Court of Elders. As a foot steps forward with quiet resolve, the figure confirms their affiliation. A hand reaches out, seemingly in a gesture of greeting or deference, though the intent remains unclear. The sound of fabric rustling accompanies the movement, as the figure completes their approach. Introducing himself as Ma Dongpil, a servant from the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult's Court of Elders, he expresses his honor at the prospect of serving as a personal guard. With a respectful bow, Ma Dongpil formally presents himself. However, Xiao Riang dismisses the offer with a wave of his hand, stating he doesn't care for such formalities and simply wants to be left alone. Ma Dongpil's expression tightens slightly, a hint of surprise or concern crossing his features at the blunt refusal. Burning with fervent passion, Ma Dongpil kneels before Xiao Riang, swearing to devote himself entirely as his guard and protect him with his life, addressing him as the third young lord. However, Xiao Riang quickly interjects, telling him to stop and not to swear such an oath, leaving Ma Dongpil looking up in surprise. Later, a serene path winds through an ancient, sun-dappled forest, its towering trees creating a canopy of green. Amidst this tranquil beauty, Ma Dongpil stands alone, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings with a subtle rustle of his robes. He takes a moment to appreciate the vista, muttering about the amazing scenery. But his admiration quickly turns to a grim realization, as he grunts, understanding that in the end, there is only one result to his current predicament. His face contorts in frustration, as the stark truth dawns on him. He can't get out of here. No matter how hard he tries, Xiao Riang finds himself unable to leave this place. A frustrated groan escaping him as a single tear traces a path down his cheek. He despises his own helplessness, never having imagined he would be trapped in such a predicament. Yet, a sense of calm washes over him. It was never going to be easy, after all. He resolves to stop wasting time on useless thoughts. It was a dark premonition, he recalls, that he would be reincarnated as the third young lord of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. He knows he must eventually escape this place, but for now, it remains an impossible task. Thus, for the time being, he accepts the reality. He has no choice but to live as the Heavenly Demon's third young lord, Xiao Riang. He clenches his fist, a fierce resolve burning within him, knowing that to survive in this new reality, he must become stronger. The Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, a place where the law of the jungle reigns supreme, upholds the survival of only the fittest, far more so than any other group in Murim. And it is certainly not a place where he can afford to wait passively, only to be culled and kicked out. Ultimately, he understands that he will have to embrace the path of martial arts, regardless of whether it leads to life or death. As he walks, his thoughts solidify, reflecting on the tricky, shrouded truth that he is now the third young lord of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. With a determined gaze and a clenched fist, he vows to prove his worth through sheer strength. Suddenly, a voice calls out, filled with surprise and concern. As a blonde-haired man looks on with a startled expression, a sudden, piercing scream rips through the silence. As Xiao Riang's face contorts in a raw, guttural cry, standing before him, a blonde-haired man in dark robes speaks with a tone of gentle concern, informing him that his meal is ready. Xiao Riang, his expression still etched with annoyance, reminds the man that he had explicitly asked not to be disturbed. The blonde man, looking surprised, points out that 2 days have already passed since their arrival. He continues, his voice filled with genuine worry, explaining that his young lord hasn't consumed a single drop of water or bite of food, prompting his concern for his well-being. Xiao Riang's eyes widen in disbelief at the mention of 2 days, then he questions the man's overly surprised expression. With a respectful bow, the blonde man affirms, confirming the passage of time to his lord. Xiao Riang muses internally, finding the man quite inflexible, and wonders if all members of the Heavenly Demon Cult share this trait. A serene mist hangs heavy in the air, obscuring the dense bamboo grove in a soft, ethereal glow. 3 days after entering the solitary bamboo grove, he sits in deep meditation, the world outside his focus fading into insignificance. As he begins to channel his energy, a soft, azure glow emanates from his hands, the boundless technique strengthening his body and mind. The surrounding bamboo blurs, a testament to the intense focus of his cultivation. Seated calmly on a stone, the blue energy swirls around him, a visible manifestation of his deepening power. Suddenly, his eyes snap open in surprise, a realization dawning on him about the boundless technique's true nature, which can be divided into 5 stages of power. As his power surges, the very bamboo shoots around him respond, growing rapidly and glowing with the same ethereal blue energy. The boundless technique, a path of 5 distinct stages, now sees him firmly established at its 3rd level, a remarkable feat of rapid advancement. Reflecting on his past as the Assassin King, he recalls reaching the peak of the 4th stage of power, understanding that the boundless technique prioritizes the physical body over enlightenment. Yet, even with his weakened state and blocked chi, This body is already at the peak of the third stage, on the verge of the fourth. A thought crosses his mind. Could it be that this Xiao Riang is truly a genius? Around him, the very plants glow with vibrant energy, as the purification technique automatically activates. This technique cleanses both his body and the surrounding environment of impurities and toxins, purifying the ambient qi and allowing him to absorb it with unprecedented speed, accelerating his advancement. At this rate, he realizes he will return to his previous power much faster than he had ever imagined. A soft thrum resonates through his body, a subtle vibration of newly invigorated life. His tattered blood pathways and vital organs, once ravaged, now feel much healthier, surpassing even the physical age of this body. Thanks to this rapid recovery, the flow of life force and vital energy within him has become significantly smoother. He notices another change. His hair, once a lighter shade, has grown noticeably darker. A quiet thought crosses his mind, recalling the old saying, "They do say that your hair loses its color when your qi is blocked." He had also slept remarkably well, and now, enjoying a meal, he compliments the cook. "Udongpil, you're an excellent cook." Beyond physical changes, he realizes he can once again tap into the abilities he possessed in his previous life, when he was an assassin. One such power, acquired during his time as the Assassin King, was an ability called hypersensation. The world around him seems to sharpen, colors intensifying, and sounds becoming acutely clear. The ability known as hypersensation had been a natural awakening, born from his countless brushes with death and the harsh experiences of surviving as an assassin. And the martial art that amplified this heightened perception, a subtle, shimmering energy flowing around him, was none other than the Heavenly Net's six-power technique. As the knowledge flooded his mind, Xiao Riang felt a surge of raw power, his senses overwhelmed by the sudden influx of information. The world around him seemed to ripple and distort, manifesting as a vibrant, almost three-dimensional overlay of energy and perception. A fleeting vision, perhaps a memory from omniscient secret, flashed before his eyes, revealing a woman trapped within a cage. As he understood the technique allowed one to perceive the flow of mana and the very substance of all things. With this newfound clarity, he could sense his entire surroundings vividly, even without turning his head. Standing calmly, his hands clasped before him, Xiao Riang absorbed the profound implications of his awakened abilities. A subtle, knowing smile touched his lips, a silent acknowledgement of the formidable power now at his command. A small, scaly creature grumbled softly, its claws digging into the dry earth. Meanwhile, he found himself reflecting on his own behavior, chiding himself for acting so childishly, dismissing it as utterly pointless. His musings were abruptly interrupted as the general strategist peeked around a corner, calling out to him before quickly apologizing for startling him. The strategist then announced that his meal was ready, inviting him to come inside, though he couldn't shake the feeling that the man had been watching him the entire time. As they walked, the strategist playfully challenged him, wondering who would ultimately prevail in their unspoken contest, to which the strategist simply affirmed his loyalty. Still, he remained wary, convinced the strategist was merely feigning loyalty to continue his surveillance. Above them, birds soared freely through the clear sky, their calls echoing in the tranquil air. The general strategist, however, held a deeper purpose, his role in the unfolding events set to become far more significant from this moment forward. Finally, he simply commanded, "Let's head back." The general strategist led the way through the dense bamboo forest, with Xiao Riang following close behind. Within Xiao Riang's mind, Chun Hajin's eyes glowed with a fierce, violet light. As he considered his current predicament, if he could only reclaim the experience and knowledge he had as the Assassin King, this weak body would become strong again in no time. Meanwhile, the general strategist continued to lead, his gaze fixed ahead. Suddenly, his eyes darted upwards, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He continued to stare into the sky, his expression growing more intense. The bamboo around them seemed to hum with an unseen energy. As faint, glowing particles began to drift through the air, he wondered aloud if it was a ghost. The general strategist's face was etched with genuine surprise and concern, his composure momentarily broken by the mysterious phenomenon. A gentle breeze rustles through the leaves, carrying them downward. As Xiao Riang stands, his long hair swaying with an unseen energy, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupts around him, creating a swirling vortex of wind and light as he acknowledges the return of his strength. He feels his former self re-emerging, thanks to the heavenly demon's rigorous training. With a determined gaze, he wonders if he can now truly fly, a test of his newly restored abilities. The energy around him intensifies once more, and he effortlessly rises into the air, confirming the return of his two martial prowesses. Though bonds are still required to restrain his immense strength, he resolves to break them, knowing only one final step remains in his journey. With a determined grunt, he unleashes a flurry of martial arts, white energy trailing from his movements. His hand strikes with precision, generating a powerful impact as he practices the Dark Shadow Guan Dao, an elite martial art forged from the techniques of the 10 great sects. A confident smile spreads across his face, knowing these 3 basic martial arts are just the beginning. He continues his practice with a shout, mastering the techniques he has learned so far as the Assassin King, Chun Hajin. Leaping high into the air, he feels his strength returning, confident he can become strong again in no time. From a bamboo branch above, another figure observes, pausing to consider the martial arts being displayed. He wonders if he is truly allowed to learn the dark shadow Guandao. Meanwhile, the practitioner's thoughts turn serious, reflecting on the heavenly demon divine cult. He confirms his identity as the third young Lord Xiao Riang, not Chun Hajin, and muses that there must have been a demonic art he was originally practicing. The observer, still perched, continues to wonder about the true nature of the power he is witnessing. Xiao Riang's eyes widen in surprise, as a sudden, unseen force sends him tumbling with a heavy thud, leaving him disoriented in a vast, misty expanse, where endless rows of wooden stakes stretch into the bleak distance. Regaining his composure, he calls out, "Hey, Dongpil." From the ground, Ma Dongpil scrambles up, startled, asking, "Yes, you called for me, young lord?" Still shaken, he admits, "Shit, you scared me." The young lord then states, "There's something I want to ask," to which Ma Dongpil readily replies, "Ask away, young lord." Xiao Riang, deep in thought, ponders the teachings of his masters, wondering if there's a deeper truth he has yet to grasp. Still pondering the deeper truths of his martial arts, Xiao Riang questions if he has truly learned all there is to know from his masters. Ma Dongpil, sensing his contemplation, offers a humble apology for failing to answer his question adequately. Xiao Riang reiterates his concern, asking what would happen if he didn't learn demonic arts, just as he had said before. Ma Dongpil considers the gravity of the situation, wondering if such a thing is even possible. He then voices his deeper concern that the young lord would be considerably displeased if Xiao Riang failed to learn the demonic arts. The weight of that displeasure hangs in the air, a silent threat to their future. Xiao Riang's gaze sharpens, his mind clearly working through complex implications. A soft rustling sound echoes through the bamboo grove, as Ma Dongpil calls out to him. Xiao Riang acknowledges him, and Ma Dongpil then directs him to the library, as mandated. A young man with light hair delivers a message, relaying the explicit mandate of the third young lord. This directive requires him to bring back all the secret arts he can borrow, specifically focusing on the subject of demonic arts. Xiao Riang considers the weight of this task, his gaze reflecting a mix of contemplation and resolve, before a subtle smile touches his lips. The path to the library, where these secret texts await, is now clear. Ma Dongpil confirms the details, asking if this is indeed what the young lord has requested, to which Xiao Riang affirms. Kneeling respectfully, Xiao Riang addresses him as master, and Ma Dongpil confirms the mandate once more. The general strategist ponders the third young lord's actions, wondering if he truly understands the implications of his decisions. He considers if the young master is merely trying to provoke a reaction from those around him, a subtle test of loyalty or resolve. Meanwhile, the third young lord sits in quiet contemplation, his expression unreadable. Approaching him with deference, the general strategist kneels and offers a sincere apology, acknowledging his own disrespectful thoughts. The third young lord responds with a calm gaze, stating that a true leader must always know the weak and protect them. The strategist then recalls the previous lord's words, who had warned him to be wary of those who only seek power, and questions if the former lord's retainers truly understood his intentions. The third young lord listens intently, his expression unwavering. The general strategist admits his uncertainty, confessing he doesn't know if the third young lord truly possesses the memories of his past self. From the very beginning, the third young lord was exceptionally talented, yet also incredibly greedy and arrogant, holding no regard for those beneath him. The general strategist observes the third young lord, his thoughts turning to the recent report from Ma Dongpil. He considers the young man's words, the way he carries himself, and the implications of his past actions, wondering if he truly remembers his former self, or if this is a new persona entirely. It is difficult to discern if he is the same person who once led the heavenly demon divine cult. The strategist's gaze lingers on the third young lord, a silent question hanging in the air. How much of his past does he truly recall? He considers the reports from Ma Dongpil, weighing every detail. The third young lord, sensing the scrutiny, offers a calm response, assuring him that his questions are well received, but advising against overthinking the matter. The general strategist reflects on the third young lord's potential, recognizing that he is not merely a successor, but a force capable of reshaping the very foundation of the demon cult. He ponders the mystery of the third young lord's memories, the lingering questions about his true identity, and the profound implications for the future of the cult. This enigma is precisely why he is considered among the most promising successors. With a decisive gesture, the general strategist reveals his true purpose, explaining that this very potential is why he has been chosen for a significant role. He extends his hand, presenting a golden, ornate key, a symbol of the responsibility now entrusted to the third young lord. His gaze sharpens, a hint of concern in his eyes as he addresses his master, acknowledging the weight of the situation. The general strategist, his expression unreadable, then asks if he knows the true meaning of the words he just spoke, before adding a final, crucial point. Oh, and one more thing. Xiao Riang listens intently, his gaze dropping in thought before meeting the general strategist's eyes as he confirms his understanding, while the general strategist continues to press the importance of his words. The general strategist's eyes narrow slightly as he asks, "You know how dangerous the bamboo grove is, don't you?" He turns his head slightly, his voice carrying a tone of expectation as he adds, "I'm sure you'll do fine, but make sure to explain everything to the third young lord as soon as possible." His voice echoes, emphasizing the gravity of the task. "Your duty is of utmost significance. Make sure to serve him to the best of your abilities." Seo Riang bows deeply, his posture respectful and resolute, confirming his understanding with a simple, "Yes, master, I'll keep that in mind." The general strategist watches him, a thoughtful expression on his face as he considers the implications of the task ahead, muttering to himself about the need to send someone to the bamboo grove. The general strategist's thoughts drift to the solitary bamboo grove, a demonic forest that existed long before the heavenly demon divine cult ever settled on the 100,000 mountains. This ancient grove was the true culprit, a place that had claimed the lives of countless demonic humans over 1,000 years. Despite its immense power, the demonic forest within the divine cult's territory was not vast, yet it had been instrumental in helping the cult rise to become one of the strongest in no time at all. It was said to provide the greatest of gifts to those who were fated to receive them, but for those who weren't, it offered only the kiss of death. This was the very place where the third young lord had already been killed a second time. The general strategist, having once endured punishment at the demonic judgment pavilion, now reflects on the past. His thoughts drift to the perilous solitary bamboo grove, wondering what fate awaits within its depths. Meanwhile, deep within a secluded area, the dense bamboo stands tall under the moonlight. Inside a quiet study, a voice begins to count, 1, 2, 3, 4, until Seo Riang's eyes widen in disbelief, exclaiming, 17? He gestures to the towering stack of ancient texts, demanding to know, "Why have you brought so many?" Chun Ha-jin, standing calmly amidst the books, replies, "It's not a lot. I only brought the best ones for you." As Seo Riang retorts, "This is not a lot." A wave of frustration washes over Seo Riang, as he internally curses, "Shit, do I really have to master demonic arts now?" As a book is opened, Seo Riang mutters, "No," while Chun Ha-jin adds, "It looks like demonic arts to be." He knew he had to master them, no matter how many days it took, but the sheer volume of the demonic arts texts felt like an insurmountable wall. He needed to look at them without any bias, he thought, as Chun Ha-jin stood before him, surrounded by towering stacks of books, confirming that these were indeed the demonic arts. Each volume, filled with ancient script, promised mastery over formidable techniques. The sheer number was daunting, for these were the 10 great demonic arts of their school, and Seo Riang felt the weight of the task before him. As Chun Ha-jin explained that these were only accessible to the second and third young lords, Seo Riang could only respond with a hesitant, "Is that so?" Chun Ha-jin continued, explaining that these demonic arts were so potent that even someone from the demonic judgment cult would struggle to master them, let alone a mere human. Noticing Seo Riang's intense gaze, Chun Ha-jin asked why he was being looked at in such a way. He quickly apologized, admitting that he felt as though he was seeing a new side of his young lord, a side he hadn't anticipated. Then, with a hint of concern, Chun Ha-jin asked if Seo Riang truly remembered none of these secret texts. He stands in silence, his expression a mixture of contemplation and deep concern. A heavy hand rests upon a tome, the sheer volume of forgotten knowledge a palpable presence. Turning to his companion, he calls out to Ma Dongpil. He explains his predicament, reminding the elder that he had completely lost his memory after the Qi deviation, a devastating event that stripped him of his past. And to make matters worse, he had been relegated to the position of third young lord. Clutching his head in frustration, he knows he must find a way forward. His voice filled with desperation, he reveals his urgent need to relearn all the demonic arts he has forgotten. Gesturing towards the towering stacks of texts, he pleads for assistance. With a determined gaze, he declares Ma Dongpil his only hope. Still pleading for assistance, Seo Riang explains his need to train, requesting access to weapons from the Daybreak Armory. Observing the young lord's raw emotion, Ma Dongpil wonders internally why he is so distraught. A memory flashes through his mind, of a determined Chun Ha-jin declaring, "I will support you with my life, young lord." Ma Dongpil, however, is left to ponder, what the hell should I do with this guy? Far from the emotional plea, a quiet bamboo grove stands, marked by numerous stakes driven into the earth. Small, dark creatures perch silently among the bamboo, their presence adding to the grove's hushed atmosphere. With measured steps, a figure moves through the tranquil setting. The blonde-haired man pauses, his sharp gaze thoughtful amidst the dappled light of the bamboo. He continues his journey through the dense foliage, within the very bamboo grove where the Assassin King is said to reside. Finally, he glances upward, his arrival seemingly complete. Seo Riang sat in quiet contemplation, his gaze fixed on the open book before him. Meanwhile, the general strategist, his expression resolute, affirmed his duty, knowing he must ensure nothing disturbed the young lord's concentration. A faint purple aura shimmered around him as he resolved to retrieve the weapons the young lord had requested as swiftly as possible. His hand instinctively gripped the hilt of his sheathed blade, a silent promise that he would not let his guard down, no matter the challenge. With purpose in his stride, the general strategist stepped out into the desolate, ash-covered landscape, his footsteps echoing softly as he began his journey. His hand reached out, brushing against something unseen, a rustling sound accompanying his movement. Back in his chamber, Xiao Riang knelt on the floor, the book still clutched in his hands, his posture conveying a deep sense of burden or contemplation. His eyes flared brighter, his aura intensifying as he considered the possibility of an ambush, reminding himself to remain vigilant. Meanwhile, two men conversed nearby, one with fiery red hair, the other blonde, discussing a missing individual. The red-haired man noted the blonde's local appearance, while the blonde expressed concern that Dongpil had not yet returned to the village. Unaware of the specific conversation, Xiao Riang decided his training was sufficient for the moment, concluding his session with a quiet exhalation. A dark, shadowy presence begins to coalesce, its form indistinct yet menacing, as a voice echoes through the air. Chun Hajin turns, his expression unreadable, as the question hangs heavy. Are you back already? From the deepening shadows, a pair of glowing red eyes pierce the gloom, a guttural roar tearing through the quiet. Hajin's gaze hardens, his resolve unwavering, as the monstrous entity lunges. A massive, shadowy claw sweeps in from behind, forcing him to twist away, barely evading the crushing impact. The attack continues, a blur of red and black energy, too fast to fully track. He tries to counter, but the sheer force of the blows is overwhelming, shattering his defenses. With a final, devastating impact, Chun Hajin is slammed into the earth, the ground cracking beneath him. The shadowy monster stands triumphant amidst the ruins of the bamboo forest, its power leaving a trail of utter devastation. Still reeling from the impact, he struggles to comprehend how such a seemingly powerless entity could have inflicted such damage. His body still suspended in the air from the force of the blow. The monstrous, shadowy form looms large, its destructive power evident in the shattered landscape. His eyes widen in disbelief as he finally focuses on the creature, only to find himself staring into a single, glowing, avian eye. The head of a massive, red-plumed chicken fills his vision, and he sees more of them, a whole flock of formidable, glowing-eyed fowl surrounding him. A gasp escapes him as the absurd truth dawns. It's a chicken. Sweat beads on his brow, his mind struggling to process the utterly ridiculous reality of his situation. As the full, bizarre form of the creature comes into view, revealing its 6 legs, a wing at its head, and 3 distinct heads, Chun Hajin can only stare in utter disbelief, questioning if these chicken-like monstrosities are truly the formidable foe he's been battling. The sheer absurdity of the situation leaves him speechless, his mind struggling to process the reality. The multi-headed creature lets out a series of unsettling clucks, its glowing eyes fixed on him. As the bizarre sounds echo around him, a strange, almost uncontrollable urge to laugh begins to bubble up. He can't help but wonder, why does this ridiculous situation feel so incredibly funny? A sharp cry escapes Chun Hajin as the absurd monster's attack connects, sending a jolt of pain through him. Feathers scatter violently through the air as the creature unleashes another flurry. The dark plumage drifts downward, a testament to the monster's chaotic assault. Despite the pain, he moves with practiced grace, engaging the multi-headed abomination in a desperate dance of combat. Yet, another impact sends him reeling, a guttural cry escaping his lips as he realizes the creature is employing sound arts. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired figure observes from a serene bamboo grove, their gaze fixed on something intriguing. Oh, look at this weapon, they muse aloud. The lush green stalks of bamboo stand tall and silent around them. Their armored shoulder gleams faintly, suggesting a readiness for battle even in this tranquil setting. A thoughtful expression crosses their face as they ponder. This should be a weapon, right? He walks through a mystical forest, its trees glowing with an ethereal light. As his companions reflect on his past, the third young lord was once a swordsman, renowned for his skill, yet now he struggles to even create his own blade. One of them muses, perhaps he will regain his lost memories once he finally holds a weapon in his hands. The companion continues, admitting that while they don't know the full extent of his past violence, they've imagined his formidable acts and are committed to helping the young lord recover his memories. As Chun Hajin sits, lost in thought, the woman reiterates that the third young lord was a skilled swordsman who hasn't yet forged his own blade, while the man confidently asserts he surely will. The woman's voice echoes, urging patience, believing it's too soon for the third young lord, and she reminds herself she cannot get emotionally involved. He continues his journey through the forest, a determined expression settling on his face as faint red particles begin to swirl around him. When suddenly, a potent, metallic aroma fills the air, signaling a strong scent of blood. His eyes widen in alarm as a voice cries out, "Young lord." A piercing, guttural cry erupts from the red, feathered creature. A massive, scaly green hand clenches, its sharp claws digging into something unseen. Xiao Riang, his expression hardening, acknowledges the creature's presence. And with a swift, decisive motion, he draws his sword, the blade flashing as he prepares for battle. The scaly hand recoils with a metallic clang, struck by an unseen force. The red creature shrieks again, its body blurring from the impact. He launches himself into the air, his sword arcing towards the monstrous bird. His face contorted in a snarl of fury. He continues his relentless assault, demanding to know how the creature dares to stand against him. A monstrous, red, bird-like creature lunges forward with a guttural cry, sending Chun Ha-jin reeling backward from the sheer force of its attack, his body twisting in the air as he cries out. The beast continues its relentless assault, its sharp beak open in a furious roar. Yet, with a sudden, explosive impact, the creature is thrown back, recoiling from an unseen counterattack. Chun Ha-jin stands firm, a shimmering blue-purple aura flaring around him as he activates the last shadow power technique. His eyes glow a fierce red, veins visibly pulsing as he unleashes his second form, hypervision. Shielding Xiao Riang from the chaos, Chun Ha-jin admits the overwhelming odds, stating, "There are too many. I can't protect you and fight at the same time." But Xiao Riang, undeterred, retorts, "Who's to say I can't protect myself? I'm not as weak as you think." He moved like a blur, a dark silhouette amidst the flurry of feathers and debris, engaging the monstrous, bird-like enemies in a chaotic mid-air dance. Each strike was precise, each dodge fluid, as he navigated the onslaught, feathers scattering with every impact. Then, a flash of insight, his enhanced vision piercing through their defenses, revealing a pulsating, glowing core deep within one of the creatures. He knew instantly, found it. That's its weakness. A fierce resolve hardened his features, his eyes burning with determination as he declared, "This is the end." With a surge of power, he launched himself forward, a crimson impact blooming in his wake. His polearm became an extension of his will, a deadly arc of steel cutting through the air. Another violent impact, more blood spraying as his attack found its mark. The weapon plunged deep into the monster's furry hide, piercing its vital core with devastating force. As the monster fell, he stood firm, his eyes glowing a fierce red, the polearm still embedded, a testament to his unwavering resolve. The aftermath of a brutal strike leaves blood splattering across a weapon, as a cloaked figure moves swiftly through the ensuing chaos. Debris rains down, the air thick with the dust of destruction. Amidst the shattered remnants of a structure, Chun Ha-jin stands, a voice calling out to him, "Young lord." He surveys the devastation, the once beautiful city bamboo garden now a ruin, another voice lamenting, "Oh no, the city bamboo garden." From above, the extent of the damage is clear, the desperate cries for the young lord echoing through the ravaged landscape. A new figure, a blonde-haired swordsman, appears, his expression grim as he grips his blade. An unseen voice calls out to him, "Hey, Mr. Ma." The swordsman, Ma, looks down, a quiet acknowledgement escaping his lips, "You're back." The ground lies scarred and broken, bamboo shattered, and fresh blood staining the earth as a hand reaches out amidst the carnage. Rushing forward, his face etched with worry, Ma demands to know if the young lord is all right. Covered in gore, Xiao Riang simply stares at his own bloodied hand, wondering what all the fuss is about. He recalls the devastation, his home, and the monster responsible, the memory of the creature that did this still fresh in his mind. Still insistent, Ma urges him to treat his wounds, but Xiao Riang calmly states that the blood isn't his. The revelation leaves Ma stunned. Indeed, despite the gruesome scene, the young lord is unharmed, aside from a few scratches. He stands amidst the carnage, a testament to his resilience. The azure lotus, a creature as dangerous as a leopard, was the cause of this destruction. As the dust settled, Ma Dongpil, still reeling from the destruction, questioned him, asking if he had truly defeated the monstrous entity alone, or if there was anyone else present. Xiao Riang, seemingly unfazed, responded with a question of his own, inquiring about a big pot and why Ma Dongpil was so curious. He then cryptically suggested putting water in a big pot to boil for ramen, leaving Ma Dongpil utterly bewildered by the sudden shift in topic. With a sigh, Ma Dongpil stated that he would need a proper explanation, his patience wearing thin with the young lord's evasiveness. Xiao Riang's words seemed to strike a chord, causing Ma Dongpil to react with a sharp intake of breath. He then pressed Xiao Riang on how he knew about this place, only for the young lord to deflect, asking what he was even talking about. Meanwhile, far from their conversation, a lone figure stood amidst a desolate, blood-soaked landscape, his dark cloak and sword stained crimson, a silent testament to a brutal conflict. The ancient Tang bamboo grove has always been revered as a sacred site within the heavenly demon-divine cult's territory. A natural formation, yet the only one of its kind in their vast domain, and someone observes, there's something truly special about this forest. The spiritual qi, rather than spreading throughout the entire area, circulates exclusively within the bamboo forest itself. Over time, this unique circulation caused the spiritual qi in the bamboo forest to become increasingly concentrated. A man by a fire remarks on its density. It's especially thick and strong, while another adds, they seem to have a special origin, though. The first man continues, explaining that the bamboo found here is far more durable and stronger than any average bamboo, which is precisely what makes the forest so remarkable. Another voice questions, also, is that why they became a sacred place? A man with pointed ears muses, so the bamboo grove is a sacred place. He recalls that as officials of the divine cult, they had always simply considered these bamboo trees to be a bit stronger than average. This unique bamboo is not merely for reverence. Items crafted from these trees are utilized for military bamboo armor. What does that mean? You can make medicine elixirs, a young man asks, his voice laced with disbelief. That's not possible. The other explains that the majority of trees with medicinal value grow deep within the forest. Xiao Riang listens intently, realizing the problem extends to the forests of Zhanghayan and Taihayan as well. A steaming dish of food, rich with ingredients, sits before them. As the young man confirms that the rarest liquor is also found among them. What, he asks, his voice rising. You mean there are more of those bastards? Furthermore, he adds, some of the confirmed mid-level masters are as strong as the perfection-level masters. So, they stop by the forest twice a year to harvest the divine bamboo, along with the elders, guardians, and other high-ranking civil executives. For them, he declares, a determined glint in his eyes. The city bamboo garden is considered the safest place in the heavenly bamboo grove. He considers the implications, realizing that the city bamboo garden isn't just a simple garden, but a formidable fortress. Indeed, it's not merely a garden, but a meticulously constructed defensive structure designed to withstand any assault. Even the octagonal wall formation outside speaks to its impenetrable nature, a clear sign of its true purpose. He acknowledges the effort, conceding that the preparations are more than sufficient for a mere guard, and decides not to worry about it further. A voice cuts through his thoughts, offering a bowl of food, suggesting he eat first. The dish, presented with care, is declared to be perfectly cooked, though its appearance gives him pause. He stares at the unappetizing meal, wondering if it's truly meant for consumption, or if it's some kind of cruel joke. A look of utter disgust crosses his face as he ponders if this concoction is even edible. Chun Ha-jin, observing his reaction, gently chides him, reminding him that he can't always eat luxurious fare, and that sometimes one must make do with what is available. He takes a long, noisy slurp from his bowl, as Chun Ha-jin gently offers him another, asking if the food is still unappetizing. His thoughts drift to the garden, recognizing it as the source of a powerful energy, and he resolves to master the demonic arts as quickly as possible. Even while eating, his mind analyzes the octagonal wall formation, noting its professional construction and functional design. Chun Ha-jin observes that he's already taking over his duties, but Xiao Riang simply states he's merely doing what needs to be done. Intrigued, Chun Ha-jin asks if he's studied formations before, to which Xiao Riang hesitantly denies, then dismisses his own answer as an excuse. He continues to eat, internally acknowledging that formations are indeed a subject of martial arts study. Ma Dongpil explains that it's not something one can pick up just by reading a few books. Chun Ha-jin, however, recalls that Xiao Riang had finished reading more than 10 volumes of books in just 3 days. He then questions aloud, wondering how he knew all of this already. Ma Dongpil, seemingly oblivious to the underlying tension, simply asks if he's done clucking. Chun Ha-jin, feeling a bit embarrassed, admits that he has a weak stomach. However, when he becomes serious, he displays an aura that is difficult to approach. Furthermore, even when he lost his martial prowess in his package, he did not seem to be particularly frustrated. Suddenly, a loud burp echoes through the room, coming from Xiao Riang. Chun Ha-jin, startled, realizes that there must be something he doesn't know. From within a serene, traditional setting, a profound decision is made. He declares, I've decided to master demonic arts. Yet, a critical obstacle remains, but I cannot continue practicing with this body. If I am to use the true demonic arts, then I must rebuild the foundation of my body. The Dark Shadow Chi, a demonic art never before revealed, was meticulously crafted by combining the secret techniques of the 10 great sects, a legacy from his time as the Assassin King. Conversely, the true demonic arts form the very bedrock of all demonic arts. The way he learns it will fundamentally alter the nature, grade, and quality of his chi. He ponders, what if I could compensate for the insufficient foundation of my Dark Shadow Chi with the true demonic arts? The principle is simple. If a single drop of ink contaminates clean water, the entire bowl becomes tainted. Like ink spreading through water. Demonic arts are similar. This is especially true for the true demonic arts, which involve mixing the secrets of the 10 demonic styles cultivated within the heavenly demon divine cult. Therefore, to fully develop the young martial prowess of Dark Shadow Chi, which is less than 1 generation old, there is nothing more suitable than this path. In an ethereal, shimmering space, a profound thought echoes, wondering if the path ahead is simply destiny. With a resolute gaze, Xiao Riang prepares himself, declaring that it is time to begin. His eyes glowing with an inner blue light, he focuses on the formidable task of mastering the true demonic arts and Dark Shadow Chi. A surge of power emanates from him as he ponders the possibility of combining the fundamental basis of demonic arts with the secret techniques of the heavenly demon. Red and blue energies swirl violently around him as he sits in deep meditation, the forces of his new power beginning to coalesce. Later, standing in a serene courtyard, he observes his own hand, a faint shadow of a figure lingering behind him. Meanwhile, Ma Dongpil, sword in hand, reflects on the passage of time, noting that 3 days have already passed since Xiao Riang secluded himself. He recalls the strict instruction not to disturb him, no matter what, as he gazes towards the building where the young lord trains. Xiao Riang remained deep in meditation, a faint purple aura beginning to coalesce around him as the air hummed with a nascent power. He pondered if opposites truly attracted, as a new martial art began to form within him. The energy intensified, swirling in vibrant hues of purple and red around his seated form, a testament to the divine compatibility of the opposing forces he was merging. His face contorted with the strain of the process, sweat beading on his brow as the raw power coursed through him. The swirling aura around him grew more volatile, crackling with uncontrolled energy as the new martial art took shape within him. This new power, born from the dark shadow chi, promised to be even more destructive, transforming into an art far more stable than the true demonic arts. The energy around him erupted, a maelstrom of crimson and violet light, signifying the completion of his arduous training. His eyes remained closed, but a subtle purple glow emanated from beneath his lids, a quiet declaration that the transformation was complete. He could feel the immense power now coursing through his veins. His hand glowed with the newly acquired energy, a tangible manifestation of the martial power he now wielded. Elsewhere, Chun Hajin, pipe in hand, sensed the sudden, overwhelming surge of mystic energy, his expression one of profound surprise. As the immense power surged through him, Xiao Riang felt a new martial art solidify within his very being, a technique born of merged energies, and he knew precisely what it must be called. His eyes flared with a crimson glow, the dark energy swirling around him as he prepared to unleash its full potential. The dark shadow demonic art. Far away, a cloaked figure stood silhouetted against the horizon, his senses sharply attuned to the sudden, immense surge of power that rippled across the land, a profound shift in the world's balance. Meanwhile, deep within a verdant jungle, a monstrous roar echoed, as a hulking, ape-like beast with glowing red eyes emerged, its primal fury unleashed. Its guttural cries tore through the air, a terrifying challenge to any who dared approach. A lone fighter, caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the beast, spun around, his body tensing in alarm. Before he could even fully react, the monster lunged, its massive claw striking him with brutal force, sending him flying. Just as the fighter fell, a familiar, dark red energy, crackling with ominous power, erupted into the scene. Breathing heavily, the injured fighter hunches over, his body screaming from the recent struggle. He acknowledges the immense danger he just faced, still struggling to catch his breath. The jungle grows too perilous to venture further, and he finds his stamina completely depleted. Standing over the fallen ape-like creatures, his legs threaten to give out from under him. From a high vantage point, Xiao Riang surveys the vast, misty expanse below, suggesting they find an alternative route down. Blood splattered across his cheek, he maintains a serious, watchful expression. A monstrous ape-like creature snarls in pain, a sharp blade piercing its flesh. Standing calmly amidst the dense foliage, Xiao Riang observes that these creatures typically live in herds. A hint of concern crosses his face as he questions whether 3 creatures are truly enough to constitute a herd. A sharp, guttural cry echoes through the dense jungle, forcing a wounded fighter's eye to snap open. As he grits his teeth against the pain, realizing the sound is far too close. Suddenly, a horde of grotesque, ape-like creatures bursts from the foliage, their glowing red eyes fixed on their prey. These are the Xingxing, a known menace of the region, and they move as a unified, terrifying herd. Xiao Riang stands over the injured fighter, his expression grim as he observes the approaching threat, the fighter urging him to retreat from the overwhelming numbers. Despite the grim situation, Xiao Riang's resolve hardens, a quiet determination settling on his blood-smeared face as he dismisses the thought of retreat. He acknowledges the wisdom in Dongpil's words, knowing his own internal energy is nearly depleted after a day of relentless combat, but a deeper conviction drives him forward. There is no time for hesitation. He must perfect his new martial art now, if he hopes to escape this predicament. A surge of raw power begins to coalesce around him, a testament to his unwavering will. Pushing himself to the absolute brink, Xiao Riang channels his internal energy, determined to master the new technique. His eyes blaze with a fierce, crimson glow as the power surges through him. He vows to become stronger, embracing the forbidden path of the dark shadow demonic art. With a burst of speed, he closes the distance, a blur of motion against the monstrous Xingxing. A powerful kick connects, sending the beast reeling from the impact. Dark energy swirls around the defeated creature as it crashes to the ground. Wait. What did you just say? Ma Dongpil questions, his voice laced with disbelief. The third young lord is hunting herds of azure lotuses and Xingxing in the solitary bamboo grove. Seated upon an ornate throne, a figure with long, dark hair listens intently, his presence commanding the chamber. Before him, Ma Dongpil kneels respectfully, confirming, "That's correct." The seated man's expression remains unreadable, as he simply remarks, "How fascinating." He continues, pondering the implications of the report. If he had mastered the black dragon, it would have been difficult for him to escape the beast's hideous cries. A flicker of concern crosses Ma Dongpil's face as he internally grapples with the mention of blood flame mana. I'm hearing that again. Two ancient texts lie open, their contents seemingly insufficient for the task at hand. Neither of them suit him. Red Phoenix might be better, but it's still not enough to satisfy the heavenly demon either. The man on the throne then offers a suggestion to his kneeling subordinate. I believe you can use 3 of the 5 secret texts. His gaze sharpens as he elaborates on the difficulty of the task. It would be hard to master Red Phoenix in his state right now. As it is, he has a lot of his body after suffering from chi imbalance. The demon lord sips from his cup, his thoughts drifting to the one who was meant to master the dragon arts, wondering if he had truly failed to grasp them, or perhaps, if he had taken any of the forbidden demonic arts texts from the secret library. Before him, Xiao Riang kneels, his eyes glowing with a faint red light as he confesses, My apologies, demon lord. I have failed to meet your expectations. His voice filled with despair, Xiao Riang pleads, Please kill me. The demon lord, observing the young man's broken spirit, simply commands, Rise. He then reminds Xiao Riang of the ancient knowledge. Do you remember the 5 secret texts that were passed down to the demon lord's direct lineage? Xiao Riang remains bowed, listening intently. The demon lord continues, offering a path to redemption. You have the authority to access the secret library. With renewed hope, Xiao Riang responds, Yes, my lord. The demon lord then declares, Then, I will respect your decision. From the depths, a chorus of guttural roars erupts, as grotesque, decaying figures lunge forward. But before they can close the distance, Xiao Riang descends from above, his blade a blur as he carves through the first wave. More of the shadowy creatures respond with enraged cries, their forms barely visible in the dim light. A streak of blood mars his cheek, but Xiao Riang's gaze remains sharp and unwavering. Elsewhere, a soft, ethereal glow emanates from an ornate bowl, as a voice calls out, Guardian. A dark-sleeved hand reaches towards the light, as Chun Hajin responds, Yes, my lord. Back in the fray, Xiao Riang becomes a whirlwind of motion, his body a blur of white and brown, surrounded by swirling energy as he delivers another devastating strike. Meanwhile, in an opulent chamber, Ma Dongpil stands before the unnamed throne figure, who poses a question, Adults fight. Xiao Riang unleashes a powerful, sweeping attack, his thoughts on the relentless nature of children who simply do not know when to stop. Meanwhile, Chun Hajin reflects on the implications of such innocence, finding it a truly frightening prospect. Back in the fray, Xiao Riang continues his relentless assault, understanding that for some, honor is the ultimate price, and the only one worth paying. Chun Hajin's gaze sharpens as he considers the moment a child truly becomes a man, when they realize the value of battle armor and sheer endurance. A guttural roar echoes through the desolate landscape, as a grotesque, hulking creature lunges forward. Its monstrous form continues to fill the view, its terrifying cry a prelude to violence. Xiao Riang meets the threat head-on, delivering a decisive blow with his sword, a sharp warning echoing through the chaos. Mr. Ma, watch out. With a sudden flash, Xiao Riang's eyes narrow, his face etched with fierce concentration as he navigates the chaotic battlefield. His blade a blur of motion, cutting through the air with a fierce, red-brown aura. The impact resonates with a sharp cry, as his attack finds its mark. But with a thunderous crash, more grotesque creatures burst forth from the crumbling walls, their vacant eyes fixed on him. He continues his relentless assault, another creature falling with a dull thud. A concerned bodyguard calls out to him, asking about the situation. Xiao Riang dismisses the threat, declaring that the swarming creatures are nothing more than mere numbers. Meanwhile, in a moment of quiet reflection, Chun Hajin touches his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. He muses on his progress, noting the smooth execution of the Dark Shadow's deadly arts and considering an attempt at the heart of the swamp bamboo grove. As Chun Hajin pondered his next challenge, a sudden, violent impact erupted nearby, sending dust and debris flying into the air. His eyes widening in alarm, he shouted a warning, realizing another beast was upon them, moving with incredible speed. Before Ma Dongpil could fully react, the creature struck with blurring force. The impact sent him reeling, a spray of blood erupting from the blow. Chun Hajin's mind raced, struggling to comprehend the beast's sudden appearance and impossible speed. From above, the attacker was revealed to be a powerful, horse-like creature, charging through a dense bamboo grove. Even as Ma Dongpil lay stunned, the creature continued its relentless assault. Its snarling face contorted with aggression, its eyes glowing with predatory intent. The beast's powerful legs delivered another crushing blow, but even under constant assault, Ma Dongpil was able to recover his inner chi, refusing to underestimate the formidable opponent. The beast's power is undeniable, having knocked out its opponent in a single blow. Xiao Riang observes the unfolding chaos, acknowledging that this creature far surpasses any they've encountered thus far. A low growl emanates from the creature, and his eyes narrow, sensing an incredible, murderous intent. His resolve hardens, and a golden aura begins to flare around his body, muscles tensing as he prepares for battle. He decides to face this formidable opponent with his full strength from the very beginning. But a sudden, unexpected development makes him gasp in surprise. Ma Dongpil is violently struck and sent flying through the air, as the beast continues its relentless, blurring assault. A powerful, glowing impact erupts where he lands. A flurry of swords lay scattered and embedded in the dusty ground, some stained with fresh blood, evidence of a swift and brutal exchange. Before anyone could react, the creature's powerful legs slammed down beside one of the blades, its speed blurring. A sickening impact sent blood spraying across Xiao Riang's face, leaving him stunned and questioning if this was truly the same clumsy opponent from before. The beast continued its relentless assault, its heavy hoof striking the ground with a thunderous force, kicking up a cloud of dust. Another blow landed, and he flinched, his face contorted in agony as more blood appeared. Disoriented and overwhelmed, he could only gasp, wondering why his body refused to obey him. The full extent of the damage became horrifyingly clear as his right arm hung at an unnatural angle, completely shattered. A wave of excruciating pain washed over him, forcing him to acknowledge the devastating truth. His arm was completely broken. Uncaring of his suffering, the creature continued its aggressive stomping, its relentless attack far from over. He lets out a pained cry as the creature slams into him, sending him flying, a bitter thought crossing his mind that he hadn't even used his full power yet. The moment he realized his assassin skills were going well, this happened. Bloodied, he curses himself for letting his guard down in this forest. The grotesque monster snarls, its yellow eyes burning with malice. Xiao Riang's bloodied sword clatters to the ground. But then, a glowing red blade slices through the air with incredible speed, striking the creature with immense force, sending it recoiling. A muscular man with tied-back blonde hair steps forward, announcing his challenge to the monster, his imposing figure ready for battle. The grotesque creature lets out a guttural growl. Its menacing presence prompts the bodyguard to warn Dongpil. No, Dongpil. This isn't a beast you can handle on your own. Before he can react, the creature's powerful grip crushes the bodyguard's arm, drawing blood. As the beast continues its relentless pursuit, the bodyguard shouts, "Over here," trying to divert its attention. His face is now streaked with blood from a fresh wound. The creature's brutal assault forces a pained scream from him. Its eyes glow with malevolent red energy as it unleashes a terrifying roar. The beast relentlessly chases both men through the dense forest, Dongpil crying out in fear. Despite his injuries, the bodyguard points ahead, urging them onward. He barely has time to react as the grotesque creature lunges, its numerous tendrils whipping through the air with a piercing shriek. The bodyguard struggles to hold back the relentless assault, shielding Ma Dongpil from the creature's savage blows. With a sudden burst of power, he delivers a devastating counterattack, sending the monster recoiling with a sickening crunch. The creature crashes heavily to the forest floor, its impact echoing with a dull thud. Its many limbs lie motionless, splayed out amidst the scattered dust and debris. A closer inspection confirms its inert state, the threat seemingly neutralized. Standing over the fallen monster, a collective sigh of relief escapes the bodyguard and Ma Dongpil, the tension slowly draining from their bodies. But the bodyguard's caution remains as he asks, "Is it dead?" Ma Dongpil's face, now marred by a fresh cut, reflects the brutal struggle they just endured. Unseen by them, one of the creature's eyes flickers open, a malevolent glow hinting at its continued, terrifying presence. The grotesque creature lets out a guttural cry as the unnamed bodyguard continues his relentless assault, delivering a powerful blow. He fights through the horde of similar abominations, his movements a blur of focused aggression, even as one of the creatures snarls about his viciousness. Despite his skill, a blow connects, leaving him bleeding from a gash on his head, while the creature vows to punish him for daring to defeat the young lord's body. Undeterred, the bodyguard unleashes another flurry of attacks, the sounds of impact echoing through the desolate landscape as the creature lets out another pained cry. Standing over the seemingly vanquished beast, he decides to postpone further retribution, his immediate priority being the rescue of the young lord. But the creature, with a final, defiant roar, proves that its defeat is far from absolute. Turning his attention to the injured Ma Dongpil, the bodyguard calls out, offering to carry him to safety. Ma Dongpil, though clearly in pain, insists that only his arm is broken, not his leg, implying he can still move with assistance. 8 months later, the world has moved on. 8 months later, the grand halls of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult's Court of Elders stand in quiet majesty. Inside, First Leader Li Bunsung lets out a weary sigh, having just completed a strenuous task, as a junior martial artist approaches him, offering to take over so he might rest. Meanwhile, Second Leader Jia Yang meticulously prepares tea, pouring the steaming liquid into a delicate cup. He sits with the junior martial artist, inquiring if the Xiao family patriarch is visiting today. A question that surprises Li Bunsung when he overhears it, wondering why such an important figure would seek an audience with the cult leaders. Jia Yang then leans in, revealing a rumor that the young lord of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult and the Xiao family lord's disciple are to be wed, prompting the junior to question if it's one of the lord's own disciples. The lord of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult addresses his followers, asserting that when he treats them as his own, they will offer him their unwavering loyalty. He continues, explaining that this bond ensures their undying consideration. Jia Yang, listening intently, considers that these individuals also represent some of the cult's most formidable forces, but then questions whether the Lord intends to take in yet another disciple. The Lord confirms the rumor, stating he already has 7 disciples. Ma Dongpil takes a thoughtful sip from his cup. As the Lord continues, suggesting there might eventually be 8, or even 9, disciples, prompting Jia Yang to ask what he means by such a statement. Ma Dongpil's eyes widen in surprise at the mention of the 3rd young lord. The Lord explains that after suffering from a GI blockage, the 3rd young lord's martial prowess has also declined, falling out of the solitary bamboo grove. At this point, it would not be an exaggeration to say he is far from winning the race. Jia Yang, holding a small cup, declares the Lord's previous statement to be dangerous. He continues, reminding his companion that the solitary bamboo grove itself is inherently perilous. Meanwhile, the 3rd young lord, Chun Ha-jin, stands alone in a desolate landscape, as the thought lingers that the Lord has only one true heir, and if he doesn't grant the 3rd young lord a chance, perhaps his fate is sealed. Back in the room, Jia Yang's anger boils over, his hand crushing the delicate cup as he declares that Chun Ha-jin will be trapped there forever, before sharply cutting off the conversation with a forceful enough. His gaze sharpens, warning his companion to stop immediately if anyone else hears what they are discussing. Ma Dongpil, however, calmly interjects, explaining that this is precisely the issue. The 3rd young lord is already losing his place in the solitary bamboo grove. He presses Jia Yang, asking if he doesn't believe that the master of the court of heavenly demon divine cult treasures the 3rd young lord, while a subordinate timidly addresses the 1st leader. Ma Dongpil continues to speak, his words aimed at the still agitated Jia Yang, who turns his head away, avoiding eye contact. Unbeknownst to them, a young man with dark hair peeks from behind a door, eavesdropping on their private conversation. Jia Yang, still seething, demands to know why Ma Dongpil is present, questioning his very intent. His gaze falls to the floor. As Ma Dongpil remains seated, his back to the viewer. Jia Yang's expression shifts to one of disbelief as Ma Dongpil begins to speak, his words carrying a weight that makes Jia Yang question everything. The seated man's head is still turned away, but his voice is clear as he identifies himself, confirming he is indeed the 3rd leader, Ma Dongpil. Jia Yang, his frustration boiling over, declares that he cannot bring himself to act against the 3rd young lord, regardless of the circumstances. Ma Dongpil's response, delivered with a calm finality, reveals a shocking truth. This situation has been ongoing for the past 8 months. Within the serene grounds of a traditional estate, a quiet conversation unfolds. A hand offers a small bundle of herbs, asking if this amount will suffice, to which the 1st leader replies with gratitude. Ma Dongpil, observing the exchange, inquires about the purpose of the cave pine tea leaves. As Jia Yang, kneeling before him, explains that he is merely following the young lord's orders, promising to make him pay for sending them back. He then muses on the burden of his hard work, believing that the more effort he puts in, the greater his reward should be, and thus he must endure. Li Bunsung, standing nearby, expresses a desire to share a drink and catch up, but Jia Yang offers his apologies, indicating his unavailability. Accepting the refusal, Li Bunsung concedes that there's nothing to be done if Jia Yang is busy, resigning himself to handling the work alone, even if it proves difficult. With a soft rustle, Jia Yang pulls his hair back, securing it into a neat ponytail. As Jia Yang prepares for his tasks, Li Bunsung offers a parting sentiment, telling him to take care. He confirms that he has indeed followed the young lord's orders, having done everything asked of him. Jia Yang, however, expresses a lingering concern, wondering if he is truly living safely. Li Bunsung quickly reassures him, stating that while it's unfortunate, the person is at least healthy. Meanwhile, an unnamed bodyguard walks through an ornate hall, reflecting on the 1st and 2nd leaders, believing they are truly amazing. The unnamed bodyguard moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion past ancient temple grounds. His form a mere streak as he cut through the dense bamboo forest. A feeling of profound lightness enveloped him, a sensation he acknowledged with a sharp, confident gaze. He mused to himself that he had grown far stronger than he was just a short while ago, his enhanced power propelling him forward. Each stride was a testament to his newfound might, a blur against the landscape. A satisfied smile gracing his lips as he continued his relentless pace. Suddenly, a faint rustle broke the silence, a subtle movement in the undergrowth catching his attention. He halted instantly, his body tensing, eyes scanning the ground with intense focus. Dropping into a low crouch, he prepared himself for whatever might emerge from the rustling bamboo, his senses heightened. His senses on high alert, the bodyguard notes the heavy, uniform steps approaching, recognizing they don't belong to a wild beast. The presence draws ever closer, a palpable threat in the air. With a swift, practiced motion, he draws his sword, the blade glinting sharply as it leaves its scabbard. A profound sense of danger washes over him as he assumes a ready stance, his weapon poised for the inevitable confrontation. His blonde hair, tied back, remains undisturbed as he focuses intently on the approaching threat. His eyes narrow, a cold determination settling on his features. Suddenly, a young man launches a fierce aerial kick, shouting a desperate plea for the young lord as he attacks. But the bodyguard's counter is swifter. A young woman collapses, blood splattering across her face from the unseen impact. He stands over the fallen figures of the young lord and the injured woman, his voice cutting through the silence of the forest, reminding the young lord of his previous warning. As the bodyguard walks away, Seo Riang calls out to him, surprised he isn't still at the cult base. A grotesque creature with sharp teeth and glowing eyes then scolds Seo Riang, questioning his title as young lord and worrying about his safety. Seo Riang thinks to himself about the creature, a monster with critical ocular cancers known as nose with a mouth, or red eye, within the heavenly demon cult, admitting he returned early to sneak out and roam around. Facing the bodyguard, Seo Riang explains he couldn't just stay at the cult base, bound by the promise made to his father-in-law. He then introduces the creature on his hand, Dongpa, as his fiancée, while the creature asks when it will be put back. The bodyguard, utterly exasperated, can only utter Seo Riang's title in disbelief. He then instructs Seo Riang to remove his hand from his right arm, noting it appears completely healed, but Seo Riang simply pleads with him. Dongpa, identified as Mr. Ma's cat, is shown being fed by Seo Riang, repeatedly asking to be fed by his mom and young lord. Seo Riang, with Dongpa on his shoulder, reflects on the past 8 months, wondering if he's been doing this too much and acknowledging how comfortable life has been. Within the serene, traditional architecture of the cult's domain, a small fire crackles softly at a nearby campsite, its warmth a stark contrast to the chilling thoughts of one of the guards. Meanwhile, an ethereal, glowing form of light blue energy drifts through the air. As Jia Yong, the second leader, reflects on the young lord's recent feats, he finds it hard to believe that Seo Riang could defeat a Lushu without suffering any damage. Yet, the reality of their current location weighs heavily on him, knowing this place is teeming with beasts that even peak masters struggle to handle, making his duty as the young lord's guard a constant burden. The ethereal glow intensifies around a delicate hand. And suddenly, Seo Riang gasps, startled by an unseen presence. From behind him, Jia Yang's voice cuts through the silence, asking if he is finished. Seo Riang jumps, exclaiming that he was scared, as Jia Yang observes his reaction with a knowing look. Jia Yang, ever watchful, reminds the young lord of his promise, knowing the strength Seo Riang possesses, but emphasizing the importance of not venturing into dangerous territories without him. He insists that Seo Riang had given his word. Meanwhile, Seo Riang, lost in his own thoughts, sighs in frustration, muttering about time running out and wondering what he should do. Jia Yang questions his words, asking what he means by times, to which Seo Riang responds with surprise, realizing his companion was unaware. With a serious expression, Jia Yang then declares that their current location has become dangerous. Seo Riang, looking around the courtyard, questions the meaning of his words, a sense of unease beginning to settle over him. He observes the surroundings, noting how mysterious this place truly feels. The land itself, protected by heavily concentrated spiritual energy, is home to spiritual bamboo and powerful spiritual beasts. The spiritual energy of this land, Jia Yang explains, also profoundly influences the very hearts of the people who reside here. Even with all their efforts, he continues, the challenges presented by this environment are not easily overcome. These gangs or groups of spiritual beasts, he clarifies, are not something that can be dealt with quickly. Seo Riang considers his words, realizing the situation is far more complex than he initially thought. While the spiritual bamboo and the beasts have perfectly adapted to this unique environment, the same cannot be said for human beings. Deep within the shadowy bamboo forest, multiple pairs of glowing red eyes pierce through the darkness, confirming the presence of unseen threats. Elsewhere, a man with a bandaged arm questions Donpil, asking if he truly believes he can mend something so utterly broken. Donpil, with a serious expression, recounts how a bone displacement and muscle tear should have taken months to heal, only for the injured man to reveal it took a mere week, leaving Donpil surprised. The injured man then adds, the severe wounds he sustained from fighting a lion were completely healed in less than 2 hours. The unnamed individual, whose body had demonstrated such miraculous healing, now strains with visible discomfort, sweat beading on his brow. As his fist clenches, a voice explains that when the skin breaks, the body naturally heals the wound. But then, the question hangs in the air, what if the healing process is pushed to the extreme? The answer manifests as his flesh tears and bulges, revealing muscle and bone beneath, throbbing with an unnatural glow. With a sudden, explosive sound, his hand transforms, growing sharp claws and fur, becoming something monstrous. Meanwhile, in a different location, Seo Riang watches with a concerned expression, his thoughts elsewhere. Back with the injured man, he continues to struggle, his jaw clenched as the unnatural process stretches his limits. Jia Yang's explanation continues, detailing how the environment of the spiritual grove, while good for growth to a certain extent, cannot be withstood by the human body. As the glowing bamboo forest fills the view, Seo Riang questions if the healing powers of the spiritual grove are, in fact, becoming poison. The spiritual grove, a place of immense power, was destined to become incredibly potent within 2 to 3 months, yet its environment, while beneficial for growth, was ultimately poisonous to human bodies. Jia Yang explains that the demon lord had already known this truth, which was why he had never intended to use the grove himself. His expression shifts, as he adds that the demon lord would never permit anyone else to enter it either. Xiao Riang considers this, recalling that the demon lord had never given any specific instructions about the grove when he left. Jia Yang, surprised, asks if Xiao Riang truly believed the demon lord had been slumming it for months because of the grove, to which Xiao Riang replies that it wasn't the case. Jia Yang's expression shows his confusion as he processes this new information. A scroll, tied with a ribbon, lies on the ground, representing the request the demon lord had made. The demon lord had simply used the spiritual grove as a convenient spot to get some fresh air, not for any grander scheme. Jia Yang, still processing, asked if it was truly acceptable to interrupt him with such trivial matters. Jia Yang explains that if they had known the demon lord's true intentions, they would have been able to get to the spiritual grove much sooner, before the current harvest season. He continues, stating that the demon lord had only ever used the spiritual grove as a place for fresh air, never intending to cultivate its power himself or allow others to. Jia Yang's expression hardens as he concludes that the demon lord's request was simply for them to obtain the grove's resources. And Xiao Riang, his eyes gleaming with resolve, affirms his intent to do just that. His hand clenches into a determined fist. As the spiritual grove pulses with vibrant, ethereal energy, its glowing particles swirling and crackling with immense force. From above, the sprawling complex of buildings and surrounding forest appears serene. A traditional structure standing quietly under the soft glow of a full moon. Under the soft glow of the full moon, a traditional building stands serene, its interior bathed in the warm light of a single lamp. Inside, the quiet sounds of movement echo as someone's bare feet pad across the wooden floor, a hand meticulously working a piece of cloth. The rhythmic sound of rubbing and wringing fills the air, as water drips from a wet cloth being squeezed by strong hands. A traditional pipe rests nearby, steam curling from its bowl, as Chun Hajin admits to himself, he cannot sleep. The fourth young lord of the heavenly demon divine cult, Chun Hajin, holds a small cup, his thoughts consumed by the revelation that Siriung is still alive. His eyes narrow with a mix of confusion and suspicion as he questions the timing and motive, wondering why his master chose to tell him about this now. A shadow falls across his face as he considers the implications. The master's words echoing in his mind, that if they fail to acquire the mystery of the demonic arts, they will be dead in 3 months, and that is the type of place they are dealing with. Meanwhile, seated upon a grand throne, the master himself speaks with an air of absolute authority, declaring the true nature of the sacred bamboo grove. As the master's words echoed, Chun Hajin found himself questioning the timing of this revelation, wondering if it was merely another test. From his imposing throne, the master's voice cut through the silence, asking if he truly intended to challenge the young lord. A moment of stunned silence passed before Chun Hajin, with unwavering resolve, affirmed his loyalty. Internally, he accepted the terms, a quiet, all right, echoing in his mind. He understood the gravity of the situation, as the heavenly demon's words, revealing the secrets beyond the sacred bamboo grove, were now laid bare before his mind. Kneeling before his master, he realized the man did not care that his own life was now at stake. It was as if the master desired them to grasp the profound truth, that this challenge must be overcome to become his successor. A new question formed in his mind, wondering what kind of world his master truly envisioned. A determined glint entered his eyes, as he resolved to see what his master saw. A figure of authority stands in a grand hall, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he considers the situation. He muses aloud, believing the third party is performing adequately. However, a sudden realization strikes him, as he questions the identity of a bastard, and wonders if the unfolding events truly make sense. His expression shifts to one of deep contemplation, as he considers the implications of the situation, noting how easily his barrier was pierced by the creatures, suggesting their mana might exceed his rank. Meanwhile, a grotesque zombie creature writhes in agony, its decaying form splattered with blood. The creature lets out a pained cry, its mangled face contorted in distress. Its body convulses violently, as the unseen force continues its assault, leaving the creature in a state of utter destruction. Back in the hall, the authority figure turns away, his thoughts now focused on a plan to summarize the situation for the third party very soon. His eyes widen in sudden alarm, as a new, unexpected development unfolds. The unnamed throne figure's surprise from the previous moment quickly turns to a frustrated expletive. Meanwhile, water splashes around a woman in a bath, as the man's thoughts race. He questions if all the trouble he went through to eliminate that bastard was ultimately for nothing. Standing over the bathing woman, his rage boils over. His face contorted in a snarl, he vows that the next time his target returns, he will personally kill them and leave them a corpse. Chun Hajin presents a collection of items, stating, "Here are the items you asked for." Xiao Riang's eyes widen in surprise, marveling at the rare and expensive goods Chun Hajin has procured for him, expressing his gratitude for the thoughtful care package. He explains that the aroma of the TBA, a substance brewed from the azure lotus and knowing, is potent enough to ward off spirits, preventing them from approaching. Shun Hajin adds that the cult's wailing woman on the Yunnan branch reportedly possesses a similar item, before simply stating that the delivery is complete. Xiao Riang, pleased with the quality, asks if he can acquire more superior items next time. Shun Hajin admits he cannot make a solid promise, prompting Xiao Riang to ponder his words. Shun Hajin then reveals that the demon cult's palace pharmacy has increased the ratio of blood-healing lotion based on the red eye this month. Since his arrival in this world, Xiao Riang had never encountered anyone who could evoke such profound feelings within him, and he paused, reflecting on this unexpected truth. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he instructed Ma Dongpil to prepare the requested items, receiving a respectful affirmation. However, he quickly added that it wouldn't be necessary, as this would be his last opportunity to offer assistance, all while observing the woman who, despite the supreme elixir, had only been kept alive for 3 months by its power, a testament to its best immortality. The turbid elimination herbs, as their name implied, were known for their ability to purge any turbidity from the body. Yet, he felt they were insufficient to truly cure her, wondering if anything else, perhaps bloodroot, could make a difference. The turbid elimination herbs were simply too potent, their strength so immense that they even attacked demonic energy, making them dangerous for a patient with such a constitution. While they might be acceptable for a healthy individual, their effects would prove fatal to a wounded body. He mused that anyone with proper medical knowledge would understand the impossibility of creating such a potion, yet the need for a solution remained pressing. Turning to his bodyguard, he inquired if Ma Dongpil had heard of the silent pacifying needle, to which the bodyguard immediately confirmed his knowledge. A form of acupuncture, designed to balance the body's energy by stimulating specific pressure points, is being administered to a man with a distinctive top knot. It's a practice he's undergone many times before missions, a way to prepare his body for the rigors of combat. Though difficult, the man finds the process familiar, a memory etched deep within him. Xiao Riang recalls the supreme healing potion, a powerful elixir that had barely sustained the heavenly demon, its effects limited by the demonic energy within the body. He then considers the silent pacifying needle, a tool used to calm a body's internal energy, but wonders who would dare use such a thing. It had to have been a high-level executive or one of their disciples, he muses, considering the implications. His eyes narrow, a flicker of realization crossing his face. What if the target of such a powerful, dangerous treatment was a disciple? He considers a demon who works for the religion's internal punishment facility, or perhaps the daughter of the Siaxa family, a prominent family within the demon cult. A woman with sharp, elegant features observes, her thoughts turning to the fourth young lord's younger sister. Meanwhile, a young servant nervously confirms the presence of the fourth young lord, whom he refers to as a bastard. A steaming cup of tea is carefully poured, prepared for a distinguished guest. The same young servant presents the tea to a man in ornate robes and a wide-brimmed hat, urging him to drink it while it's still cool. This man is Xin Hui, a figure of apparent importance. The fourth young lord's younger sister watches him with a calculating gaze, her expression unreadable. Xin Hui, seemingly unaware of her scrutiny, inquires about the solitary bamboo grove, his voice calm and measured. The sister's inner turmoil is evident as she vows to stop him from entering the master's paradise, even if it means sacrificing her own life to end his deceptions. While the fate of the master's paradise hangs in the balance, Ma Dongpil questions the accountability of the military office, wondering if they are truly beyond reproach. Jia Yang, however, explains that the general strategist organization is so tightly controlled, even the demonic elders cannot touch them. Ma Dongpil dismisses the notion, believing the military office is not as impenetrable as it seems, an organization rarely easy to interfere with, but not impossible. He considers that they should be the ones to infiltrate and control the military office, as no one should be strong enough to prevent interference with such a vital power. Jia Yang calmly responds that not everyone possesses the capability to challenge such an entity. Ma Dongpil, undeterred, presses further, asking who then would be the one to stand against them, to truly make a difference. Jia Yang takes a sip from his teacup, then reveals the answer, the Court of Elders. He elaborates, describing them as an organization that disregards all other concerns, bowing only to the demon lord and the cult itself. The conversation concludes, leaving the listener to ponder the implications of such an absolute power, as the demon lord stands with his loyal retainers, Jia Yang and his bodyguard, a silent testament to the cult's unwavering authority. Jia Yang explains that other organizations might sway with the shifting tides of authority, but touching them is akin to directly challenging the demon lord himself. As he speaks, a faint purple energy shimmers around the cup he holds, the liquid within seeming to boil with the intensity of his thoughts. He then admits that not paying attention to such matters was his mistake, a rare moment of regret crossing his features. A voice from across the room responds, expressing uncertainty about what he means. Ma Dongpil sits opposite Jia Yang, listening intently as the conversation continues in the quiet chamber. They only sound a soft rustle from the window. Unbeknownst to them, or perhaps as the very subject of their discussion, Xiao Riang is indeed still alive, his distinctive long hair tied back as he faces away, his fate still unfolding. The news of Seo Riang's survival strikes Ma Dongpil with utter disbelief, his voice rising in a shocked query. He had been exiled to the solitary bamboo grove over 8 months ago, a place from which no one was expected to return. Ma Dongpil recalls the orders he received to guard the grove, wondering if he should have contacted them about the impossible situation. The thought of Seo Riang being alive seems utterly absurd, as even the most fearsome monsters of the grove would not have allowed his survival for so long, making it an impossible feat. Yet, despite the odds, Seo Riang had only been at the level of a master of martial arts when he was exiled, not a grandmaster. Ma Dongpil's mind races, demanding to know what kind of sorcery could have allowed him to survive in such a hostile environment for 8 months. Meanwhile, Jia Yang, with a more composed demeanor, issues a command to his subordinates, ordering them to gather their men and prepare weapons. Ma Dongpil's face remains etched with concern and bewilderment, the implications of Seo Riang's return weighing heavily on him. Jia Yang, observing Seo Riang from a distance, declares that today is the final day, and he will simply wait for events to unfold. Ma Dongpil, his expression etched with concern, questions his superior, asking if he intends to involve himself directly in the matter of Seo Riang's return. Jia Yang, calm and collected, dismisses the notion, stating that he never believed such a small sprout could grow into a giant tree. Ma Dongpil, however, insists that there are those who would willingly sacrifice themselves for his sake. He then questions the purpose of the men Jia Yang had ordered him to gather, his voice trailing off with a hint of apprehension. Ma Dongpil's face contorts with growing unease, the implications of Jia Yang's words becoming clearer. Jia Yang explains his strategy, intending to arm those who seek vengeance against Seo Riang, especially those who suffered before his chi blockage, by putting swords into their hands. Ma Dongpil, aghast, questions the directness of this approach, asking if using those suppressed by the young lord doesn't constitute a direct threat to their own faction. A bead of sweat trickles down Ma Dongpil's face as Jia Yang turns to him, his voice laced with a subtle challenge, asking if he is truly afraid of Seo Riang. Jia Yang's eyes glow with an ominous purple light, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he declares the plan brilliant. A soft rustle of fabric accompanies the quiet determination of the young lord. From outside, a voice filled with concern calls out, asking why he insists on heading directly into the heart of danger. Seo Riang, already making his preparations, dismisses the worry, stating that time is short and he will return, so they should stay out of his way. He tries to make his companion understand that further attempts to stop him will only lead to more people getting hurt, urging them to let him handle things alone. Ma Dongpil, his face etched with worry, questions if knowing the full extent of the danger would make a difference, emphasizing that the looming threat means they are rapidly running out of time. With a determined gesture, Seo Riang pulls back his long hair, his resolve hardening as he declares his unwavering intention to secure the spiritual bamboo. Still trying to dissuade him, Ma Dongpil offers to consult with the elders, then asks about the regrets Seo Riang mentioned. Seo Riang's expression remains firm as he reiterates that whether they possess the knowledge or not, it ultimately makes no difference to his path. He listens intently, his expression firm as the elder continues to speak. The elder's words echo, his hand clenching slightly, questioning if he truly believes it's possible to prepare for the spiritual bamboo without becoming a demonic human himself. Seo Riang's grip on his sword tightens, a resolute silence filling the air, as the elder presses on, asking if he truly thinks the demon lord would have allowed such a dangerous item to remain if it were truly evil. He remains unyielding, his stance firm, for the reason the demon lord did so was because there was no one else strong enough among the cult's high-level executives to handle it. The elder, Ma Dongpil, looks up at him with a worried expression, insisting that is precisely why he should not go. Seo Riang turns away, his gaze distant, his resolve unshaken. Ma Dongpil rises, his voice filled with urgency, warning the young lord that he has become incredibly arrogant. He quickly bows his head, realizing his outburst, and apologizes for his misspoken words. Seo Riang acknowledges him, his gaze still distant, agreeing with Dongpil that he is right, but clarifying that he cannot allow the great 9 demonic elders to intervene in the cult's affairs. Seo Riang offers a quiet apology, acknowledging the concerns of his companion. But his gaze remains firm as he declares, "I possess a talent they do not." He elaborates on his unique abilities, referencing the dark shadow god phantom and the heavenly demon stealth technique. From the moment he first encountered the allure of an assassin's path, he pursued it with every fiber of his being, not as a mere martial artist, but as a master of stealth. With unwavering confidence, he asserts, "I am the greatest at using the stealth technique, the world's best assassin." His eyes gleam with fierce determination, a testament to his self-proclaimed mastery. He recalls his arduous journey, training himself to become one who has done what others could not. His movements are a blur, a phantom in motion. The culmination of his efforts erupts in a powerful display, as he reveals his mastery of the heavenly demon cult's stealth technique. For him, this was a struggle between life and death, a place where he had to achieve his objectives by whatever means necessary. Yet, having transformed the dark shadow god phantom martial art, he knew he wouldn't be able to use the heavenly demon stealth technique as freely as he wished. He clutched a small, green vial, its contents crucial to his plan. This was precisely why he needed the turbid elimination herbs, to suppress the demonic energy within him and activate the dark god phantom. He understood that once he consumed the elimination herbs, he would be unconscious for an hour. Given that vulnerability, he had to ensure no one found him, instructing someone to wait as he would be right back. Before he could leave, a familiar voice cut through his resolve, declaring he wouldn't be allowed to proceed alone. Ma Dongpil, exasperated, issued a direct order, but Chun Hajin stood firm, vowing to accompany him even if it meant doing so against his will. With a resolute gaze, he prepares for the perilous journey ahead. Though warned, "You may not be able to return to the entrance of the spirit bamboo. I will not allow you to go alone. I have forbidden it," he responds. "I accept your orders." A sharp rustle echoes through the dense bamboo, a sound that quickly intensifies as he plunges downward. His body a blur amidst the green stalks, the world spinning around him as he descends deeper into the spirit bamboo, until his feet finally meet solid ground with a soft thud. Looking up, he remarks, "Wait, this is where I saw you last time." From above, a familiar voice replies, "I think this is the entrance to the feast." The surrounding bamboo glows with an ethereal blue light, illuminating the path forward. As Xiao Riang's foot lands softly on the forest floor, a foul stench assaults the air, causing Ma Dongpil to sniff deeply, remarking that something truly putrid is rotting nearby. The smell is unmistakable, like decaying flesh. His voice then rises in alarm, urging the young lord to witness the horror before them. Ma Dongpil's face contorts in a mixture of shock and revulsion, as the gruesome sight of a dead, striped beast, its mouth stained with blood, comes into view. Its lifeless body lying sprawled on the forest floor. With a shudder, he declares that they've all perished after vomiting blood. Indeed, the forest floor stretches out, littered with countless similar carcasses, a silent testament to a widespread, horrifying demise. The gruesome scene of dead, striped creatures continued, their bodies twisted and lifeless amidst the dense bamboo stalks. He and Ma Dongpil stood in silent contemplation, surveying the unsettling sight before them, the air thick with an ominous quiet. As his gaze drifted upwards to the towering green stalks, Xiao Riang voiced the question that weighed on his mind, wondering aloud what exactly they had stumbled upon. Ma Dongpil, recognizing the distinctive flora, identified it with a hint of trepidation as the legendary spirit bamboo. The revelation hung heavy in the air, as the vast, endless expanse of the bamboo forest stretched out around them, now imbued with a new, unsettling significance. A chilling silence hangs over the bamboo forest, broken only by the rustling of leaves as a grim scene unfolds. Numerous beast carcasses lie strewn across the ground, their forms twisted in death, as Xiao Riang surveys the devastation. He moves deeper into the grove, the unsettling quiet amplifying the horror of the discovery. Ma Dongpil joins him, his voice filled with disbelief as he exclaims, "Oh my god, the bodies of the beasts. They've all died after vomiting blood." The young lord's expression hardens, a mixture of concern and grim determination etched across his face. He observes the fallen creatures more closely, noting, "I think there are a few beasts we've never seen before." A close-up reveals the fearsome visage of one such creature, a beast from the 9th level of the hierarchy, originating from the southern bamboo grove. Amidst the carnage, the lifeless form of a massive beast lay sprawled, its jaws frozen in a silent roar. Observing the grim tableau, Ma Dongpil remarks that this must be the beast from the southern bamboo grove, a creature he'd only heard rumors of, while Xiao Riang notes that he'd never heard of a beast that vomited blood to die, finding it rather concerning. He then asks about the second creature, wondering which one could be the first. Ma Dongpil agrees, acknowledging the validity of the question. The focus shifts to another colossal carcass, a grotesque, multi-headed serpent, as a voice identifies it as the twin-headed serpent. A closer look at its scales reveals their intricate pattern, as a voice confirms, "That snake with 2 tails over there." Examining the creature's head, the speaker acknowledges that while it is indeed a twin-headed serpent, its current state makes it appear less venomous, almost harmless. Ma Dongpil confirms that it is indeed the creature from the southern bamboo grove, based on what he's heard. The speaker continues, noting that despite its fearsome reputation, it's now just another lifeless corpse among the rest. Examining the fallen creature, Ma Dongpil confirms the unusual nature of its demise, agreeing with an earlier observation. He remarks that the conditions of these creatures are far too strange. Xiao Riang questions this, realizing that these creatures, dead as doornails, appear to have been defeated by something truly formidable. Ma Dongpil continues his examination, noting that there are no visible wounds on any of their bodies. The surrounding bamboo grove, once thicker and thriving than the rest, now stands completely withered and dead. Xiao Riang ponders who could possibly be capable of such a feat. It appears as if everything in this vicinity has had its life force completely drained. The withered remains of a small animal lie starkly on the ground. Suddenly, Xiao Riang feels a cool breeze pass by. A low hum reverberates through the dense bamboo grove as Xiao Riang and Ma Dongpil continue their investigation, a sudden, intense sensation drawing Xiao Riang's attention. The air itself seems to vibrate, a faint, ethereal glow beginning to emanate from between the towering stalks. Noticing his companion's sudden stillness, Ma Dongpil questions his focus, but Xiao Riang silences him, his gaze fixed on the unseen source. A look of concern crosses Ma Dongpil's face, his brow furrowing as he senses the gravity of the situation. As the mysterious energy intensifies, a vibrant, blue-white aura flares around Xiao Riang, his senses fully attuned to the phenomenon. His eyes widen slightly, a question forming on his lips as he processes the strange, overwhelming sensation. With a newfound clarity, he identifies the precise origin of the disturbance. The energy swirls and coalesces, revealing itself to be centered deep within the solitary bamboo grove, a chilling wind sweeping through the stalks. The very air shimmers with concentrated power, glowing particles dancing amidst the bamboo as the source of the life-draining phenomenon is finally revealed. As the blue-white aura intensified around him, Xiao Riang received a final, worried affirmation from Ma Dongpil. He declared his intention to proceed alone, his form already blurring with speed and power. Ma Dongpil's concern was palpable, insisting that no one should follow him, no matter the circumstances. But Xiao Riang, enveloped in his shimmering blue aura, pressed deeper into the grove, leaving his worried companions behind. His movements were swift and precise, a focused blur through the dense bamboo. Then, his eyes widened as he finally perceived the heart of the phenomenon. Before him, an intricately carved, glowing cylindrical object pulsated with the very energy that had been draining the life from the grove. A low, guttural rumble echoes, as if from deep within the earth or a hungry stomach. Chun Hajin stands, his back to the viewer, cloaked in shadow. His gaze sharpens, as he questions the very presence before him, wondering why it has appeared. From the gloom, a shadowy, wolf-like form materializes, its eyes burning red, revealing itself as the jackal. Chun Hajin stands tall, his long dark hair flowing, his ornate robes a stark contrast to the desolate surroundings, his expression a mix of confidence and slight annoyance. He reiterates his surprise, believing their paths were meant to remain separate. The jackal responds with a ferocious snarl, its purple eyes glowing with primal aggression. Chun Hajin's composure breaks, his eyes widening in sudden realization or shock. Without hesitation, he lunges forward, a dark, swirling aura erupting around him, striking with a fierce shout as the jackal's glowing eyes loom in the background. A figure in dark robes, the first guardian, contemplates the situation before issuing a command to summon his subordinate. Meanwhile, the young lord lies unconscious on a mat, his body still recovering from recent events. The divine training hall, a place of rigorous discipline, had been demonstrating its prowess. As commanded, the first guardian of the cult answers the summons, his presence commanding respect. Before him, Jia Yang kneels respectfully, acknowledging his lord's authority. Ma Dongpil recalls his own training days, then questions the rumors surrounding the divine training hall, wondering if it truly is the strongest part of the cult. Jia Yang, without hesitation, denies any such occurrences. His hands rest calmly on the mat, as he explains that if such an important incident had taken place, he would have reported it to his lord immediately. Chun Hajin, his expression thoughtful, considers the report before him, asking what happened next. Holding a small, ornate tablet, Jia Yang confirms the details, stating that the third had indeed won the battle against the fourth young lord, as previously reported. A slight hum of contemplation escapes Chun Hajin, who then remarks that the victor was a rather capable individual. Jia Yang agrees, acknowledging the candidate's youth and impetuous nature, yet emphasizing his rare ability to defeat the 10 masters of the cult of heaven. He continues, detailing the candidate's talent, experience, and blunt demeanor, concluding that such qualities make him perfectly suited to become the third young lord. Chun Hajin, still holding the ornate tablet, simply asks, "Is that so?" He then muses that even if this individual doesn't become the third young lord, or if he remains under Ma Dongpil's command, he would still be an invaluable asset to the cult of heaven. With a final, probing question, Chun Hajin asks, "Then is it the third?" Meanwhile, in a different location, a voice asks about the current date, receiving the reply that it is 1 day before the full moon. With only 1 day remaining until the full moon, the fourth young lord's sister gazes intently, her thoughts consumed by recent events. She wonders if this is why the jackal had shown itself. A silent gasp escapes her as the weight of her brother's defeat settles in. Jia Yang, kneeling before her, offers a humble apology, acknowledging her distress. Elsewhere, Chun Hajin's thoughts drift to the nature of ambition, wondering if one could truly be so blinded by greed as to walk willingly towards their own demise. He sits regally, his piercing red eyes glowing faintly, a silent testament to his power and contemplation. Back with the fourth young lord's sister, Jia Yang gently takes her hand, a golden aura emanating from his touch, offering comfort and perhaps healing. Chun Hajin's thoughts continue, considering the role of incredible luck in such perilous endeavors. His gaze extends towards the distant mountain range, a silent challenge hanging in the air. Will you run down the ridge of the mountain? The young lord sits in regal authority, as Jia Yang and the fourth young lord's sister kneel respectfully before him. Meanwhile, with a soft thud, Xiao Riang lands, a faint blue energy rippling around his feet. Suddenly, his eyes widen as a vibrant blue-green aura flares around him, sensing an immense power in the distance. The energy swirls around his legs, its intensity making him question the nature of this overwhelming chi. A blinding burst of blue-green energy erupts, leaving him stunned and struggling to move, realizing he has never encountered such a unique and powerful chi before. As the energy pulses again, a memory sparks within him, a familiar sensation he had recently experienced. His gaze shifts towards a distant pagoda on a mountain, confirming the similarity to that past encounter. He recalls the moment he first met Li Chansang. He struggles, his body contorting as an invisible, immense force pushes against him. An aura so incredible it reminds him of a moment long past. His face strains with the effort, eyes narrowed against the overwhelming pressure. As a powerful wind, seemingly without intention, tears through the very space around him. This danger, he realizes, is as potent as the one he faced with Li Chansang. Yet, a reward awaits him, a prize to be obtained, like the one that had once lured him. The swirling energy intensifies around him, forcing a cough of blood from his lips, a testament to the internal injuries he's already suffering. Despite the agony, he vows he won't endure it much longer. Xiao Riang grapples with an immense, unseen force, questioning how he can possibly contend with such a powerful existence using his current demonic energy. Deciding to take action, he realizes it's time to utilize the spirit elimination herb he acquired from the treasure chest, alongside his specialized health technique. With a determined gulp, he quickly consumes the potent herb. Immediately, the herb's effects begin to spread, a vibrant green and white energy coursing through his entire body. The swirling energies intensify, indicating a profound internal transformation. He senses a shift within him, the demonic energy that had previously enveloped him for protection now steadily dissipating. A wave of relief washes over him, leaving him feeling noticeably lighter. He perceives the sensation of wind effortlessly passing through his very being. As his eyes glow with a new, ethereal purple light, he recognizes this transformed state as the Dark Shadow Phantom. The stealth technique, honed by the world's best assassin king, Chun Hajin, allowed him to move with unparalleled silence. Yet a subtle shift in the air caused him to pause, his eyes widening slightly in surprise. It was a skill he employed at the peak of his prime, a testament to his mastery. A soft, questioning sound escaped him as he wondered aloud. What could have possibly happened to cause such a disturbance? Nearby, Xiao Riang, his eyes glowing with an ethereal purple light, observed the surroundings, noting that the wind and the demonic energy were steadily getting weaker. Chun Hajin's expression shifted to one of shock as he recognized the presence of the young lord, a sudden realization dawning upon him. But just as quickly as he appeared, the young lord vanished, leaving Chun Hajin to exclaim in disbelief, "He's gone." Xiao Riang, now a blur of motion, moved swiftly through the bamboo forest, his glowing eyes receding into the distance. He disappeared completely, leaving only faint trails of shimmering particles in his wake. A rustle of leaves breaks the silence. As Xiao Riang, his eyes glowing with an ethereal light, moves with swift purpose. He dashes through a dense bamboo grove, his thoughts focused on the fading medicinal effects, knowing he must hurry before they completely wear off. His form blurs through the stalks. As he navigates the solitary bamboo grove, with fierce determination etched on his face, he demands to know what secrets lie hidden within its heart. His footsteps pound against the earth. Before he suddenly halts, a sharp gasp escaping him. Still moving with the enhanced speed of his Dark Shadow Phantom state, Xiao Riang suddenly loses his footing, sending him tumbling to the ground with a frustrated groan. He curses, realizing this shouldn't have happened, especially not while he was in such a heightened state. His glowing eyes narrow as he wonders aloud if he'd somehow stumbled upon a spiritual rock or something equally absurd. Gritting his teeth, he mutters about the accursed demonic forest. As he recovers, a small, fluffy fox-like creature with large, glowing yellow eyes appears before him, tilting its head curiously. Its soft, white tail swishes gently, and Xiao Riang's eyes widen in utter disbelief as he stares at the unexpected visitor. The creature lets out a soft, questioning sound, its innocent gaze fixed on him. Xiao Riang's mind races, wondering what to make of this foxing bastard. A dense, ethereal forest stretches out, its ancient trees shrouded in a soft, glowing mist, as tiny particles of light drift through the air. Through this otherworldly landscape, a lone figure makes his way, his steps echoing softly on the forest floor. Suddenly, a flash of white catches his eye, prompting a surprised thought. A fox. He gazes down at the small creature, a question forming in his mind. What is it doing here? Curled up peacefully, a small, white fox-like beast sleeps, its fur glowing softly, while an unseen voice cautions, "Don't you think small fry like us should be careful about the divine beasts?" Xiao Riang's expression hardens as he considers the warning, acknowledging that in his current predicament, he cannot afford to judge anything by its mere appearance. The sleeping fox remains oblivious, as the unseen voice reiterates, "I shouldn't let my guard down." Despite his earlier resolve, a soft blush creeps on Xiao Riang's cheeks as he looks at the creature, his true feelings betraying him. "It's so cute. I want to pet it." A sudden jolt of awareness snaps Xiao Riang back, realizing he had almost succumbed to an unknown influence. He observes a glowing, egg-like object nestled in a small bed of leaves, its aura almost drawing him in, like some legendary nine-tailed fox. Shaking his head, he resolves to regain his focus, knowing he needs to get himself together and continue on his way. A mischievous thought crosses his mind, considering how he might trick it if it were to pursue him later, as a faint, ethereal glow emanates from below. Suddenly, the familiar misty forest gives way to an otherworldly bamboo grove, bathed in soft, glowing light. He looks around, utterly bewildered, a soft huh escaping his lips. Disoriented, he wonders if this is the end of his journey, a chilling realization dawning that he might have swallowed something. His gaze falls to his feet, the thought echoing in his mind. Had he truly reached the end in such a short time? He stands amidst the glowing bamboo, still trying to comprehend his new, bewildering surroundings. Seo Riang, now fully aware of his surroundings, realizes that the glowing spiritual bamboos before him are indeed the very ones he has been searching for. The vibrant blue and purple energy pulses from the stalks, a clear sign of their immense power. And he reaches out, a hint of disbelief in his voice, wondering if he truly found such a treasure so easily. A soft, ethereal glow emanates from his body as he focuses, his senses extending to the spiritual energy around him. Confirming his initial assessment, the spiritual chi here is indeed the most concentrated he has ever encountered. The bamboo continues to shimmer with an otherworldly light, its power undeniable. And he considers the implications, realizing that if he were to purify and absorb all of them at once, his internal energy might not be able to handle such a massive influx. He quickly dismisses the thought of overindulgence, deciding against being greedy and acknowledging his body's current limitations. A look of quiet satisfaction settles on his face as he concludes he has achieved his goal. He surveys the spiritual bamboo, a thought crossing his mind about the greed of others, yet feeling a touch of shame himself. Is it truly bamboo? He wonders, perplexed by the sight of only a single stalk and why there's only one. Nearby, the mysterious fox sleeps soundly, oblivious to the activity. With a determined grunt, Seo Riang carefully begins to extract the spiritual bamboo, mindful not to damage its precious chi. His face contorts with effort as he pulls, declaring his intent to take more than just one. The sound of his struggle causes the fox's ear to twitch slightly, while his hands grip the stalk firmly. Pulling the roots from the earth, a piercing, reptilian eye, glowing with an inner fire, snaps open. Nearby, the small fox, its fur pristine white, lifts its head, its own eyes now a vibrant, glowing yellow, sensing the disturbance. Still straining against the spiritual bamboo, he grips it tightly, feeling its strange, soft texture, yet it remains stubbornly rooted to the earth. A grunt of effort escapes him, his brow furrowed in confusion as he questions why he can't recall the bamboo being so rich in spiritual chi. His grip tightens further, a growing frustration building as he realizes that, apart from a faint warmth in his chest, no significant spiritual energy flows into him from the legendary plant. He surveys the freshly cut spiritual bamboo, a thoughtful expression on his face. Realizing he needs more, he grips the hilt of his sword, deciding he must cut down a larger quantity of the spiritual plant. The bamboo forest around him pulses with a soft, ethereal glow, its spiritual energy manifesting as shimmering particles in the air. Stepping deeper into the luminous grove, Seo Riang draws his blade, preparing to harvest the glowing stalks. With a swift, practiced motion, he brings his sword down in a powerful arc. But instead of slicing through, the blade strikes the bamboo with a metallic clang, sending a shower of sparks flying, as if hitting solid steel. The spiritual bamboo, completely unharmed, simply shimmers brighter in response to the failed attack. A look of utter disbelief and frustration crosses Seo Riang's face, as he wonders why his blade cannot cut the plant. He mentally reviews his technique, questioning if his swing was somehow flawed. He brought his blade down with a resounding impact, but the spiritual bamboo remained unyielding, forcing a frustrated sigh from him. TCH, sure enough, the spiritual bamboo here is different, huh? Undeterred, he tried again, striking with another powerful blow, only to find the bamboo still intact. Really? His patience wearing thin. Ugh, a mere bamboo's pissing me off. He focused his spiritual energy, a red-orange aura flaring around his sword hilt as he recalled a fundamental principle. Let the sword follow the mind's will, and the sword aura move as a person would. He declares his intent, preparing to unleash his technique, a powerful moon slash. His eyes burning with fierce resolve, he focuses his power, the crimson energy of the moon slash ready to strike. A sharp crack echoes as the crimson energy of his blade tears into the spiritual bamboo. The glowing red slash deepening with each passing moment, slicing through the unyielding stalk with a swift, clean motion. Yet, as the energy dissipates, the bamboo stands firm, seemingly untouched. A frustrated clang escapes him, his expression tightening in surprise at its resilience. But he holds his ground, sword still radiating power, ready for the next attempt. Though barely visible, a faint crackle sounds, revealing a subtle fracture on the bamboo's surface. Seo Riang stands atop the massive spiritual bamboo, a faint hum escaping his lips as he surveys its immense form. Reaching out, his fingers trace the surface of the resilient material, noting its incredible density, and he murmurs, "There you go. Whoa, this is hard enough to be used as a weapon." A light tap confirms its unyielding nature, the sound echoing with a deep, resonant tone. Settling onto the bamboo, he takes a moment to reflect. The mysterious fox, now perched beside him, listens as he muses, "The more I learn about the power of the spiritual bamboo, the more amazing it is." Suddenly, his eyes widen, a surprised "huh" escaping him as the fox lets out a soft wing. The small creature's ears twitch, its glowing yellow eyes fixed on something unseen, a soft sang-jang sound accompanying its alert posture. Both Xiao Riang and the fox leap back in alarm, a startled "ah" from him echoing the creature's sudden fright. The fox stares intently, its head tilted in confusion, a curious "gwo" sound escaping its lips as it tries to comprehend what just happened. He turns to the small creature, asking if it was indeed the fox he knew, and when it had awakened. Then, correcting himself, he inquires about the true duration of its presence. The fox, settling onto its haunches with a soft flop, explains that it had been captivated by the spiritual bamboo, so much so that it hadn't noticed his arrival. Confused, Xiao Riang asks what it means by "noticed my arrival," a warning echoing in his mind to remain vigilant. The fox looks up, revealing that it took considerable effort to perceive the spirit flowing through the bamboo, then whimpers its desire to simply go home. Xiao Riang's expression softens as he considers the fox's words, his own hypersensation confirming that everything is all right. He apologizes for startling it, then asks if it had perhaps touched the bamboo. Gently, he reaches out to stroke the fox's head, a soft pat sound accompanying the comforting gesture. Suddenly, a loud, pained cry erupts. Within the depths of the spiritual bamboo forest, Ma Dongpil observes the results of Xiao Riang's efforts, acknowledging his success. The spiritual qi emanating from the cut stalk is truly astonishing, and Xiao Riang admits the immense difficulty he faced in felling it. He reveals that he even had to employ his formidable sword aura, a testament to the bamboo's resilience. The resulting cut is impossibly smooth, a testament to the precision and power of his technique. As the spiritual qi intensifies, the cut surface of the bamboo begins to glow with a vibrant blue light, a dazzling display of the amazing sword aura's lingering effect. Xiao Riang, visibly drained from the exertion, expresses his fatigue, while Ma Dongpil ponders the sheer existence of such incredible power. As the spiritual energy settled from his earlier feat, Xiao Riang found himself confronted by Ma Dongpil, who questioned his actions. He then gestured towards a small, fluffy creature with glowing yellow eyes, its tail wagging gently, asking what he should do about it. The creature looked up with an innocent gaze, making Xiao Riang wonder about the strange little guy. He explained that he had found it sleeping right in the middle of the spiritual bamboo grove, holding the small fox-like creature in his arms. However, when he had tried to pet it, the creature had bitten off his finger, a shocking event that left him bewildered. Ma Dongpil gasped in surprise, noticing the bite mark was already gone, and explained that it was due to the spiritual qi. Incensed by the creature's audacity, Ma Dongpil grabbed the fox by the scruff, yelling at it for daring to harm the young lord, while Xiao Riang urged him to let it go. Ma Dongpil insisted he couldn't simply let it go after it had bitten Xiao Riang, as the fox glared back, seemingly annoyed by the continued pursuit. As the small fox cowers, Ma Dongpil sternly commands it to stop its antics and approach, but Xiao Riang quickly steps in, offering a soft apology on its behalf. He explains that it is too late to fully cleanse the impurities, so he will simply leave them as they are, and Ma Dongpil, after a moment, agrees to respect his decision. With a focused gaze, Xiao Riang initiates a powerful spiritual art, the boundless technique, as blue energy begins to swirl around his hands. His eyes glow with an intense blue light, reflecting the surging power, a technique that grants him an unparalleled ability to perceive the spiritual flow. The spiritual energy intensifies, swirling rapidly around his outstretched hands, a soft, resonant hum filling the air. The blue aura expands, shimmering with countless particles, the resonant hum growing louder. Then, in a sudden flash, all the surrounding impurities are decomposed, leaving the air clean and pure as the energy dissipates with a soft crackle. Ma Dongpil watches, his expression shifting to one of profound surprise, realizing this display signifies more than just a unique spirit arts technique. It reveals Xiao Riang possesses a deep and intricate understanding of qi techniques, a mastery far beyond what he had previously imagined. Xiao Riang, enveloped in a shimmering blue aura, channels his spiritual energy, his form rippling with power as he focuses on the task at hand. His gaze sharp and unwavering, he recalls the profound lessons of life and death that linger within his very bones, guiding his every move. With a deliberate motion, he presses his open palm to the earth, a vibrant blue energy radiating from his touch. Immediately, the corrupted matter before him begins to crack and crumble, its form dissolving under the purifying force. The disintegration accelerates, the solid mass rapidly transforming into a cloud of dust and glowing particles. In mere moments, the entire structure is consumed, leaving only a swirling vortex of light. As the last remnants settle, A brilliant column of pure blue energy erupts from the ground, cleansing the area completely. Ma Dongpil watches the spectacle, his eyes wide with an astonishment that borders on disbelief. A hand reaches into a swirling vortex of luminous blue energy, the water rippling violently around it. The force of the energy pulls Xiao Riang deeper, his body descending into the ethereal depths with a powerful impact. The vibrant blue light engulfs him completely, swirling around his head and dark hair. His face contorts in a grimace of intense concentration, sweat beading on his brow as he absorbs the immense power. The blue energy pulses and churns around him, a dynamic, living force. Finally, his eyes snap open, a faint blue glow still clinging to his form as the energy begins to subside. Exhausted but triumphant, he sits on the ground as the mysterious fox declares the process complete. The mysterious fox then adds that the gap between the young lord and others will now be even wider, a sentiment echoed by Ma Dongpil, who praises his good work. Xiao Riang finds himself offered a cup by a blonde-haired man, who insists it is no trouble for him to drink first. However, Xiao Riang hesitates, feeling unworthy of such a precious medicine, while the blonde man questions if he is truly tired of being so humble. The blonde man counters, explaining that this situation is different, and it is only right for the young lord to be the one to consume it. Xiao Riang then holds a glowing blue liquid, reflecting on the blonde man's words, who had previously claimed he achieved something without his help. The blonde man looks down, his expression earnest, asking if Xiao Riang will truly maintain his stubbornness until the very end. He reminds Xiao Riang of the bond they have developed, urging him not to be so cold and to drink the medicine quickly. A faint blue aura emanates from Xiao Riang as he considers the blonde man's words, acknowledging that he has saved his life countless times, making this repayment only natural. The blonde man, now smiling gently, clarifies that he is only giving him one dose, addressing him respectfully as young lord. Xiao Riang looks away, a thoughtful expression on his face, muttering about the blonde man staying in such a shitty place because of him. Looking down at his loyal subordinate, Xiao Riang hears the man's earnest words, acknowledging his hard work. The subordinate vows, "I will protect you until the day my duty is over." Ma Dongpil bows deeply, his posture conveying absolute devotion. He continues, his voice firm, "No threat will be able to get their hands on you unless they first go over my dead body." Xiao Riang looks at Ma Dongpil, who then adds, "Even when my life is over, I will never forget the grace you have bestowed upon me until the day I die." Ma Dongpil's expression is resolute as he thinks, "The court of elders is not the right place for you. But, in my heart, I will always be loyal." The blue medicine splashes, its contents now consumed. Xiao Riang's face contorts in distress, exclaiming, "You crazy bastard. Just take it please." Ma Dongpil, his face a mask of desperate loyalty, forces the glowing blue vial towards Xiao Riang's mouth, who struggles against him, letting out a pained cry. A guttural sound escapes Xiao Riang as the liquid is forced down, the blue light from the medicine now faintly illuminating the surrounding bamboo stalks, a strange, low growl echoing through the air. The growl intensifies, a monstrous roar tearing through the quiet, signaling a powerful, unseen presence. Elsewhere, Chun Hajin's eyes widen in surprise and concern, his senses picking up on the sudden shift in the atmosphere. He clutches a glowing blue orb, a soft groan escaping him as a narration box confirms his premonition. Something is indeed approaching, prompting the mysterious fox to question his reaction. The source of the disturbance becomes clear as a pack of monstrous, red-eyed beasts emerge from the shadows, their guttural snarls filling the forest. Above the commotion, a flock of dark birds takes flight in a flurry of wings, fleeing the encroaching danger. Chun Hajin looks up, his expression grim, wondering aloud about the unfolding events. In another part of the forest, Jia Yang, kneeling, throws his hands up in frustration at Li Chansang, exclaiming that he has no answers either. Jia Yang realizes the full scope of the danger, the solitary bamboo grove now swarming with beasts. His brow furrowed with strain, he acknowledges they are completely surrounded. From all directions, glowing, crystalline forms of the creatures press in, their shadowy limbs reaching out from the encroaching darkness. Gripping his weapon, Jia Yang steels himself, declaring they must finish this fight now. Meanwhile, Xiao Riang struggles against his bonds, his eyes wide with terror, the gag preventing any sound from escaping his lips. Jia Yang hoists the young lord onto his shoulder, sprinting through the desolate terrain, and asks if Dongpil has memorized the layout of this place. He glances back, confidently affirming his knowledge, while Xiao Riang, muffled, curses him as a detestable boy. Suddenly, Xiao Riang's eyes snap wide open in a fresh wave of surprise and fear, reacting to something unseen. Amidst the growing chaos, the small, mysterious fox remained curled up, oblivious, still present in the dangerous grove. Jia Yang, holding the creature gently, couldn't believe it was still sleeping despite the surrounding turmoil, knowing he couldn't simply abandon it to its fate. With a decisive motion, he launched the fox through the air, calling out to Dongpil to catch it. Dongpil, without hesitation, skillfully caught the small creature. Jia Yang urged him to carry it and run, assuring him he would be fine, while Dongpil, holding the fox, declared his intent to hold off their pursuers. The sounds of movement intensified as a black-furred jackal and a crimson bird-like beast closed in rapidly. Still carrying Xiao Riang on his back, Jia Yang glanced over his shoulder as the young lord cried out in alarm. His eyes glowing faintly with a fierce resolve, Jia Yang mentally challenged the approaching creatures to face him. A powerful, crimson aura erupted around him, his entire being radiating an intense, combative energy. Jia Yang's feet are planted firmly on the scorched earth, his voice urgent as he commands the young lord to escape. A crimson aura flares around his fist, his face contorted in a snarl of defiance as he clutches the small fox, ready to face the incoming threat. But then, his eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning on him. Before he can react, a powerful, glowing fist erupts from the side, striking him with immense force. The impact sends Jia Yang hurtling backward, a trail of energy marking his rapid retreat through the air. He continues to fly through the air, unable to regain his footing. A cry of shock and pain escapes him, the name of the young lord echoing as he tumbles. Still clutching the fox, he plummets towards the ground. His face contorts in a mixture of agony and disbelief, the suddenness of the attack leaving him stunned. As the dust settled from his previous action, a sudden, unseen voice cried out, "Young lord, watch out. Behind you." Just as a monstrous, red-furred beast with glowing eyes lunged forward, claws extended. Without a moment's hesitation, Shun Hajin spun, his expression hardening as he registered the new threat. A deep thrum resonated as his eye flared with an intense, crimson glow, power surging through him. Then, a blur of motion and streaks of crimson energy tore through the air. The attack continued, a relentless barrage of glowing red slashes. With a final, powerful surge, he unleashed the heaven-splitting triple slash. Crimson energy coiled around his arm, focusing into a single, devastating point. The impact was brutal, a violent explosion of blood and force. And just as quickly as it began, Shun Hajin stood calmly over the defeated monster, its form broken and lifeless. Shun Hajin reflects on the divine arts he has been forced to conceal while practicing, reminding himself that now is not the time to be distracted by such thoughts, but rather to focus on his training. From a distant, elevated structure, he gazes down, a soft breeze rustling around him. Meanwhile, a piercing cry echoes through the serene mountain ranges, disturbing the quiet. In another location, a figure in ornate black and gold robes stands with their back turned, observing something unseen. A small, white fox-like creature emerges from a bamboo grove, prompting the robed figure to question, "A jackal? Has it truly come out?" The owner of the solitary bamboo grove has abandoned its spiritual ground, making its presence known. The robed figure, now seen in close-up, expresses their confusion, uttering, "I don't understand." A lone figure, their dark hair framing a face etched with sorrow, lets a single tear escape, the weight of an unseen burden heavy upon them. A soft rustling sound echoes through the air, as if the very bamboo forest around them stirs with a hidden life. Motes of light drift through the verdant stalks, illuminating the path with an ethereal glow. High above, a majestic, ornate pagoda stands sentinel, its intricate architecture reaching towards the heavens from a rocky peak. The rustling intensifies, a prolonged whisper through the dense foliage. A swift, crimson streak cuts through the misty air, a fleeting sign of potent energy or rapid movement. The figure, now clad in simple martial attire, ascends through the bamboo, their movements fluid and purposeful. Their long, dark hair is neatly tied back, a practical style for their arduous climb. Reaching their destination, a gasp escapes them, their hand instinctively covering their mouth as they utter a name in disbelief. The third? In a sleek, futuristic city, Shun Hajin stands, his dark hair falling around his face, a quiet admission escaping him that this current situation must be his own mistake. His appearance shifts, his hair now swept back, as a voice echoes, observing how profoundly he has changed. Reflected in a dark, polished surface, he assumes a powerful stance, a warrior ready for battle. Now shirtless, a crimson aura igniting around him, the voice continues, explaining that it's as if he has become a completely different person. As he unleashes his power, a monstrous beast recoils from the impact, while a deeper truth is revealed. The essence of the third witnessed in the demonic judgment pavilion is death itself. The beast's maw opens in a guttural roar, its bloodied face contorted in agony. Still wreathed in his crimson aura, Shun Hajin presses his attack, denouncing the creature as a foul bastard. He seizes the struggling beast, which desperately demands to be released from his grip. With a sickening crack, his red-infused arm tightens, inflicting further, brutal damage. A heavy boot presses down with a sharp, decisive sound. A voice, perhaps internal, questions, "The third, have you seen to the underworld?" Ominous red symbols glow in the darkness, accompanied by a deep, resonating hum. Standing triumphant over the defeated beast, Shun Hajin's form still radiates a faint, crimson energy. His eyes, now burning with an intense, dark glow, reflect a grim determination. Later, he moves through a dense, shadowy forest, the air thick with glowing particles. The path leads to a weathered wooden structure, bathed in a soft, ethereal light. A hand carefully pours a glowing liquid from a bottle into a waiting bowl. From a distant, ornate chamber, the fourth young lord's sister remarks, "I'm glad I called him to the demonic judgment pavilion." The fourth young lord's sister stands silently within the grand, ornate chamber, her dark robes a stark contrast to the opulent surroundings. Meanwhile, in a different location, a man rushes forward, calling out, "Hey, Jackal!" A small, white fox, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light, seems to perceive something beyond the immediate reality, as if asked, "What did you see in the third?" Within the depths of its golden eye, a faint, dark reflection of a figure appears, prompting a simple, knowing response from the man. He stands now, his long, dark hair flowing down his back, as a massive, snarling beast with glowing red eyes lets out a low growl beside him. The man turns his gaze towards the powerful creature, a question forming on his lips. "Are you thinking of the solitary bamboo, or something?" A monstrous roar echoes through the dense forest, as a hulking demonic beast lunges forward, its massive jaws agape. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, the man exclaims in disbelief, wondering why he's being attacked when he was merely trying to greet it. The beast's movements are a blur, forcing him to acknowledge its incredible speed. Frustration building, he curses the damned forest for its relentless dangers. Before he can react, an unseen force slams him violently into the ground, sending dust and debris scattering around him. The demonic beast looms over him, its predatory gaze fixed on its downed prey. Realizing the creature won't give up, the man pushes himself up, deciding to meet its aggression head-on. His eyes glow with a fierce red light as he activates a powerful technique, declaring his grasshopper ascension. With a surge of red energy, he charges directly at the beast, vowing to face it without hesitation. The demonic beast lets out a guttural roar, lunging forward with savage intent. But before its attack can connect, Xiao Riang, eyes glowing crimson, intercepts with a powerful, red-tinged strike, the force of his blow echoing through the air. A blinding explosion of dust and smoke erupts from the point of impact, obscuring the beast from view. Standing amidst the dissipating cloud, his body still radiating a faint red aura, he considers his technique, realizing that combining the beast's simple footwork with grasshopper ascension could create a weapon-oriented attack. He lands lightly, a soft tack sound accompanying his descent, but a flicker of disappointment crosses his face. His gaze sweeps through the bamboo forest, searching for any sign of his opponent. A determined expression settles on his features as he mentally urges the creature to reappear, impatient for the true fight to begin. Suddenly, the ground trembles as a shadowy, monstrous form, its eyes glowing ominously, begins to emerge from the earth, growing larger and more menacing with each passing moment. A slight smirk plays on Xiao Riang's lips as he acknowledges the beast's true power, finally ready for a real challenge. From the dissipating dust cloud, the demonic beast emerges, now larger and more ferocious, letting out a thunderous roar that shakes the very ground. Xiao Riang, caught off guard by its sudden growth, can only acknowledge the terrifying transformation. Before he can react, a massive leg slams down, sending shockwaves across the barren earth. The impact sends him reeling, a cry of pain escaping his lips. A violent explosion of dust and red energy erupts, engulfing the area where he stood. The beast, undeterred, lets out another guttural growl, its eyes fixed on its prey. Its massive claw begins to glow with an ominous purple light, gathering destructive energy. With a swift, powerful swing, it unleashes a devastating strike that tears through the very earth. Multiple glowing tendrils erupt from the impact point, lashing out to ensnare anything in their path. The demonic beast lets out a guttural growl, its massive form still dominating the ravaged landscape. Nearby, Xiao Riang lies motionless on the ground, defeated and unconscious from the relentless assault. But a new presence emerges from the dust, a voice cutting through the tension with a dismissive challenge. "You oversized cats." Chun Ha-jin's eyes blaze with a furious red glow, his expression a mask of cold, unyielding rage as he prepares to face the monstrous foe. Xiao Riang lies prone, his long hair fanned out across the desolate ground, his body still and seemingly defeated. Yet, a defiant voice escapes him, mocking his unseen adversaries as oversized cats. His eyes blaze with a fierce, crimson glow, a chilling question echoing from his lips. "Do you want to die?" Suddenly, a monstrous roar rips through the air, a massive beast with glowing yellow eyes and white fur lunging forward. Xiao Riang clenches his fist, acknowledging the beast's ridiculously overpowering strength, knowing that one more step could tear him to shreds. He reflects on his past, acknowledging that he's tasted the bitter sting of defeat more than once. He dismisses the idea that he won't be able to do the same to his current adversary. A surge of power courses through him, his clenched fist radiating a fierce red glow, as he notes the distinct feel of demonic arts. He realizes this difference is due to the spiritual energy of the bamboo forest lessening. This weakening of the spiritual energy is, in turn, weakening his psychic abilities. Suddenly, a guttural roar erupts from the white-furred demonic beast. Xiao Riang, undeterred by the beast's aggression, declares he doesn't have time for elimination herbs. He prepares to use his stealth arts. The beast closes the distance in an instant, its powerful claws tearing into him. Xiao Riang, already battered and bleeding, recoils from another unseen blow, acknowledging the formidable strength of his attackers. A pained grunt escapes him as he notes their coordinated assault, realizing that even for a peak master, this level of sustained attack is excruciating. His back already bears multiple deep gashes, and he knows that if this relentless fight drags on, he won't survive. Suddenly, a guttural roar erupts behind him, and the demonic beast lunges, catching him off guard with a swift, brutal strike. The beast snarls, its red eyes glowing, as the young lord's own eyes widen in shock, realizing the attack came from his blind spot. Refusing to be hit twice, Xiao Riang spins, burying a powerful punch into the beast's face, sending blood splattering. The creature recoils from the impact, its head snapping back as blood streaks its fur. Despite the successful counter, he realizes the futility of his current approach, knowing he can't simply punch every single enemy into submission. He understands that if he continues to fight alone, relying solely on brute force, he will inevitably reach his limit and be overwhelmed. Two cat-like demonic beasts emerge from the shadows, their low growls echoing through the desolate landscape. Looking up, he realizes he's surrounded by more than just two, their numbers growing rapidly. With a grim determination, Xiao Riang acknowledges he has no other choice but to change his approach. His eyes ignite with a fierce red glow, and a dark, swirling aura flares around him as he decides it's pointless to fight them normally. He must finish them all at once to escape. Even with his demonic arts weakened, he resolves to use his remaining psychic energy to strengthen himself, if only for a fleeting moment. Enveloped in a vibrant red aura, Xiao Riang prepares to unleash his devastating attack. He lunges forward, swirling red energy trailing behind him, vowing to destroy every last one of the damned cats. His hand glows with intense red power, blood visible as he unleashes the explosive mountain blast. The powerful attack connects, erupting in a massive explosion of red energy and debris. The explosive mountain blast erupts, a torrent of crimson energy tearing through the demonic beasts. Their forms blurring and distorting under the overwhelming force, their roars of aggression turning to screams of agony as the power consumes them. The devastating energy peaks in a blinding flash, then slowly begins to recede, leaving behind a desolate, smoke-filled landscape. From the lingering haze, a figure stumbles forward, gasping for breath as he struggles to regain his composure. A wave of relief washes over him as he realizes he has survived the desperate gamble, finally making it out of the perilous situation. Exhausted, he leans forward, hands on his knees, the sheer toll of the technique evident in his posture. A deep groan escapes Xiao Riang, the raw power of his recent attack still reverberating through his very being. The ground trembles violently, a lingering echo of the explosive mountain blast, as the small fox creature dashes away from the epicenter. Even as the forest around them continues to shake, Xiao Riang manages to rise, his gaze now fixed on the distant structure. His hands gently secure the mysterious fox, pulling it close. The creature looks up at him, its voice filled with concern, asking if the young lord is all right. He turns his attention back to the building, a new question forming in his mind about the commotion within. The mysterious fox settles on the ground, its small form alert and watchful. Its bright, glowing eyes reflect a heightened awareness, sensing something beyond the ordinary. Still reeling from the immense power he had just unleashed, Xiao Riang found himself traversing a bamboo forest under the pale light of a full moon, wondering why he had to endure such torment. His legs felt incredibly heavy, as if burdened by the very earth itself, making his progress agonizingly slow. After using such a potent technique, his limbs truly felt as though they weighed thousands of tons with every labored step. He knew he needed to escape this place as quickly as possible, his hand reaching out as if to push through the oppressive air. Otherwise, he might run into other beasts, his palm glowing faintly as he seemed to sense the environment around him. But as he moved, a strange detail caught his attention. The bamboo around him was completely devoid of moisture. He reached out to touch a stalk, realizing with a jolt that all the bamboo in this entire forest was like that. With faint red marks still visible on his back from his recent exertion, he paused, observing the peculiar dryness of the forest. An anomaly that made him pause and wonder, especially since he distinctly remembered sensing the presence of beasts nearby. As he continues through the bamboo forest, a colossal, scaled form suddenly blocks his path. Xiao Riang questions if he has strayed from his original route. The massive creature coils and shifts with a swift, unsettling rustle, causing him to gasp in surprise, his eyes widening at the sudden, imposing presence. Before he can react, the colossal serpent lunges, its fanged maw opening wide with a guttural roar. But Xiao Riang is faster, intercepting the attack with his blade as he recognizes the creature, exclaiming that it must be the Sumpered serpent. Despite his quick defense, the serpent's power is immense, sending a jolt of pain through his arm, forcing a pained cry from him. The beast then wraps its massive body around him, constricting tightly. And Xiao Riang struggles against the immense pressure, fearing his arms will break under the strain. As he struggles, a horrifying realization dawns on him. His sword, where it pierced the serpent's scales, is rapidly rusting away. He lunges forward, his sword flashing as he declares his weapon's superiority to the monstrous serpent. But a sudden, unexpected resistance makes him recoil, his eyes widening in disbelief at the serpent's resilience. The creature, known as the Sumpered Serpent, was infamous for its ability to cause droughts, its very presence capable of drying up entire rivers. Before he can react, the serpent's massive jaws snap shut around his arm, confirming the grim truth. This Sumpered Serpent was far more formidable than any Minoji he had faced. A cry of pain escapes him as the serpent's coils tighten, crushing his body with immense force. The sheer power of the constriction sends him tumbling. His face contorted in terror as he struggles against the monstrous worm, desperate for it to release its grip. Yet, amidst the fear, a flicker of fierce determination ignites in his eyes, a resolve to overcome this impossible foe. Meanwhile, the serpent's mouth glows with a sinister energy, its corrosive power visibly eating away at his trapped arm. Still caught in the Sumpered Serpent's grip, Seo Riang's arm endures the creature's corrosive bite, its fangs sinking deep into his flesh. Just as despair threatens to consume him, Ma Dongpil arrives, sword drawn, his voice cutting through the chaos as he calls out to the young lord, who collapses to the ground. The corrosive energy from the serpent's attack continues to spread, leaving a dark, spreading stain on his leg. Despite the pain, Seo Riang manages to call out his ally's name. Responding instantly, Ma Dongpil lunges forward, his blade striking the serpent and drawing blood as he forces it away from the injured young lord. The serpent recoils from the unexpected attack, its fangs dripping with its own dark blood. With the immediate threat neutralized, Ma Dongpil turns to Seo Riang, relieved to find his injuries are not as severe as they first appeared, urging him to rise. His expression hardening, Ma Dongpil clenches his fist, ready for whatever comes next. As Seo Riang begins to recover, a new figure appears, a woman with sharp eyes, who scolds him for nearly being chopped to death by his own ally's sword. As their hands clasped, Ma Dongpil's voice was firm, refusing to abandon his lord. But Seo Riang, looking back at him, promised he would ensure his guard made it out alive. A low growl echoed as Seo Riang's feet pounded against the metallic ground, his escape now a desperate sprint. He continued to push forward, navigating treacherous, broken terrain. Suddenly, a woman running alongside him reacted to a distant noise, realizing their pursuers had closed the distance far quicker than anticipated. Behind them, a terrifying horde of demonic beasts emerged from the shadows, their numbers seemingly endless. The woman glanced back, her expression grim, asking if they had truly been chased this entire distance. Seo Riang confirmed the relentless pursuit, spanning approximately 2 kilometers. Her eye narrowed with fierce resolve. The woman declared that they were not the only ones being hunted, and the demons should have given up long ago. Chun Ha-jin, surrounded by grotesque spider-like creatures in the dense forest, resolves to end the confrontation quickly to secure his escape. As Seo Riang and the unnamed female character flee ahead, he calls out, offering to stay behind and cover their retreat. A thought of Ma Dongpil flashes through Seo Riang's mind, but the female companion, her face set with fierce determination, rejects the idea of leaving anyone behind, declaring they will face this together. Standing side by side, a faint red aura beginning to emanate from her, Seo Riang can only concede to her unwavering resolve. Her gaze unwavering, she challenges him, questioning how many foes he could possibly face alone. Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoes through the air, as a massive white tiger-like demonic beast lunges into view. Her hand glowing with nascent power, the female warrior declares their grim choice, victory or death. With a surge of red energy, she launches herself forward, a blur of motion towards the approaching threat. Her speed is immense, leaving only a faint afterimage in her wake. He takes a brutal hit, a demonic claw tearing into his side, sending a spray of blood across the desolate ground. As the impact rattles him, Chun Ha-jin finds himself suddenly remembering his last words. An enemy's voice cuts through the chaos, asking if he knows life, to which he can only respond with a grimace, "No, I don't." But the question ignites a fire within him, and he retaliates with a furious, sweeping strike of his blade, carving through the monstrous horde. His mind races, recalling a life spent as someone else's tool. A past he desperately wants to escape, which is why he yearns to live so badly. With renewed resolve, he plunges his blade into another beast, determined to become someone no one can ever touch again. He continues his relentless assault, his weapon a blur as he cuts down another foe. With a final, decisive blow, he cleaves through a monstrous form, a silent vow echoing in his mind. This time, I'm going to live life freely. Chun Ha-jin unleashes a fierce strike, his body twisting with explosive force as he connects with the monstrous beast. But the creature is relentless, its massive claw swiping back with brutal speed, catching him mid-motion. The impact sends him flying, his body arcing through the air as he crashes against the jagged rock face. He struggles to regain his footing, his arm outstretched, trying to push through the pain. Yet the beast presses its advantage, delivering another crushing blow. Despite the relentless assault, he glares back, a defiant challenge in his eyes as he asks if it intends to strike the same place again. His fist clenches, a crimson aura beginning to pulse around it, as he demands if it needs more to come to its senses. A fierce resolve hardens his expression, declaring that he will not die, his entire form now engulfed in a vibrant, swirling red energy. With a guttural roar, he unleashes his power, his glowing fist ready to strike back with overwhelming force. The red aura of Chun Hajin's attack tears through the demonic beast, sending fragments of its body and debris flying in a violent explosion of power. Nearby, Seo Riang struggles to maintain his footing, his body battered as he admits he can barely stand, urging his companion to get his back against the wall. He looks up, his face etched with exhaustion, and confesses that even that simple task might prove difficult. Chun Hajin watches the scene unfold, his expression a mix of concern and grim determination. Despite the brutal assault, the demonic beast lets out a guttural roar, its damaged face contorted in a snarl of pain and fury, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy. With immense force, it slams back into the ground, shattering the earth and sending massive chunks of rock flying. Chun Hajin turns to Seo Riang, his voice firm, declaring that this time, he will be the one to handle it, and orders his companion to get out of the way. Seo Riang, however, finds himself surrounded, as a horde of smaller, equally ferocious demonic beasts emerge from the shadows, their eyes glowing red. Meanwhile, the main demonic beast's face contorts further, as a third, glowing red eye snaps open on its forehead, crackling with ominous power. A frustrated curse escapes him, his jaw clenched tight. Meanwhile, a small, glowing creature moves with light, quick steps, its paws barely disturbing the ground as it glides forward. It approaches a massive, ornate gate, a faint whistling sound accompanying its swift passage as it slips through the ancient structure. A desperate curse escapes Chun Hajin's lips, his face etched with strain as he confronts an overwhelming foe. Before him, the massive demonic beast, its white fur bristling, lunges forward, a furious roar tearing through the air as it closes the distance. Yet, with a burst of purple energy, the cloaked figure of Chun Hajin intercepts the attack, moving with impossible speed to strike first. His dark, clawed hand connects with the beast's face, sending a spray of blood into the air. Meanwhile, in a different time or place, Ma Dongpil stands before the unnamed female character, declaring, "I managed to come back alive after all that pain." Back in the present, Chun Hajin's expression hardens, his resolve unwavering as he thinks, "I can't let it all end like this." From an unseen location, a blonde subordinate's voice cuts through the chaos, urging, "Young master, the only thing you need to run away in the direction I came from." Despite the blow, the demonic beast lets out a guttural roar, its fangs bared and drool dripping, still very much a threat. The demonic beast lets out a guttural roar, its defiance echoing through the desolate landscape. With a soft, deliberate step, its massive, furry paw lands on the rocky ground, glowing particles scattering with the impact. Its golden eye flashes, sparking with an ominous, crackling energy. Suddenly, two of the white beasts snarl, their forms crackling with the same eerie glow, multiplying the threat. As Chun Hajin and his blonde subordinate observe, a small, orange fox-like spirit appears before them, glowing with a soft blue aura. Both men react with a mixture of shock and concern, their expressions betraying their surprise at the unexpected arrival. The fox spirit's eyes blaze with golden light, and it lets out a piercing shriek, its blue aura intensifying. From the dark, stormy sky, multiple bolts of purple lightning crash down with a thunderous boom and crackle. The entire landscape becomes a maelstrom of energy, engulfed in a chaotic storm of glowing purple lightning. The air crackles with raw energy, streaks of blue and purple lightning tearing through the space where the fox spirit unleashed its power, culminating in a blinding white explosion that erupts from the ground, shaking the very earth and scattering foliage. Nearby, even the smallest creatures sense the immense power, as a pair of rabbits pause, one looking up with wide, startled eyes. The disturbance sends birds scattering, their wings beating frantically as they flee the chaotic scene. Amidst the aftermath, the small fox spirit, seemingly unharmed, playfully nips at Chun Hajin's ear, who lies unconscious on the ground. It then settles comfortably on his bare chest, a curious companion to the fallen warrior. Both Chun Hajin and his blonde subordinate remain sprawled on the verdant ground, slowly recovering from the powerful magical assault. Finally, Chun Hajin's eyes flutter open, his consciousness slowly returning to him. The fox spirit, noticing his awakening, looks up with a wide-eyed expression of surprise. As consciousness slowly returns, a disoriented Chun Hajin pushes himself up from the scorched earth, his mind struggling to grasp his surroundings. A familiar thought surfaces, wondering if he had once again met his end. He aches all over, and the small, fluffy fox spirit perched on his shoulder seems to be questioning his actions, as if this wasn't the afterlife he expected. His eyes widen in confusion, finally registering the strange creature's presence. With a startled cry, he recoils, sending the fox spirit tumbling from his shoulder. Alarmed, he shouts, demanding to know if the creature intends to devour him. The fox spirit, its golden eyes glowing with surprise, retorts with its own indignant demand to be left alone. It then turns its attention to the unconscious blonde subordinate. nudging him with a paw and seemingly urging him to intervene. The small spirit stands over the prone figure, while Chun Ha-jin watches the peculiar scene unfold, still sitting amidst the desolate landscape. The small fox spirit, still trying to rouse the unconscious man, lets out a frustrated cry, demanding the escort guard finally get up and do something. As the scene shifts, the sky opens up to reveal the majestic heavenly demon divine cult capital, a sprawling city of ancient, ornate buildings nestled amongst lush greenery. Within its walls, hands are clasped in reverence, a soft, reverent sound echoing through the air. Two men, one older and one younger, gaze upwards with expressions of profound awe, uttering the name of the heavenly demon divine cult with a mix of wonder and disbelief. Overwhelmed by emotion, they declare themselves moved to tears by the sacred god's blessing. The camera pulls back to reveal the immense scale of the cult's main hall, a vast, opulent space leading to a grand throne. Numerous figures line the long, red carpet, all facing the distant seat of power in silent anticipation. Seo Riang stands over the unconscious blonde subordinate, a frustrated sigh escaping him. He tries to rouse him, a hand on his shoulder, but the man remains unresponsive, a soft groan his only reply. Meanwhile, within the opulent halls of the heavenly demon divine cult capital, a sense of grandeur and power permeates the air. At its heart, the formidable Chun Ha-jin sits upon his throne, his presence commanding the vast chamber. His dark hair cascades around his sharp features, a silent testament to his authority. The intricate designs of the hall reflect the cult's reverence, each detail speaking of ancient power. An attendant approaches, holding a glowing scroll, detailing the expected expenses for the upcoming martial arts festival. Ma Dongpil, ever diligent, reports the sum, stating it to be approximately 57,000 niang. Chun Ha-jin's gaze sharpens, questioning if the amount exceeds last year's expenditures. He takes a sip from his cup, his thoughts drifting to the 7 families, whose special strengths are rumored to be far less than expected. Meanwhile, Ma Dongpil voices his confusion, wondering why the expenses have increased despite this perceived weakness. As the discussion continues, Ma Dongpil prepares to elaborate on the situation. Bowing slightly, he offers to explain the intricacies. A new voice interjects, confirming that the 7 families' strength within the demon cult is indeed not as formidable as the key members' records suggest. Robert Mina, the head of the cult's intelligence unit, clarifies, believing this perceived weakness is a deliberate strategy, carefully managed through their bloodline. She asserts with conviction that history itself proves the cult's resilience, having prevailed until now and destined to continue for 1,000 years forth. The heavenly demon divine cult's expenses continued to escalate, threatening to undermine its very dignity and generosity. From the ranks of his subordinates, Robert Mina asserted that the cult's true dignity and generosity stemmed from the demon lord himself, not from mere monetary wealth. Ma Dongpil listened intently, his expression grim. The demon lord, Chun Ha-jin, then issued his command, ordering an immediate reduction in all expected expenses. Mina bowed her head in understanding, admitting her oversight and not considering the matter deeply enough. Ma Dongpil, too, offered his apologies for his carelessness, promising a new proposal for approval by noon the following day. The subordinates stood in the vast hall, awaiting further instruction. Kneeling before his lord, Ma Dongpil declared that the intelligence unit, the demonic hearts, would bear the cost for all proposed reports. Sipping from his cup, Chun Ha-jin mused, assuming the field units were still undergoing their rigorous training. Ma Dongpil reports that the demon lord has yet to emerge from the 3rd Guardian Demon Hall. Meanwhile, a figure with long, dark hair sips from a delicate cup, his presence a quiet counterpoint to the ongoing discussions. Elsewhere, a sharp-eyed man with equally long, dark hair declares, the 2nd. He stands amidst other robed figures in a grand hall, his gaze fixed on a subordinate. The blonde subordinate, looking up with deference, responds, yes, demon lord. This is Guan Pyong, the heavenly demonic divine cult's 2nd young lord, who now addresses the blonde man. Guan Pyong questions him directly. Are you planning to skip your training? The blonde subordinate looks down, asserting with confidence, martial arts is already ingrained into my everyday life. His robes flowing around him as he speaks. The blonde subordinate confidently asserts that undergoing closed-door training for another period would be meaningful. While Ma Dongpil, observing the scene, remarks that such confidence in one's martial arts, especially before the demon lord, is quite bold. Guan Pyong listens intently, his expression unreadable. As he walks through a grand hall, a voice echoes, stating there is no need for backing down, only to show where they stand. Ma Dongpil continues, acknowledging that such a statement comes from someone known for being very harsh when judging martial arts. And another cult member adds that it is indeed a high compliment. The blonde subordinate bows deeply, offering his thanks. As Guan Pyong stands among his peers, a thought or declaration rings out, the 4th. A figure walks away, responding with a respectful, yes, demon lord. Guan Pyong, his expression unreadable, declares that the situation is quite different from just a few days ago, implying a significant shift in circumstances. He then offers a curt, thank you. His gaze sharpens as he adds, however, it's late. The blonde subordinate, listening intently, acknowledges the difficulty of the situation, stating that even so, the master will be difficult to awaken. As Guanpyong turns and walks away, the blonde subordinate remains, a thoughtful expression on his face, while an unnamed female figure stands nearby. He then internally resolves, I'll keep that in mind, Demon Lord. Guanpyong's voice echoes, a final instruction delivered with piercing intensity. Devote yourself. The blonde subordinate, his eyes reflecting a newfound resolve, recalls his master's words, don't panic. Master always told me to devote myself to. Standing tall, a fierce determination settles over him as he affirms his commitment to his duties, believing that expanding his own force will not deter him from his current path. Within a grand chamber, the heavenly demon lord, Chun Ha-jin, stood before a small assembly, his gaze falling upon Seo Riang and a young woman as they approached, while a voice announced the arrival of the fifth. His presence was undeniable, the very title Demon Lord echoing with authority. The young woman, introduced as Jade Si-hyun, the heavenly demonic cult's fifth young lady, met his gaze with a composed expression. A subtle nod from Chun Ha-jin acknowledged her presence, a quiet affirmation of very good. Seo Riang, standing nearby, reflected on his own path, understanding that there's a limit to how much your current martial arts can boost your talents. As the meeting concluded, Jade Si-hyun turned to him, offering to go with you, young master, after this meeting. From his imposing throne, the demon lord then addressed Seo Riang directly, commanding him to choose one of the 10 greatest demonic arts. Both Seo Riang and Jade Si-hyun bowed deeply in unison, with Seo Riang expressing profound gratitude. I will never forget this generosity. He wonders if he needs to alter his plans, having just praised someone, then asks when the sixth will return. His subordinate informs him that the sixth is scheduled to attend the Maca festival with the patriarch. The group stands in a grand hall, observing the young woman before them. Chai Yejin, the heavenly demonic divine cult's sixth young lady, bows her head in apology to the demon lord. He declares that the cult is no place for weak-willed children. The sixth young lady flinches, as he continues, asserting that she would not be in her current state if she possessed greater strength. The others remain silent, watching the young woman's reaction. He sternly commands her to work harder. Holding a small bottle, he then asks if she is afraid of death. Chai Yejin's voice trembles, denying the demon lord's accusation. As tears stream down her face, her eyes red from weeping. His voice echoes through the chamber, reminding her that he never taught any of them to rest. His gaze sharpens as he continues, stating that if she truly desires power, she must not be bound by her own limits. He demands to know if she understands, his words cutting through her tears. Covering his eyes, a sharp intake of breath escapes him. As his hand reaches for a bowl, his thoughts turning to the third. A contemplative expression settles on his face. A voice from within the chamber commands for the visitor to be admitted. As if on cue, the third young lord Seorang answers the sacred lord's summons, his presence announced by a soft, resonant hum. He stands poised on a raised platform, his gaze fixed forward. With a soft thud, he steps onto the polished floor. His hand extends, a gesture of formal approach. From a distance, Guanpyong exclaims in surprise, realizing his third brother has arrived. Though a somber thought lingers, he has recovered, but his martial prowess is gone. He questions aloud, wondering if Seorang has already reached the sacred lord's chamber. The newly arrived Seorang bows deeply, offering a respectful greeting to the demon lord. His dark robes sweep the glowing floor as he maintains his deferential posture. A cascade of dark hair falls into view, hinting at the presence of a new arrival. With a piercing gaze from his red eyes, the third young lord Seorang offers a formal greeting, his voice echoing with a familiar challenge. Long time no see, demon lord. Nearby, Seo Riang watches the exchange, his expression a mixture of surprise and contemplation. A powerful figure with long, dark hair stands amidst a desolate landscape, greeted by a voice acknowledging his return. Long time no see, demon lord. Meanwhile, another watches intently, a slight smile playing on his lips as he takes in the scene. His gaze sharpens, recognizing such dense and luxuriant demonic energy. Red particles of energy shimmer around him as he ponders. Just how much training has he undergone during this period? Chun Ha-jin, the demon lord, stands enveloped in a vibrant crimson aura. The raw power emanating from him so immense that it escapes his control. For him to be unconsciously emitting demonic energy like that. The powerful figure then walks away, his presence receding down a long, silent corridor. He finds the experience excellent, a profound satisfaction settling over him. Meanwhile, Guanpyong and the elders around him are struck with astonishment, their expressions a mixture of awe and disbelief. Such a reaction from the demon lord is the highest praise they have ever witnessed, a testament to the immense power he now wields. Later, seated on a grand throne, the demon lord exudes an undeniable aura of authority, with Guanpyong standing respectfully by his side. Reflecting on his recent endeavors, he muses that it was surprisingly exhilarating, believing he has finally grasped the power of an entire cult. A sharp glint in his eye betrays the depth of his newfound strength, a silent promise of what is to come. Back on his throne, he issues a direct command to his subordinate, simply stating, "Come with me." Guanpyong, taken aback, lets out a surprised sound, his mind racing with disbelief at the thought of having been unconscious for so long that the cult's power was transferred to him for further training. As he turns to leave, the demon lord instructs Guanpyong to handle the remaining matters, a faint chuckle escaping him as he departs. The attendees confirm their understanding, as the demon lord concludes the royal meeting. With a decisive turn, he dismisses them, his presence still commanding even as he walks away. Observing Chun Hajin's departure, Jod Sihyun wonders if he intends to send her to a solitary place like the bamboo grove, musing on his recent strange behavior and what it might signify. Meanwhile, the grand halls of the cult's headquarters buzz with activity, the murmuring of many voices filling the air. From above, the complex appears a hive of motion, as someone calls out to recalculate the budget, and another voice suggests the speaker must be stressed. Jod Sihyun, however, reassures them that she is fine, explaining that she is merely striving to grow stronger and that this work is necessary. Ma Dongpil then asks her if she knows why the demon lord chose not to attend the royal meeting, to which she replies that he has always been a mystery. She speculates that he likely won't attend the Mara's festival either, her expression thoughtful. Ma Dongpil offers a possible explanation, stating he heard the Northern Orthodox sect recently started an interesting business, and believes that is probably the reason for the demon lord's absence. Jod Sihyun's mind races, wondering if the statement she just heard originated from the Buddhist sects. A wave of unease washes over her as she considers, could he truly discern her thoughts just by looking at her? Her expression tightens with surprise and concern. As she holds a cup, lost in deep contemplation, panic begins to set in, her mind racing with the terrifying question. Is he furious that she dared to modify the heavenly demonic art of the divine cult? What should she do now? The thought of being sent to a place far worse than the solitary bamboo fills her with dread, when suddenly, a voice cuts through her fear, declaring, "Good job. I'm impressed." Sitting before Guanpyong, Jod Sihyun slowly processes the words, realizing he is actually complimenting her. Guanpyong explains that it is no easy feat to create a new martial art that surpasses the heavenly demonic arts, but it is a difficult, yet achievable, endeavor. A bashful smile spreads across Jod Sihyun's face as she admits, being complimented by the heavenly demonic cult's budding talent is making her shy. She had been praised for her efforts, and Guanpyong, observing her reaction, found himself thinking that her results were indeed good. Her dark hair cascaded over her shoulder. As she sat across from him, still processing his words, he had poured her a drink, and now, with the conversation seemingly concluded, he wondered if she was expecting him to leave. Looking out at the serene water garden, Guanpyong mused, "Damn it, why did I even call her here then?" He considered the possibility that she might be embarrassed by his praise, or perhaps even angry that he had seen her work. Well, if I send her away now, it'll be even more awkward. Let's just get out of here. With a sigh, he extended his hand, offering a small bottle across the table, saying, "I will be taking my leave, then." He urged her, "Take this with you." As she looked at the small bottle, Guanpyong clarified, "It's a reward for your good work. Take it." Guanpyong muses to himself, wondering who could have predicted the way his martial arts would intertwine with Buddhist practices, finding himself surprised once again by the third young lord. Meanwhile, Chun Hajin, hearing these words, reacts with a startled, "Huh," as he ponders the events of the past few days. He questions whether Guanpyong could possibly know about the ultimate demon, or if it was merely a coincidence. Guanpyong, still lost in thought, lets out a soft sigh, wondering if the third young lord will manage to surprise him yet again. If so, he concludes, this winter promises to be an interesting one. The rhythmic rattling of a cartwheel echoes, carrying Chun Hajin away. He sighs, finding it difficult to be creative when in the presence of the demon lord, and the more he considers it, the more complex his thoughts become. Holding a small bottle, he reflects that while Guanpyong is indeed the demon lord, he doesn't quite fit the image, seeming more like a friend of a friend. Inside a building, Chun Hajin stands before a blond man who winces, letting out a soft ouch. In a different setting, he listens as Ma Dongpil, holding a small cup, asks, "So, do you know what it is?" "It's the heavenly spirit brew, a drink so good, it's said to be the best in the world." Ma Dongpil's eyes widen, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Did the demon lord even tell you about it?" He then explains that the heavenly spirit brew is a highly graded liquor, brewed from the finest ingredients in the East, and is currently only available to the demon lord himself. It's a special drink, said to grant deep, spiritual insight, and even bestow great glory and honor upon those who consume it. Ma Dongpil looks away, a slight blush on his face, as if caught in a moment of fervent admiration. He's a real fan. Chun Hajin watches him, a thoughtful expression settling on his features, processing the depth of his companion's devotion. Ma Dongpil, still flustered, then states, "No, once I escape, I'll return to my resistance, my duty to power." Chun Hajin responds with a serious tone, "It was an honor to work for you." Ma Dongpil reacts with a surprised, almost startled expression, his eyes widening at the unexpected sentiment. As the conversation continued, Chun Hajin inquired if his companion was truly content to forego the heavenly spirit brew. A sudden, involuntary sound escaped Ma Dongpil, his eyes widening as he stammered, "Ah, that's," after taking a sip. Leaving that encounter behind, Chun Ha-jin found himself on a winding path, a thought echoing in his mind. Oh well, I'll just drink it on my own, I guess. The journey continued through serene landscapes, the sun setting over distant, majestic mountains. Eventually, he arrived at a grand, traditional complex. Stepping through its gates with a sense of familiarity, a quiet declaration escaped him. I'm finally back. As he walked deeper into the courtyard, he reflected, it's nice to see this place again after such a long time. His dark hair now visible, his expression was one of quiet contemplation. When a small, fox-like creature appeared beside him, prompting him to ask, when did you get here? No. And who planned this? Didn't you? A voice challenges, to which Chun Ha-jin replies, yes, I thought I knew. But I was wrong. Ma Dongpil's eyes widen slightly. The young master just admits to being wrong? What do you mean? He asks, as Chun Ha-jin explains. I saw Xiaoyang at the meeting today. A soft sound of impact echoes, and he continues. It was my first time seeing him after the chi blockage incident. Standing together in the moonlit courtyard, Chun Ha-jin observes. He's much different from before. And a lot better too. Ma Dongpil looks concerned. I don't know what happened in the solitary bamboo grove, but he seems to have recovered his martial arts too. The night sky stretches above them as Chun Ha-jin clarifies. However, the reason I ceased the plan isn't because he recovered his martial arts. He stands pensive. He looked like the Xiaoyang I knew, but it felt like I was looking at a different person. His gaze drops to his feet, like he was a whole other person. His eyes, sharp and intense, seemed to pierce through everything, as if he knew every secret, every hidden action. The thought lingered in Ma Dongpil's mind, a chilling certainty that Chun Ha-jin was aware of all his machinations. He mused, drawing on his pipe, that his current actions weren't solely driven by Chun Ha-jin's recovered martial arts, even if he had grown stronger. No, he decided, a frown deepening on his face. Chun Ha-jin wasn't speaking the full truth, clearly confused by the words of the heavenly demon master. A plume of smoke curled from his pipe as he pondered why his subordinates were now complaining about the abandoned plans. Standing by the window, gazing out, he considered their grievances, the abandoned plans weighing heavily on his mind. What was he to do? He decided to appease them with money, knowing they were as obsessed with wealth as Xiaoyang himself, willing to do anything for a price. The strategist remained deep in thought, his expression unreadable as he weighed his options. Ultimately, he concluded that attempting to attack Xiaoyang right now would be a grave mistake. He considers his next move, a question forming in his mind about what he should eat. As a door slides open with a soft rumble, he steps into a traditional building, its interior dimly lit by the night. Inside, a table laden with various dishes awaits, and a voice apologizes, saying, somehow, I feel like you're going to say you've already eaten, so I prepared this in advance. I'm sorry. Chun Ha-jin stares at the spread, a look of utter surprise on his face as he exclaims, what's all this? A young woman, Manhwa, stands nearby, urging him. Manhwa prepared it. Hurry and sit down. He takes his seat, observing the nervous young woman. Manhwa, her voice trembling slightly, asks, why, young master, is it really okay for me to sit here with you? She fidgets, clearly uncomfortable with the situation, her anxiety palpable. Chun Ha-jin, however, seems genuinely confused by her reaction, wondering aloud, oh, shouldn't I be the one to be nervous on my own? Manhwa, still visibly nervous, carefully picks up a piece of food with her chopsticks, her expression a mix of apprehension and duty. Meanwhile, Chun Ha-jin and Ma Dongpil sit at the low table, ready to begin, as Ma Dongpil declares, shush, we're all going to eat. Start. The two men clink their cups together, a quiet cheer echoing through the room. Manhwa continues to serve them, her movements precise but still betraying a hint of unease. Her anxiety finally gets the better of her as she attempts to pour a drink, spilling it dramatically and eliciting a surprised cry of young master from Ma Dongpil. The liquid splashes across the table, a small disaster amidst the quiet meal. Later, under the soft glow of the moon, the traditional building stands peacefully, its lanterns casting warm light into the night. Inside, the meal has concluded, leaving behind only empty bowls and dishes on the low table. Manhwa looks down at the cleared table, a hint of surprise in her voice as she murmurs, huh, we're out. Still visibly flustered, Anshua watches as Ma Dongpil, holding a bottle, suggests they stop drinking, but Chun Ha-jin simply gestures for him to continue. Ma Dongpil, seemingly undeterred, pours himself another drink, his expression relaxed. Anshua, still anxious, mutters to herself that he's already had enough, wondering how much more he can possibly drink. With a steady hand, she continues to serve the meal. Chun Ha-jin then addresses Ma Dongpil, asking him to bring someone forward once the meal is finished. Ma Dongpil, with a flushed face, enthusiastically agrees, acknowledging Chun Ha-jin as young master. As the meal progresses, Chun Ha-jin expresses his desire to meet someone who possesses extensive knowledge of the organization's networks and internal affairs. The question hangs in the air, does Ma Dongpil have anyone in mind for such a critical role? After a moment of thought, Ma Dongpil confirms that there is indeed such a person, someone with an unparalleled grasp of the organization's structure, strategies, and personnel, whom he believes Chun Ha-jin would be eager to meet. Chun Ha-jin considers the implications of the previous conversation, then asks who he should meet. Anshua, ever diligent, promptly identifies the individual, the Internal Enlightenment Facility Master. A soft sigh escapes him as Chun Ha-jin instructs Ma Dongpil to send a message to No Yeonshim, the Facility Master. Ma Dongpil listens intently, his expression thoughtful. From a distance, Anshua and Chun Ha-jin observe the proceedings as Ma Dongpil begins to voice his concerns. He warns that the Facility Master might harbor resentment, especially if asked for cooperation. Chun Ha-jin, however, remains unfazed, asserting that if she can be brought out of the Internal Enlightenment Facility, it would be of great benefit. His gaze is resolute, his determination unwavering. Ma Dongpil looks on with concern, addressing his young master. Elsewhere, a figure with long, dark hair and piercing violet eyes contemplates the situation, observing that the lynx has now changed into a viper, necessitating a change in their approach, in their very weapon. The quiet morning after a raucous night, Anshua diligently sweeps the courtyard. Her movements precise and practiced, a soft sigh escaping her lips. Nearby, Chun Ha-jin watches her practice a powerful kick, a thought crossing his mind about how much he had drunk the previous night. The memory of the previous evening flashes through his mind, a chaotic scene of revelry and drink, with Anshua observing the aftermath of the festivities. Indeed, it had been an extraordinary night, leaving behind a broken piece of furniture as evidence of its wildness. Suddenly, Chun Ha-jin moves, a blur of motion across the training ground, his speed almost impossible to track. He brings a staff down with incredible force, the impact sending ripples through the air. Anshua watches, her eyes wide with admiration, uttering a soft exclamation of awe at his amazing skill. Chun Ha-jin reflects on his past, acknowledging the profound lessons learned from fighting alone without allies. From a distance, Anshua watches him, a quiet admiration stirring within her as she notes his imposing presence. His foot presses down, a clear sign of the exhaustion that follows his rigorous training, yet he pushes through. Wiping sweat from his bare chest, the scars etched into his skin are visible, prompting Anshua to remark that she isn't surprised he bears such marks. She considers his earlier words, a slight smile playing on her lips as she thinks of her young master. As he approaches, she offers a respectful greeting, her thoughts still lingering on his previous actions and what he might have been contemplating. He extends a hand, accepting a new sword that, she explains, should be similar in length to the one he used to wield. A simple word of gratitude escapes him as he takes possession of the blade. Suddenly, his eyes flare with an intense, crimson glow, a powerful surge of energy emanating from him, signaling a profound shift. Leaving behind the intense training, the young lord now finds himself at the opulent entrance of the Spring Flower Pavilion, a renowned high-class establishment. As he steps inside, a voice echoes, simply stating, "You're here." The cloaked figure, accompanied by two attendants, proceeds deeper into the pavilion, where he is met by the Internal Enjoyment Facility Master, a woman of refined elegance and authority. An attendant bows deeply before him, offering a respectful greeting to the young lord, and invites him further, noting that the pavilion master awaits, though he doubts it will be to his taste. The pavilion master, however, asserts her control, declaring, "The Spring Flower Pavilion is under my management." With a knowing look, she adds that she knows best what kind of food is served here, and hopes the owner of the Spring Flower Pavilion has been invited to the farthest place possible. Soon, the group is seated around a grand table, the atmosphere formal yet expectant. Before the pavilion master finally poses the direct question, "So, why have you invited me here?" He offers a simple, almost dismissive answer, claiming there's no particular reason for his visit. The pavilion master, however, sees through his facade, stating she merely wanted to buy something, then adding, "It's nothing." Her gaze is sharp, assessing, as if peeling back layers of his pretense. She thinks of herself as Yeonsim, a woman who has not only survived decades in the divine cult's bloody world, but has also ascended to become the Internal Enjoyment Facility Master, a position of significant power. She possesses strong self-esteem and knows her own worth well. Dealing with her requires careful strategy, as she is not easily swayed, much like the general strategist himself. With a subtle gesture, she dismisses the attending servants, inviting him to speak freely now that they are alone. Her voice drops, direct and unwavering, as she finally asks, "What's the real reason you wanted to see me?" He knows what he needs from her, her help. Still recovering from his ordeal, Chun Ha-jin looks up at the pavilion master, his voice a plea, "Please lend me a hand." Without a word, a delicate hand places a cup on the low table. As the pavilion master addresses someone unseen, "Thank you for the drink. I'll see you around." Turning her gaze back to him, she asks with a hint of challenge, "Does my request make you uncomfortable?" She clarifies her stance, her voice firm, "That's not the problem. I don't take bribes when it comes to candidates." A slight frown touches her lips as she continues, "Why do you say that? I don't know about the other pavilions, but I cannot endorse such actions." She considers the broader implications, her gaze distant. "My facility, the internal affairs of the entire cult, would be thrown into chaos and destabilized." Taking a sip from her cup, she observes him keenly. "I expected you to be someone unexpected." Chun Ha-jin, now holding his own cup, clarifies his true intent, I'm only asking you to lend a hand. I'm asking you to side with me. The pavilion master, Yeonsim, reiterates her stance, finding no difference in the implications of his request, despite her facility's unique nature. She firmly states that they will not endorse any candidate. Her expression hardening, she clarifies that she will not risk her facility's reputation for the cult. Unfazed, Chun Hajin calmly suggests she reconsider her position. Yeonsim, seemingly ending the discussion, offers a polite farewell, dismissing him after their meal. However, Hajin produces a small, glowing object, revealing his knowledge that she needs the rare green turtle four-leaf clover. Her eyes widen slightly in surprise, her composure momentarily broken by the unexpected revelation. Regaining her voice, Yeonsim acknowledges its extreme rarity, noting that it's difficult to find, and that most of the cult's herbs originate from specific regions. Hajin then completes her thought, specifying that it's found deep near the eastern seas, before offering it to her if she truly needs it. Pavilion Master Yeonsim holds a cup, her expression thoughtful as she begins to speak, but her words trail off. A hint of suspicion in her eyes, she turns, looking back over her shoulder. Facing Chun Hajin, she questions how he could possibly know such a thing. As the focus shifts to an ornate chest, he deflects her inquiry, asking if the reason truly holds such importance. Looking down at him, Yeonsim insists that it does, demanding a direct answer to her question. Turning her back slightly, she then proposes a trade, suggesting he offer something in return for her explanation. Reaching for a dish on the table, she firmly states her unwillingness to engage in any deals that would result in a loss for her. Her expression hardens, a subtle sound of tension filling the air around them. A close-up on a bowl emphasizes the moment, with a narration box indicating the inherent difficulty in achieving a clear understanding of the situation. She believes one needs to give something to receive something in return, a basic principle of negotiation, and Chun Hajin, understanding her stance, suggests that if she wants to know about the green turtle four-leaf clover, she should tell him what she wants. Her expression remains firm, her gaze unwavering as she considers his words. A subtle gesture of her hand indicates her resolve, a silent affirmation of her terms. He offers a slight, knowing smile, amused by her steadfastness. Finally, she concedes, agreeing to hear him out at least. With a direct gaze, she demands for him to tell her what he wants. He responds casually, claiming he wants nothing much. As she turns to walk away, seemingly dismissing his flippancy, he clarifies his offer. He'd like to give a secret order to a servant, something that could be considered a favor between friends. Her hand pauses, hovering over a teacup, her expression unreadable as she processes his unusual request. Still pondering the unusual request, Pavilion Master Yeonsim asks if he happens to know a servant named Manhwa. A flicker of surprise crosses his face, before he confirms that she is indeed a servant who works for him. Processing this new information, Yeonsim considers the implications of a third young lord's servant, then decides to hire her, instructing her to find out everything she can about his daily activities for 3 days. Turning back to him, she asks if he is planning something for Manhwa, reminding him of their agreement not to ask questions that cannot be answered. He calmly retorts that she was the one who asked for a difficult favor first. Yeonsim considers his words, then asks if his request is truly difficult. She explains that it is, especially if Manhwa were to be caught reporting on his daily activities. She then presses him, asking what would happen to her if that were to occur. With a subtle, knowing smirk, Chun Hajin simply states that they all just have to make sure they don't get caught. Still contemplating the risks, Pavilion Master Yeonsim voices her concern. Her counterpart dismisses the worry, explaining that it's not difficult. Manhwa simply needs to continue her daily life, delivering a letter after work. Yeonsim considers his words, finding the task deceptively simple, yet fraught with underlying danger. She turns away, her expression thoughtful, as the weight of the situation settles upon her. A hand holds a small, empty cup, reflecting the hollowness of the assurances. Yeonsim's inner thoughts echo. Truth is as empty as tobacco smoke. She then proposes a solution, suggesting that if they were to get rid of the tobacco pipe. His voice cuts in, asserting that no one would ever know who the smoker was. Meanwhile, far from the conversation, Manhwa rubs her ear, wondering why it's suddenly itching so much. Under the soft glow of the evening, a grand, traditional building stands silhouetted against the twilight sky. Inside, the pavilion master sighs, her voice carrying a hint of weariness as she states, "It's still too early to ask of me." Her expression tightens, an exasperated exclamation escaping her lips. "Facility master." She clasps her hands together, a gesture of finality as she dismisses the ongoing discussion. Enough with the blatant lies. Turning her gaze, the pavilion master explains her firm stance. "I don't even know what kind of person Angwei is. I can't have her on my staff for me." She offers a direct alternative. "Then, just change it to someone else. To someone you can trust." A slight nod confirms her suggestion. Something like that. A soft shing sound accompanies her hand as it firmly grasps a small, white bottle, her decision made. She holds the small bottle firmly, her voice carrying an undeniable conviction as she reminds them. "I know you can do anything as long as you decide to." Her gaze sharpens, and she adds with a chilling finality, "I will not ask again." Holding the bottle aloft, she presses, "I'll take your silence as consent, yes?" A slight smirk plays on her lips as she concludes, "Well then, I guess the deal is sealed." Her words elicit a sharp exclamation from Chun Ha-jin, while his bearded associate looks on in confusion, a silent question hanging in the air. The bearded man's confusion quickly turns to outrage as he bursts out, "What?" Ignoring his protest, the pavilion master dismisses him with a wave of her hand, asking pointedly, "How long are you going to sit on those old clips?" Chun Ha-jin lets out another sharp exclamation, while his associate begins to question, only to be cut off mid-sentence. A faint red glow emanates from Chun Ha-jin's feet, betraying his rapidly dwindling patience, as he declares, "I'm running out of patience." His patience wearing thin, Chun Ha-jin holds a cup, a small, winged creature perched on his shoulder, as the tension in the room grows palpable. A subtle tremor runs through his form, a clear sign of his mounting frustration. The pavilion master, observing his demeanor, expresses her surprise, questioning his identity. Her expression hardens, as she presses him for an answer. He finally speaks, his voice laced with irritation, demanding to know what she is doing with the dirty cups. The pavilion master then offers him a drink, her words carrying an underlying challenge. From behind him, Manhwa interjects, questioning how he knew about the situation. A grimace crosses his face, as he admits to having struggled to find the information. He holds a cup, observing the scene, as he remarks that he was wondering where she might be, having come to her scenic place all this time. The pavilion master, however, seems less than pleased, her gaze cast downward. She then tells him there's no need to be so formal, a thought that makes Chun Ha-jin internally acknowledge her discomfort. Suddenly, two guards burst into the room, prompting the pavilion master to demand what they think they're doing. She continues, explaining that she's entertaining a precious guest, and had explicitly told them not to let anyone in. Chun Ha-jin watches the new arrivals, a slight sound escaping him. One of the guards, ignoring the pavilion master's previous statement, asks what she's doing, claiming the facility master is calling for her. The pavilion master's expression hardens as she retorts, asking if they don't think it's extremely rude to interrupt her so suddenly. Chun Ha-jin, observing the exchange, wonders if the guard just ignored her, while the guard repeats that the facility master is calling. A man with long, dark hair bursts into the chamber, his voice booming as he addresses Chun Ha-jin. "Hey, third brother." Immediately, his demeanor shifts, offering a quick apology to the young lord. The pavilion master, however, remains thoughtful, considering the fourth young lord's invitation and how the meeting might conclude. The man, undeterred, continues to speak to Chun Ha-jin, expressing his desire for a second encounter after their current discussion. Watching him, the pavilion master silently wonders about his true intentions. She then turns to Chun Ha-jin, asking if his interest lies in the green turtle four-leaf clover. As they begin to walk away from the persistent man, the pavilion master explains that several locations hold the rare clover, elaborating on its uses, noting its role as a sacrifice in the divine cult's consecration ceremony or as a medicine for the heavenly demon. Yet, she concludes, both those needs could be met with other herbs, not necessarily the green turtle four-leaf clover. The pavilion master insists that someone of his understanding would surely know there's no substitute for the green turtle four-leaf clover. He counters, asking if it's related to a chi blockade from an intricate formation for cultivation, a small, furry creature perched on his shoulder. Her eyes widen in disbelief, uttering a stunned, "H, how did you?" She looks down, processing his unexpected insight. Chun Ha-jin admits he might actually be more anxious to use it, his gaze steady. The pavilion master, holding small, purple delicacies, warns that it might disrupt the yang qi instead of merely suppressing the yin qi. He acknowledges the risk, stating that if the patient is truly on the brink of death, they will undoubtedly need the green turtle four-leaf clover. She considers his words, then suggests there's no need to go to such lengths to acquire it. A thoughtful expression crosses her face as she wonders aloud, "Is this man in front of me really the third young lord I know?" The pavilion master's voice cuts through the silence, her disbelief palpable as she questions if she is truly hearing such outrageous claims. Chun Ha-jin, calmly eating, responds with a dismissive, "Are you mad?" Her gaze sharpens, the pavilion master pressing him further, demanding to know if he truly believes his behavior is befitting of the third young lord. A hand slams down on the table between them, the force echoing the weight of her accusations. She continues, her voice laced with suspicion, accusing him of attempting to murder his own siblings to seize power, a deed considered beneath even the fourth young lord. Chun Ha-jin's composure finally breaks, a flicker of genuine surprise crossing his face as he demands to know what she is talking about. The pavilion master's expression remains unyielding, her question a challenge. "Are you asking because you don't know?" Chun Ha-jin looks away, a knowing smirk playing on his lips as he admits, "If I knew, I wouldn't have asked." He acknowledges her words, understanding the gravity of the situation. Yet she presses on, asking, "But don't you think it's too much to do that even to the youngest?" The pavilion master's face contorts with a mix of anger and disbelief, her eyes narrowed in intense scrutiny. Chun Ha-jin, however, remains unfazed, reminding her, she's just a child who's barely 10. He then questions her, "Did you?" The seventh young lady, her eyes trembling with emotion, looks on from behind the pavilion master, who herself is visibly distressed. The pavilion master's anger flares, her voice rising as she accuses him. The one who killed the fourth young lord. I will not tolerate any more slander, even if it's from my brother. He listens to her outburst, a narration box revealing his inner thoughts. Third brother. He's well aware that I'm the same for someone who's trying to kill. Then, with a dismissive wave, he cuts her off, declaring, enough. I survived a near-death incident, so I'm not in the mood to be able to listen to your silly remarks, don't you think? He offers a slight, almost mocking smile, casually adding, oh, just complaining a little. The pavilion master, her expression still tense, finally asks, so, what will you do, facility master? So he declares the deal pointless, asking if she intends to remain despite his stance. The pavilion master, her gaze sharp, questions if he will indeed stay, while he retorts that the blood art is not something to be observed by outsiders. He muses internally that despite numerous attempts on his life, the medicine he took still functions perfectly. Then, his patience snapping, he explodes, demanding to know if the facility master intends to keep listening to such nonsense. He continues, his voice firm, stating that if the deal remains unchanged, there's no need for further discussion. The pavilion master, her expression hardening, agrees that he is indeed a hateful person. She then extends her hand, a gesture of acceptance, thanking him for the invitation, to which he responds that he will cover his own expenses. Turning to her attendants, the pavilion master announces that she will accompany her guest. He confirms, his gaze distant, that he will indeed go with his guest, his brother. This bastard. He's the one I ought to arrest, the pavilion master thinks, her hand gripping a teacup. He offers her cheap wine, asking if she minds, and a soft chuckle escapes her. Of course not, she replies. It's fine as long as the cup is clean. Later, in a private chamber, a man kneels before him, apologizing. I'm sorry, young lord. Chun Hajin looks down at Xin Huang, asking how long this situation has been going on, to which Xin Huang replies that the person in question came to destroy himself. Xin Huang clenches his jaw, then states that he has no choice but to admit the plan has gone awry, and it's all up to ourselves. He questions, huh? Us? Chun Hajin's eyes glow with a fierce purple light, as he admits he wanted to avoid getting himself directly involved, but vows to make them pay for this humiliation and the death of his son, Soryang. Under the soft glow of a full moon, a traditional building stands in quiet contemplation. Inside, the pavilion master meticulously writes, explaining that there is no need for gratitude, as she is simply stating the truth after thoroughly examining the ancient arts for a treatment. She cautions that despite her efforts, the process will still be difficult, likely requiring 3 days just to comprehend and begin the treatment itself. And initially, there won't be any significant changes. She cannot be entirely certain without knowing the patient's exact condition, but with patience and determination, about half a year should be sufficient for even minimal recovery. Chun Hajin listens intently, a slight furrow in his brow as he asks, what do you mean? The pavilion master continues her explanation, her gaze steady. She reiterates that if the patient's condition isn't too severe and they possess talent, they might be able to discharge themselves in about half a year. Acknowledging his surprise at the mention of half a year, but reminding him that it's not much time considering the patient has been bedridden for over a year. Finally, Chun Hajin nods, accepting her assessment, and states that once she has spoken, he will set aside his doubts. The pavilion master, having laid out the complex treatment, states her own directness. He regards her with a steady gaze, then asks what she desires in return for her efforts. A thoughtful expression crosses her face. Later, under the soft glow of the full moon, a quiet scene unfolds outside a traditional building. A young woman sighs, her broom sweeping rhythmically, as faint, shimmering particles rise from the ground with each stroke. She continues her diligent work, the air around her sparkling with ethereal light. Finally, she finishes, letting out a tired grunt as a voice commends her. Good work today too, Manhwa. A sudden, booming sound echoes through the night, causing her to look up, wondering if it could be their young lord returning. From somewhere unseen, a voice confirms, yes, Aang was coming. He's back early. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashes forward, her hands quickly unlatching the heavy door, declaring, I'll open it right away. But as the door swings open to a dark interior, another voice begins, the bath's not. Her own words catch in her throat as her eyes widen in shock, cut short by the unexpected sight. Nearby, Shin Hui's face contorts in alarm, muttering, oh no, you shouldn't just open the door like that, Manhwa. He warns her, it could be someone you weren't expecting. An ominous silence falls, punctuated only by a stark visual of 2 exclamation marks, hinting at the gravity of the situation. Inside a dilapidated chamber, light filters through a shattered window, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. A voice calmly addresses Anshua, telling her not to be too nervous, as a bucket filled with murky, blood-tinged water and a severed hand sits nearby. A grotesque, fleshy creature hangs suspended, its form unsettling. Shin Hui then instructs someone to raise their head, indicating he has something to reveal, as a small table with a jar and several round objects sits before him. He then asks if they recognize the object he's pointing to, a soft squirming sound accompanying his words. Revealing a large, pill-bug-like creature on his finger, Shin Hui identifies it as a slow corrosion poison insect, explaining that this warming insect takes root within the body. The man, Shin Hui, calmly observes the insect, a pipe held between his fingers. He continues, detailing the insect's gruesome process. It activates days after entering the human body, then invades internal organs, consuming everything in its path, leading to an agonizing death for the host. He continues, explaining that if the antidote is taken beforehand, there will be no problem. Anshua, her eyes wide with fear, can only stammer, "Why are you telling me this?" The world outside remains indifferent, a stark reminder that one should never simply trust people, for you never know when they'll try to use you for the antidote. Shin Hui's voice drops to a chilling whisper, demanding that she do it without anyone knowing, asking if she understands. Anshua. Anshua averts her gaze, unable to meet his cold stare. A choked gasp escaping her lips as the full horror of his words sinks in. The image of the grotesque, slow corrosion poison insect flashes in her mind, while Shin Hui's voice echoes, assuring her that as long as she listens to his orders, she won't be at risk. He warns her that she might lose her vision if the poison actually gets into her eye. Then, with a chilling finality, commands her to open her mouth. A desperate plea escapes, a single eye wide with terror as a surge of blue energy seems to engulf its owner. A sharp, violent impact echoes. Later, in a serene courtyard, the pavilion master asks what he truly desires from her. She knows he didn't come to her aid out of pure altruism, believing he must want something in return. Acknowledging his knowledge saved one of her people, she offers her gratitude, promising to do anything within her power to repay him. She reiterates her offer, an expression of profound thanks. Chun Hajin responds, stating that even in his past life, he saved lives. As a pained cry rings out from a bloodied figure lying broken on the ground. He remembers a time when he was the assassin of the righteous Heavenly Alliance, tasked with eliminating their political enemies. Back in the present, a man with a scarred face lets out a weary sigh, his expression grim. Another voice calls out to him, announcing the discovery of 2 surviving girls. Chun Hajin observes the scarred man, who kneels before him, reporting on the situation. The kneeling man explains that the girls appear to be subordinates of the deceased, implying they are not significant targets. A harsh voice cuts through the air, questioning how anyone could think they wouldn't be discovered while hiding. Anshua, clutching a small child, is confronted by an unseen aggressor, who dismissively calls her "you little." 2 figures, one bald and one with a top knot, observe the scene, the bald man exclaiming that these 2 are fortunately not on their kill list. Another voice, filled with greed, declares their intention to extract money from the captives, as Anshua lets out a terrified scream. Anshua cries out, her voice raw with desperation, tears streaming down her face. She struggles against the bald henchman's grip, pleading with him to let her go as the top-knot henchman watches nearby. The bald henchman holds her firmly, his expression grim as she continues to call him a demon. Anshua's desperate cries echo, begging for her sister to be released, but the henchman simply states that they should be grateful to still be alive. He then turns his attention to Chun Hajin, who lies on the ground, warning him to wait obediently, as he is next. His fist clenches tightly, a silent threat of violence to make him truly submissive. From an overhead view, the 2 henchmen drag Anshua and his small child away, her cries of "sister" fading into the distance. Anshua continues to struggle and plead, while the bald henchman simply commands them to stop their resistance. Chun Hajin's face hardens with resolve, as he declares their mission over and orders his companions to return. The top-knot henchman dismisses his bald companion's concerns, telling him to quit with the unnecessary talk. The bald henchman retorts, asking if he knows how much suffering he endured from selling them. Meanwhile, Anshua, tears streaming down her face, pleads with the top-knot henchman, reminding him that the mission must be completed, but also accusing him of killing her best friend's wife and child. As the bald henchman notices Chun Hajin, he warns him to stay out of it, promising more for them if he complies. The top-knot henchman, with a chilling laugh, declares his desire to be part of the cruelty, confirming he killed Anshua's best friend's wife and child without a second thought. The bald henchman lets out a mocking chuckle, threatening to report his companion for his sudden display of kindness. Suddenly, Chun Hajin strikes, a swift, powerful blow sending the bald henchman reeling with a cry of pain. The bald henchman stumbles back, shouting in disbelief and rage, demanding to know how he dared attack him, threatening him with death. Before the bald henchman can recover, Chun Hajin moves again, his blade flashing as he strikes the top-knot henchman, who cries out in agony. Chun Hajin's eyes blaze with an electric blue light as he moves, the bald henchman's face contorting in a scream. "Let me go, you bastard." A swift, brutal stomp follows, eliciting a guttural "Kuagh" as blood erupts from the man. His blade flashes, a blur of steel and crimson, then instantly shifts, striking the top-knot henchman in the chest, who cries out, "Uagh." The second henchman barely manages a bewildered, "What are you doing?" before another strike silences him with a choked gasp. Both men collapse to the ground, their bodies still. As Chun Hajin stands over them, his swift justice delivered. The aftermath of the brutal encounter lingers, a bloodied blade resting on the ground. As a crimson drop falls from above, and a cold voice commands, "Go." The cloaked figure then turns his back to the scene, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, noting, "There's a village about 10 kilometers east of here." The young woman, clutching a child tightly, can only stare in bewildered silence, a silent question hanging in the air. Without turning fully, he warns them, "I don't know when I might change my mind. Get up and get out of my sight." Her eyes widen in disbelief, a soft, "What?" escaping her lips. Tears stream down her face as she accuses him. "You killed them so cruelly, and now you're pretending to be kind. Just kill us too." Standing over the defeated man, he hears her desperate plea from behind. "Did you think we'd have saved us?" Her face contorted in anguish and rage, she screams, "You're no different from those bastards. You piece of shit." Even in death, the henchman's voice rings out, a final, desperate curse. Chun Hajin knew, deep down, that his actions were steeped in hypocrisy. He had killed their families before them, only to then play the role of their savior. Standing over the fallen, the blood-soaked ground a testament to his methods. The dying man's voice, filled with venom, promised to curse him even in the afterlife. The curse repeated, a final, desperate plea for his damnation. It wasn't the insult itself that saddened him after saving them, but the profound weariness that settled over him, as if this cycle of violence and condemnation was all his life was ever destined to be. He stands alone, his thoughts heavy. This life he had been leading already felt like hell, which was why he was sad, yet there was indeed something he wanted. Now, facing the pavilion master, he calmly states his decision, leaving her with a look of surprise. She questions his sudden change of heart, asking if he truly intends to give up something he desired in return for refusing to kill the emperor. Her gaze sharpens, as she wonders why he would bestow such a huge favor upon her. He looks away, revealing his true concern, the person experiencing a chi blockage. Manhwa presses, her gaze fixed on him. "You must have known that even if you gave them 10,000 gold leaf, they wouldn't have spared someone important to you, right?" She continues, explaining that if it were someone who had harmed her or someone she hated, they would have asked for payment. However, if it was someone a person like you deems important, then whether he or she would be a big deal or not. The pavilion master, seated opposite Chun Hajin, interjects, her voice laced with confusion. "What are you talking about?" Manhwa turns to her, asking if it wouldn't be too bold to ask for a favor if she could save someone without paying a single coin. She then offers a hopeful sentiment, wishing the patient a quick recovery. The pavilion master gasps in surprise, while Manhwa clarifies her internal conflict, wondering if this isn't the pavilion master's worst enemy, feeling as though she's trying to make a deal with someone who has already given her everything and is now asking for more. The pavilion master questions Chun Hajin's sincerity, asking if he truly believes this is earnest, admitting she doesn't understand why he would do such a favor for her. She adds, emphasizing her point, that he has never even met that person. Manhwa's expression remains etched with deep concern, her thoughts clearly troubled by the unfolding conversation. Chun Hajin carefully pours a drink, the amber liquid swirling into the cup. He then speaks of a new world, a place where people can barely tell the living from the dead, referring to the realm beyond the gates. The pavilion master, observing him, remarks that she thought he would feel much better after his recent actions, asking what he means by his words. She hadn't expected him to meet with the fourth young lord. Taking a sip, Chun Hajin finds it refreshing to get one back at those who constantly sharpen their blades behind his back. The pavilion master acknowledges that it's natural for successor candidates to fight and even kill each other. But even with such thoughts, no one would voice them openly. She then wonders if there's something else he desires, noticing a faint scent. Otherwise, he would be exposing all kinds of weaknesses before her. Her thoughts lingered on the man before her, a presence now defined by a chilling intensity, cold, vicious, and utterly unforgiving. His eyes, once familiar, now burned with an unsettling crimson glow. She remembered the third young lord, a man who had never settled for anything less than absolute victory, and wondered what could have possibly changed him so profoundly. Could it have been the crippling chi blockage that once plagued him, or perhaps the harrowing ordeal within the southern bamboo grove? Whatever the cause, the transformation was undeniable, and to her, the new third young lord was now a complete stranger. As they sat across from each other, sharing light snacks after dinner, the pavilion master remarked, "Isn't dong management also a name for the internal enjoyment facility?" Chun Hajin took a sip of tea, acknowledging the quality of the food, but added, "The flavor is a bit too much. I often think of more subtle, lighter palates." The pavilion master, pouring more tea, simply addressed him, "Young lord." Chun Hajin's gaze sharpens, his voice a low murmur as he asks if the pavilion master's true desire is to know more about the other young lord's condition. The pavilion master, composed and elegant, responds with a question of her own. Information on the other young lord's condition, perhaps? A subtle smirk plays on Chun Hajin's lips, acknowledging her sharp wit. He lifts a delicate teacup to his lips, the master of the internal enlightenment facility having already expressed her thoughts on the matter. His fingers delicately cradle the ceramic, a moment of quiet contemplation. The pavilion master watches him intently, her expression unreadable. Chun Hajin then leans forward slightly, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone. "Wanna know?" His eyes hold a knowing glint as he finishes. "The information and secrets of everyone in the cult?" A serene full moon hangs in the night sky, casting its gentle light over delicate cherry blossoms. Nearby, a pair of hands carefully opens a sturdy wooden box, revealing neatly stacked scrolls and documents within. Having concluded his business, Chun Hajin stands over two defeated figures, offering a polite farewell. Thanks to you, I had a good time today. As he turns to depart, he expresses his gratitude to Anshua, stating, I've received great help from you. Anshua watches him go, her expression thoughtful, while the squad leader stands beside her, his gaze also fixed on the departing figure. With Chun Hajin now walking away in the foreground, Anshua and the squad leader begin to move, a small cat trailing behind them. The squad leader addresses Anshua with concern. Master, if the information you gave him falls into the heavenly demon's hands, we could be a danger. Anshua, however, remains unperturbed, confidently replying, Don't worry, I'm aware of that. She considers the information she received, acknowledging its immense value and the inherent risk she must take. Meanwhile, in a different setting, the squad leader urges the young master that it's getting late, but he insists on continuing to drink. Back with Anshua, she reflects on her past certainty, believing she knew everything about the divine cult. Yet, meeting him had shattered that confidence, leaving her with a profound sense of unease. The squad leader, too, seems to have sensed a shift, muttering his realization as he questions the third young lord's next moves. A report is urgently requested, demanding any news about the third young lord be brought directly to the Underwood facility master. Later, Anshua and the squad leader stand together, observing something with a shared, serious expression. Within the serene confines of a grand, traditional building, a quiet study unfolds. Anshua, surrounded by countless scrolls and texts, lets out a weary sigh, wondering when she will ever finish poring over the extensive documents compiled by So Yansim. These aren't just any papers, they detail the traits of the major figures within the cult and their deepest secrets. Of course, she approaches this information with caution, understanding it represents only one perspective. Yet, even if only half of it proves true, the revelations are undeniably fascinating. On the surface, the heavenly demonic divine cult appears to have a rigid, vertical structure, with disciples loyal only to the demon lord's commands. However, according to So Yansim's meticulous investigations, that is far from the truth. A vivid, almost visceral illustration hints at the hidden dangers and conflicts lurking beneath the surface. As the documents record all the veiled fights for influence, the alliances, betrayals, and grudges that define the cult's true nature. Even the disciples are caught in this struggle, with only the elders said to be truly independent. He pores over the documents, his brow furrowed as he considers the divine cult's intricate system of authority, a quiet huh escaping him. His fingers trace the ancient script, and a thoughtful this guy sounds interesting, crosses his mind. With renewed focus, he decides, I'll read more closely from here, his eyes narrowing slightly. Later, as he sits down for a meal, a voice asks, Young master, will you enjoy your meal? He pauses, responding, it's. The table is laden with steamed buns and other dishes. But after a few bites, he muses, The food tastes a bit more bland, a thought that echoes in his mind. Anshua, standing nearby, clarifies, Yes, we have been using ingredients that are a bit more bland recently. Wasn't that what you requested? She looks up, a slight concern in her expression, asking, Oh, is that not? He thinks to himself that she is truly someone who remembers small matters. He then addresses her by a new name, Mr. Fox. He gestures to a dish, adding, Try this. Holding the small, fluffy fox-like creature, she watches it with a gentle smile as its tail wiggles playfully. Turning to Chun Hajin, who is seated and eating, Anshua asks if he was truly calling the creature Mr. Fox. He confirms, taking a bite, that he's still searching for a suitable name for it, hence the temporary moniker. Anshua then eagerly suggests Okan, believing it to be cute and adorable, only for him to question her choice. The fox's tail twitches, seemingly reacting to the discussion, prompting Anshua to try again, proposing Big Ear due to its prominent ears, which earns her a bewildered what from Chun Hajin. As the fox's tail wiggles once more, she quickly pivots to Big Tail, citing its fluffy appendage. Chun Hajin, clearly exasperated, declares her suggestions terrible before sarcastically agreeing they are very cute names, then decides he will name the creature himself. Anshua looks disappointed, while the fox-like creature, seemingly amused, lets out a smug little sound. Anshua gazes at the small creature, declaring him a golden fox and naming him Goldie, a name the fox seems to approve of with a happy thump of his tail. She then turns to Chun Hajin, protesting his choice, wondering how it's any different from her own rejected suggestions. Chun Hajin dismisses her, stating her names were simply bad, while Goldie, perched on Anshua's head, seems to agree, letting out a pleased sound. Anshua, delighted, asks the fox if he likes the name, to which Goldie responds with another happy sound. Chun Hajin laughs triumphantly, proclaiming himself a naming genius. As he prepares to leave, he informs Anshua he might not return that night, telling her not to wait up for him. She acknowledges his departure, then turns her attention back to Goldie, reminding the little fox not to skip dinner. Finally, she bids her young master farewell as he walks away. Anshua stands alone, her gaze distant, lost in thought. Above, the sky stretches endlessly, as a sudden, sharp sound echoes from a nearby rooftop. A figure, sword drawn, moves with precision, reflecting that the young master's martial arts are somehow different. He unleashes a powerful, focused strike. His body a blur of motion, surrounded by swirling energy. The force of his technique expands outwards, shattering the very ground beneath him. He considers the young master's ability to quickly change strategies and think outside the box, wondering if that is why he became stronger so rapidly. As the ground beneath him lies shattered, revealing ancient texts and arcane symbols, squad leader Yang's mind races. A single, profound thought echoing through his consciousness. If I can be like that. A faint smile touches his lips as he whispers, "That was amazing." Turning, he spots a figure approaching and greets them respectfully. "Ah, second leader." The Guardian Court's squad leader, Yang, bows slightly, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, sir. We were able to successfully complete the mission thanks to your help. I'll send you the bare minimum." The figure, with dark hair tied back in a neat bun, stands silently, observing the scene. A faint scar marks his neck as he muses internally, "I'm still." Squad leader Yang then remarks to the third young lord, "Looks like you've grown quite a bit since we last met." The third young lord of the Guardian Court replies, Watching you always made me feel like I had something to tell you." Squad leader Yang reports that someone was looking for the young master, but he informed them the young master was training, and they left immediately. He adds, with a note of urgency, that the individual claimed involvement with the Berserk Demon Squad. His expression tightens as he considers the implications, the threat looming even now. With a swift, decisive motion, he draws his sword, urging an unseen Dongpil to hurry and wait for further instructions. A desperate cry echoes through the air, a warning for the young master. His face contorted in a mix of anger and fear, he insists that the young master should not get involved with the Berserk Demon Squad. The very name, Berserk Demon Squad, conjures images of chaos and destruction, a force to be avoided at all costs. They are known for their utter lack of sanity, a group of individuals driven by madness. The symbol of the Berserk Demon Squad glows ominously, a stark warning of the peril they represent. A squad whose very name speaks of the demons within its ranks. Adopts a fighting style that shows no mercy, knowing neither compromise nor conversation. They are the most terrible squad of the divine cult, known for never stopping until their enemy is ripped to pieces. On top of that, they do not differentiate between friend and foe. Meanwhile, at a grand, traditional building, a voice wonders how long it has been since they last fought together, amidst a growing murmur. A large crowd has gathered, their own murmurs rising as one declares they should drink themselves to death today. Among them, a figure with long red hair stands, observing the commotion. Suddenly, a booming voice announces their arrival, followed by a powerful crash. A powerful, dynamic kick slices through the air. As Manhwa stands in an empty courtyard, wondering why there's nothing to see, why the place remains deserted. Elsewhere, Berserk Demon Squad leader Chai Guangwu fumes, demanding to know why the establishment hasn't opened yet. Unconcerned by such demands, a cloaked figure, Chun Hajin, calmly steps into the building, observed by a nearby henchman. Manhwa, spotting the intruder, calls out sharply. As Goldie's fluffy tail twitches in surprise, she repeats her question, a hint of annoyance in her voice. But before she can react further, a hand shoots out, seizing her wrist with brutal force. Pinned against the wall, a blade at her throat, Manhwa defiantly asks who he is, asserting her status as a ranking member of the cult, only for him to coldly dismiss her claim. "Don't you know who rented out this entire place today?" the henchman demands, his face contorted in anger. "Did you rent it out? Get out because you didn't. Is there any reason for me to believe that you guys rented it out?" Chun Hajin counters calmly, his gaze unwavering. The henchman's fury boils over. "What? You bastard." Before he can react further, a swift, unseen strike connects, sending his head snapping back with a violent impact. Chun Hajin continues his advance, his footsteps echoing softly. As he declares, "She's here." Meanwhile, a powerful presence makes itself known, a woman with fiery red hair and a determined stride. Her boots striking the ground with purpose. As the leader of the Berserk Demon Squad, Yui Hungayan, enters the scene. Yui Hungayan, the leader of the Berserk Demon Squad, fixes her gaze on the group before her, her voice cutting through the air. As she stands over them, a subordinate questions her presence, while another urges caution, saying, "Stop behaving rashly. Back down." Ignoring their pleas, she challenges them directly. "Do you know who we are?" Chun Hajin, however, remains unfazed, responding with a calm, almost dismissive tone. "It would be harder for me to not know who you are." His expression holds a hint of amusement, a stark contrast to her fury. As Yui Hungayan continues her tirade, her voice laced with disdain. "You are all a bunch of idiots who don't know any manners. Do you recklessly?" Her eyes narrow, a dangerous glint appearing as she finishes her thought. "Want to die?" Chun Hajin, still composed, observes her intently, noting, "You don't seem to be of ordinary status, nor do you look like someone who would go around picking fights." Yui Hungayan's expression shifts, a flicker of surprise or acknowledgement crossing her face as she affirms, "Right. That's funny. You're the ones picking a fight with me." Chun Hajin remarks, "Sit down if you have something to say." "Listen to you," Yui Hungayan retorts, her voice laced with disbelief. He simply offers a slight, knowing smile. Because looking up at you is making my neck hurt, Chun Ha-jin adds, his gaze dropping dismissively. The leader of the Berserk Demon Squad stands rigid, her golden eye flaring with a sudden, intense glow. Asterisk oh ho, her demonic energy is pretty good. Asterisk Chun Ha-jin muses internally, his own eyes now open and observing her. Get moving. Eui Hungayan commands her squad, turning to leave, a final warning echoing in the air, watch your tongue. If you're not the young lord, and all the rest of you will be extended. As Chun Ha-jin continues his provocative remarks, Eui Hungayan's golden eye glows with barely contained fury, her demonic energy palpable. Before anyone can react, a squad leader lunges forward, shouting, Squad leader, you can't do that to him. His intervention is cut short as Eui Hungayan, with terrifying speed, snatches him by the collar, her grip firm and unyielding. Terror washes over the squad leader's face as he lets out a choked cry, realizing the gravity of his mistake. Eui Hungayan stares him down, her voice laced with menace as she demands, What did you just say? Her grip tightens, a silent warning of the consequences of disrespecting her authority. And the squad leader, trembling, quickly apologizes. I am sorry, why we can't touch him. We'll let you live. He struggles to articulate the reason for his fear, stammering, H's. The truth of Chun Ha-jin's identity is then revealed, a young man with dark, slightly messy hair and sharp eyes, the divine cult's third young lord. He gently cradles the small, golden fox-like creature in his hands, a soft sound escaping the animal. A grizzled man with a top-knot stares in disbelief, his eyes wide. As the realization dawns on him, this is the divine cult's third young lord. Chun Ha-jin stands calmly, a small golden fox nestled in his arms. As the grizzled man lets out a sharp gasp, another voice echoes the shock, identifying him as a disciple of the demon lord. Even the fierce Eui Hungayan and the scarred squad leader stare in stunned silence. Inside a bustling establishment, patrons clamor for attention, one voice shouting for the owner, while another demands to be stuffed today, calling for drinks to be brought forth. Amidst the lively atmosphere, a man sips his drink, seemingly oblivious to the brewing tension. But for the man with the top knot, the news is shocking. The third young lord is here, despite rumors of a severe chi blockage. He questions how the third young lord could have been in such a state before his departure, now seemingly recovered. The squad leader, his face etched with concern, surmises that this must mean the young lord is still weak. The man with the top knot suggests they act as soon as the third young lord irritates the squad leader, but the squad leader questions the wisdom of such a move, given his status. Despite his perceived weakness, the squad leader acknowledges the third young lord as a potential successor. He muses that a weak potential successor is useless and a disgrace to the divine cult, destined to be devoured by stronger beings. Chun Ha-jin sits calmly, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he listens to the woman across from him. A teacup clinks softly, the sound echoing in the quiet room. Eui Hungayan, her gaze sharp, leans forward slightly, questioning why Chun Ha-jin is even present, believing he was suffering from a chi blockage. She continues, her tone direct, asking him what he truly wants. Her expression remains unyielding, a clear challenge in her eyes. Chun Ha-jin simply sips his tea, unfazed by her intensity. Hungayan's brow furrows slightly, her patience wearing thin. She suggests he should turn himself into the internal law hall, her voice laced with warning. Chun Ha-jin finally responds, his expression still calm, declaring this to be a chance he is giving her. Eui Hungayan dismisses his words, her expression firm as she states, I don't think so. What you're doing is a crime. She understands his meaning, yet her resolve remains unshaken. I understand what you're talking about. Chun Ha-jin calmly sips his tea, countering her assertion that even if the internal law hall tried, they wouldn't have the authority to arrest him, nor could they define his actions as a crime. He adds that even if they somehow managed, they wouldn't be able to hold him for long. His words leave Hungayan reeling, a single thought echoing in her mind. How much does he truly know? Later, seated across from each other over a game of Go, with Anshua serving tea, Hungayan challenges him again, asking, Really? Ha-jin then reveals his intimate knowledge of the heavenly demon lord's finances, questioning how he could spend over 100,000 gold on entertainment every month. He takes another calm sip from his teacup, leaving Hungayan to accuse him, her frustration evident. You're number one in cruelty, not strength. Even the heavenly demon's first army uses less than 1,000 a month. Eui Hungayan challenges, her voice laced with disbelief. But your squad is using more than 1,000? This information, sourced from Yonsim's internal enjoyment facility, which manages the cult's finances, included budget records detailing the spending of various squads. As he reviewed them, the Berserk Demon Squad leader's name stood out. There was no way a small squad of 5 uncoordinated, rowdy members could possibly have a larger budget than the cult's main army. This could only mean they were receiving budget money from somewhere else. Someone else, other than the cult's official funds, was bankrolling them. Well, I assume you just happened to become aware of this information, or something. Eui Hungayan says, her expression hardening. If you turn yourself in, I won't make a big deal out of it. But in return, he calmly states, you have to tell me the name of the person who gave you that money. He listens, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Meanwhile, Yui Hungayan's voice rises, infused with a simmering rage, as she expresses her fury at being treated like a mere pawn in the cult leader's power struggles. She dismisses his accusations, demanding to know whose burden he's trying to falsely place upon her. Her eyes burn with defiance, as she asserts that he has no proof. She demands concrete evidence, if he truly intends to pressure her. Her tone dripping with sarcasm, she challenges him, asking if a crime without evidence is no crime at all. Later, in a different setting, a man seated opposite Chun Hajin questions his penchant for complicating matters, observing that the third young lord is the one who made things complicated. But Chun Hajin remains unperturbed, calmly sipping his drink. Finishing his tea, he announces his departure, his footsteps echoing as he leaves. He listens as Yui Hungayan, her back turned, continues to protest, demanding to know if he truly believes she would betray her squad members for money. Turning to face him, she adds that the Berserk Demon Squad's expenditure is already 50% higher than their budget. She questions if he truly believes she would risk her life for such a small amount, wondering if he thinks she's a fool. Her voice rising in frustration, she asks if he's just using her to get to the real culprit. As she kneels before him, he calmly states that if her squad's funding is indeed illicit, the Berserk Demon Squad will either be reorganized or disbanded. Later, in a more serene setting, Chun Hajin sits across from Anshua, a quiet hum filling the air as they share a moment of contemplation. Anshua breaks the silence, asking him if he truly wishes to see this through to the end. He responds with a slight smirk, telling her to listen to her tone. As he reaches for a teacup, he assures her that things will be fine, as long as she doesn't pull out her sword. Yui Hungayan's hand flares with a vibrant blue aura, preparing a swift, decisive strike. He watches her, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, but then a knowing smirk, realizing her ploy. She fell for it. He muses, a nice game. His gaze sharpens, noting the subtle bruise in her technique, a weakness he can exploit. His eyes narrow, glowing with an inner intensity as he calculates his countermove. I'll give it to you first, he declares, launching his own attack, a surge of power erupting from his extended arm, cracking the ground beneath him. An unnamed observer watches, wide-eyed, as the two combatants clash in a blinding display of force. The sheer force of the impact ripples through his dark robes. In a blur of motion, both combatants connect simultaneously. A powerful blow sends him reeling, clutching his face from the sudden, jarring impact. Meanwhile, she is thrown backward, a vivid trail of red energy marking her violent trajectory through the air. He stumbles back, a jolt of pain searing through him as the impact of her blow finally registers. Even as his own counterattack lands with a deafening crash, the force sends her flying through the air, debris scattering in her wake. Regaining her footing, Yui Hungayan glares, a faint blue energy flickering around her hand as she mutters, I didn't want any violence today because it's been a long time since my squad has had a party. Her voice hardens, but you keep. Then, with a furious roar, she unleashes a torrent of blue energy, charging not at him, but at her own men, screaming, crossing the line. Chun Hajin watches, a flicker of red energy around him, surprised by her sudden, misdirected fury. One of her henchmen cries out in shock as her blue energy slams into him, sending both him and the squad leader flying back in a chaotic explosion of power. He recoils, a sharp impact sending him backward, the sheer speed and precision of the attack catching him off guard. The ground beneath him cracks and splinters, a testament to the raw power behind the blow. Still airborne, he can't help but acknowledge the formidable skill of his opponent. This unexpected confrontation, the first to truly disrupt his day, leaves him contemplating the source of such immense power. He muses aloud, even if she is a disciple of the Demon Lord, her strength is remarkable. The red-haired warrior snaps back, warning him to watch his words, as he's not invited to this particular dinner. Her fury, however, is not solely directed at him, as one of her own squad leaders is suddenly struck, recoiling violently from a blue-tinged impact. With eyes glowing with fierce blue energy, she condemns the subordinate, declaring that he wouldn't even understand the meaning of pride. The force of her attack sends both the squad leader and the top-knot henchman hurtling through the air, leaving them bewildered by the sudden, brutal assault from their own commander. Confusion and fear ripple through the ranks as the subordinates question why the third young lord and their squad leader are fighting, realizing their deputy leader is already down. Yui Hungayan, still consumed by a furious blue aura, lashes out, her voice sharp with accusation. Her frustration boils over, her face contorted in a scream of pure rage. Chun Hajin, his own arm now glowing with a faint blue energy, counters her question with one of his own, even as he moves to restrain her, asking how long ago she thinks that was. But her fury is unyielding. She breaks free, swinging her sword with a powerful, blue-tinged arc. Her entire being radiating uncontrolled power as she demands to know what is happening within the cult. A blinding flash of white energy erupts as her furious assault is met with a devastating counterattack, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. A smirk plays on his lips, confirming the success of his move. Meanwhile, she struggles to regain her breath, muttering about the unexpected trick that caught her off guard. Despite the blow, Her golden eyes blaze with renewed fury as she snarls, "You're dead." A dismissive response hangs in the air. "Sure." He taunts her with a flick of his finger, his expression unbothered. His gaze sharpens as he challenges her. "Bring it on." Far away, in a dimly lit chamber, Manhwa speaks with urgency. "Young lord, have you heard? The heavenly demon lord is." Her thoughts confirm her awareness of the situation. "I already know." She muses, considering the implications of the ongoing conflict, that he is likely targeting her, attempting to drive a wedge between her and the Berserk demon squad leader. Her fingers delicately adjust a long pipe to her lips, a thoughtful expression on her face. An older man, observing her contemplation, offers to intervene. She dismisses his concern, assuring him that the Berserk demon squad leader is not one to speak carelessly. Instead, she predicts, the Berserk demon squad leader will only become more aggressive if the third young lord wounds her pride. A subtle smile plays on her lips as she concludes that their conflict is, in fact, beneficial. She adds, with a knowing certainty, that neither party will emerge from the confrontation unscathed. Both she and the older man gaze ahead, their expressions a mixture of calculation and anticipation. A final thought escapes her, a quiet challenge to the unfolding events. A hand crackles with potent blue energy, revealing the terrifying power of the demon arts, said to be wielded by the Berserk demon squad leader's masters. From above, a figure descends with incredible speed, a blur of motion trailing brilliant blue light. Her eyes glow with an intense, predatory yellow as she hurtles towards the ground. Chun Hajin looks up, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief, realizing they are inside a building. Eui Hungayan crashes through the ceiling with devastating force, sending debris and blue energy exploding outwards. The impact continues to ripple through the structure, a voice noting that her rage makes her formidable. Chun Hajin, now surrounded by a blue aura, braces himself, acknowledging the rumors about her rage were true. As the dust settles, he surveys the extensive damage, a hint of exasperation in his voice as he reminds her not to damage other people's property. Eui Hungayan stands poised, her glowing yellow eyes fixed on Chun Hajin, ready to continue their fierce confrontation. Amidst the fresh rubble of a collapsed building, a figure lies prone as another stands over them, desperately calling out for their owner to awaken. Observing the destruction, Chun Hajin sighs, musing that the compensation for this damage will have to come from the fourth young lord's funds. His casual remark is met with a furious glare from Eui Hungayan, who snarls for him to shut up. Her body ignites with a crimson aura as she lunges forward, demanding to know if he finds this situation amusing. Eui Hungayan's fist, wreathed in demonic energy, slams into Chun Hajin's weapon, the impact forcing a surprised grunt from him as he acknowledges the strength of her blow. The force of her attack drives him back, his feet scraping against the ground. She presses her advantage, unleashing a rapid flurry of strikes that he struggles to parry, admitting to himself that this follow-up attack is equally formidable. Overwhelmed by the relentless assault, he cries out as he's pushed further onto the defensive. His foot slides back, carving a deep furrow into the ground, a testament to the immense power bearing down on him. The relentless assault continued, a powerful, blue-tinged strike slamming into him, forcing a pained grunt from his lips. The impact was so severe, it drew blood. He was sent flying backward, the force of the blow carrying him through the air. A sharp pain lanced through him, a stark reminder of his opponent's power. His attacker, however, showed no signs of relenting, shouting a fierce challenge as she pressed her advantage. He continued to be driven back, unable to find an opening to counter. A chilling realization dawned on him. She had become even stronger than before. Another devastating, blue-infused strike came, forcing him to block with all his might, the impact sending shockwaves through his body. He knew he couldn't maintain this defense for long, her power simply too overwhelming. Eui Hungayan's relentless assault continues, her face etched with exertion as Chun Hajin observes her, acknowledging the sheer value of her combat prowess. She unleashes a rapid flurry of strikes, each one imbued with potent energy, culminating in a powerful, glowing kick. He braces against the impact, his gaze unwavering as the relentless assault continues. Eui Hungayan presses her advantage, forcing him to constantly defend against her barrage of attacks. Yet, even amidst the chaos, he finds himself pondering her true nature, sensing she isn't one to be swayed by mere coin. A deeper question forms in his mind. Why then, did she accept the fourth young lord's money? Meanwhile, Eui Hungayan pauses, a rare smile gracing her lips as she admits to herself that it has been a long time since she's had such an exhilarating fight. As he begins to walk away, the question of her true motives still weighs heavily on his mind. He can see why the fourth young lord believes his combat abilities are worth so much. However, he doesn't seem like the type who can be swayed by money. It's been a long time since he's had such an exciting fight. What an exciting fight, but is it okay for them to fight like this? Nothing seems to have happened to the squad leader, right? So, why did he accept his money? His thoughts continue to churn as he stands, contemplating the recent events. Meanwhile, in another location, Eui Hungayan issues a stern command. Berserk Demon Squad, listen up. Back with Chun Hajin, he concludes his internal debate. Our precious young lord has been taking care of his personal affairs. Eui Hungayan declares. I will take care of this event myself, even if it means I get sent to the penal law hall. She then commands, so enjoy the rest of your dinner party. This is an order. In response, squad leader Yang, flanked by two others, affirms, yes, leader. A resounding cheer erupts, echoing the sentiment that the Berserk Demon Squad is truly the best. Many hands rise in unison, acknowledging the command. Elsewhere, Chun Hajin muses, the entire squad uses the squad name, huh? He continues, as expected of the heavenly demon divine cult, full of interesting people. The thought solidifies in his mind, recognizing himself as a squad leader. Looking down, he concludes, what a terrifying organization. What? Yeah, that's it. He considers the implications, wondering if his talents would have been recognized by the fourth young lord. He reflects on his ability to manipulate others, believing he's found the best way to make her listen. Suddenly, a small, golden fox-like creature appears, letting out a soft cry. Chun Hajin reaches out in surprise, exclaiming, Goldie, what are you doing here? He looks down at the creature with a stern expression, reminding it, I told you to stay outside. Meanwhile, Yui Hungayan stands defiant, a vibrant blue aura flaring around her as her eyes glow with fierce determination, uttering, Are you not scared when I'm standing right here? Chun Hajin, now airborne, is surrounded by a dark, swirling energy, moving with incredible speed. He continues his rapid ascent, realizing, that energy wave, she's going to use palm force again. Back on the ground, Goldie watches the unfolding events, letting out another soft cry. Her eyes blazing with an intense blue light, Yui Hungayan unleashes a furious declaration. Nearby, a startled Goldie cries out in alarm, pleading for her to listen. He desperately tries to buy time, asking if she could perhaps delay her attack just a little. Meanwhile, Chun Hajin, observing the scene, thinks of his small, fluffy companion, knowing he must ensure Goldie's safety before the true fight begins. Yui Hungayan's glowing eyes narrow further, her voice dripping with contempt as she curses her opponent. A powerful blue aura erupts around her, her form becoming a conduit for destructive energy. The raw force of her attack manifests as a colossal wave of blue energy, towering over the small figure of Goldie below. High above, Chun Hajin watches the devastating power unfold, his gaze fixed on the impending impact. With a resolute expression, he shouts, a single word of defiance against the overwhelming force. Goldie lets out a pained cry, its small form trembling as the destructive energy closes in. He watches, his eyes wide with alarm, a desperate shout escaping his lips for Goldie. There's no time to waste, so he activates the Heavenly Net 6 power technique, engaging hypervision to track the incoming threat. He descends like a bolt of lightning, reaching out towards the terrified creature. The blue energy attack surges forward, a wave of pure destruction. With a swift motion, he snatches Goldie from harm's way, securing it in his arms. But the attack is too fast, too close, there's no escape, and he resolves to block it with his own body. His form shifts, a darker, more resolute aura flaring around him as he braces for the inevitable impact, shielding Goldie behind him. The devastating blue energy slams into him, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion that engulfs the area. As the dust begins to settle from the devastating impact, a powerful, resonant screech echoes through the air, the very structure of the building vibrating with residual energy. Lingering blue particles shimmer around a pair of feet, as the sound continues to reverberate, a testament to the raw power unleashed. From the dissipating smoke, Yui Hungayan emerges, a triumphant, almost manic laugh escaping her lips as she surveys the destruction. Her voice rings out, filled with arrogant pride, proclaiming the immense power of the Berserk Demon Squad leader, Yui Hungayan, and the successful elimination of the interrupter. With a wide, predatory grin, she declares the dinner party can now truly begin. Her hand glows with ominous energy, as she invites her unseen targets to enjoy to their heart's content. Facing a terrified crowd, she prepares to unleash another wave of destruction. But from the rubble, a voice cuts through the chaos. Chun Hajin, battered and bruised, his face glowing with a faint blue aura, defiantly states that he cannot forgive her. Despite his injuries, his resolve remains unbroken, as Goldie rests safely beside him, a testament to his sacrifice, and a voice notes the third young lord's continued ability to speak. He finds himself surrounded, multiple figures closing in, their attacks landing with brutal force, as one of them taunts him, asking if he shouldn't just go home instead of lying around. From a slight distance, the squad leader watches the assault, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarks, "Haha, squad leader, aren't you being too harsh?" The young lord takes another direct hit, his face contorting from the impact. But in an instant, a crimson aura flares around him as he retaliates with a devastating spinning kick, the force of his attack radiating outwards in blinding white trails, sending multiple attackers flying through the air. As he lands with perfect balance, the remaining figures still reeling from the impact. A powerful explosion of red energy erupts from the center of the skirmish, catching the squad leader and his remaining men in its blast, sending them tumbling back with a pained cry. Kook! A surge of raw power courses through him, his face contorting in a snarl as a crimson glow begins to emanate from his very being. His voice, laced with fury, cuts through the air, demanding to know, how dare you? Nearby, a small, golden creature clutches something precious, its own voice rising in a protective cry. Lay your hands on my. The thought echoes in his mind. Cute little baby Goldie. With a roar of unleashed power, Chun Hajin erupts in a blinding crimson aura, his fury absolute as he declares, don't be mean to animals. The air shatters around him as he unleashes a devastating, swirling attack, a vortex of crimson energy tearing through everything in its path. Moments later, he moves with incredible speed, leaping across the rooftops of the city, Goldie held securely in his arms. A pained grunt escapes Squad Leader 1, his expression twisting in disbelief as his power begins to wane, far sooner than he anticipated. Red energy crackles around him as he desperately tries to complete his attack, knowing he must finish it before his demonic arts completely fail him. The force of his assault pins Chun Hajin against a crumbling wall, the stone groaning and cracking under the immense pressure. Squad Leader 1's foot lands with a heavy thud, the sound echoing the finality of his strike. But Eui Hungayan, watching from a distance, gasps in utter shock, unable to comprehend what she's witnessing. For Chun Hajin stands, unbroken, a furious red aura flaring around him, declaring that he held nothing back with his demonic arts. Eui Hungayan's shock deepens, her mind struggling to process how he could possibly still be standing after such an attack. Suddenly, Goldie's voice cuts through the tension, calling out to his master with urgent concern. Without hesitation, Chun Hajin scoops up Goldie, his voice firm as he urges them to get out of there immediately. He stands defiant, his eyes burning with a fierce red glow, a silent vow echoing in his mind. Don't stop me. A chilling resolve hardening his expression as he thinks, I'm not leaving this place until I've wrecked them. A crimson aura flares around him, radiating raw power, causing the woman with the eye patch to let out a guttural growl, while the squad leader watches on, bewildered. Turning to her subordinate, Eui Hungayan demands, do you know who he is? The squad leader, unimpressed by the display of power, scoffs. Who cares? Who are you anyway? He's the divine cult's third young lord. Infuriated by his insolence, Eui Hungayan snaps, shut up. You're not a part of this. Get out, dash. Before she can finish, she lunges, her attack connecting with Chun Hajin in a burst of impact. But he counters instantly, his own blow striking her with devastating force, sending her reeling. She flies backward through the air, a trail of energy following her trajectory. Eui Hungayan is violently thrown backward, slamming into the ground with a pained gasp. The impact reverberates with a sharp, metallic clang. She scrambles to her feet, eyes wide with disbelief, wondering what just happened. Her mind races, unable to comprehend the speed of the attack. Even with over 20 years of battlefield experience, she couldn't perceive his movements at all. A furious red glow ignites in her golden eyes. As she snarls, you didn't think you could make it out of here alive after laying your hands on Goldie? A blue aura flares around her, her hand crackling with energy as she prepares to strike, dismissing his previous words as she asks if he truly wishes to die. Behind her, Squad Leader 1 watches in alarm, realizing the gravity of her impending attack. With a thunderous explosion, she unleashes the Berserk Demon Divine Fist. Still airborne, she unleashes the full force of her Berserk Demon Divine Fist, a torrent of vibrant blue energy erupting around her as she screams a furious challenge. Her intent clear, she mentally declares her opponent's demise, the blue aura intensifying around her. With eyes burning with rage, she channels every ounce of her power into the devastating technique. The air crackles with her battle cries. As the blue energy surges forward, a destructive wave aimed directly at him. But before the full impact can land, Chun Hajin moves with impossible speed, deflecting the brunt of the attack with a blur of motion. Despite the counter, she continues to scream, pushing her power even further, unwilling to yield. As her assault falters, Chun Hajin's own fist begins to glow with a potent blue energy, ready to strike back. He looks down at her, his expression calm and collected, a quiet question hanging in the air. Are you done? Her furious attack completely nullified, she can only stare back in stunned surprise. Eui Hungayan's furious, red-glowing fist connects with Chun Hajin's outstretched hand, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. Yet, with fluid grace, he deflects her attack, twisting his body to redirect the force. His eyes glow with a cool blue light as he dismisses her. Your punches are slow. Kneeling, Eui Hungayan's face contorts in rage, a red aura flaring around her as she snarls. Ugh, you little rat. Chun Hajin's eyes widen slightly in surprise, then narrow in annoyance, asking, who are you calling? She screams back, her fury intensifying, a rat. Before she can react, his hand, now blazing with brilliant blue energy, slams into her face, the force shattering the ground beneath them. The impact sends her reeling backward, her long red hair whipping wildly around her. He hovers above her, a faint blue glow still emanating from his form, looking down and questioning. Who else? The ground shatters, sending debris flying in every direction as the force of his previous blow reverberates through the air. Unfazed by the chaos, Chun Hajin stands poised, his gaze unwavering. Meanwhile, Eui Hungayan stumbles back, her body reeling from the impact. Despite the pain, she glares at him, demanding, "Is a rat afraid of you?" He simply smirks, declaring his superiority. "I can easily defeat someone like you with my berserk demon divine fist." Her face contorts in a furious scream, unable to tolerate his arrogance. Before she can react, he lunges forward, a surge of blue energy enveloping his form as he strikes again. Mid-strike, he continues his taunt, "Someone like me?" His fist, glowing with intense blue power, connects decisively. Still reeling from the last blow, Yui Hungayan struggles to comprehend how her berserk demon divine fist, her most potent technique, failed to pierce his internal energy. Before she can recover, Chun Hajin presses his relentless assault, striking her again with brutal force that sends her flying. Blood splatters as she crashes down, a single thought echoing in her mind: he's strong. She wonders if all the demon lord's disciples possess such overwhelming power. Another devastating strike lands, and she realizes she has never encountered anyone this formidable in any of her countless battles. A wave of despair washes over her as she questions, "Is this truly how my life will end?" Yui Hungayan endures a relentless barrage of attacks, her body battered by unseen forces, as a desperate thought echoes in her mind. She's going to die, after surviving countless dangers. Blow after blow lands, each one driving her further into despair, as she wonders if this is truly the end, just because of some fox. The humiliation burns, knowing those around her watch with pity in their eyes. From a distance, squad leader Yang watches, his own face contorted in disgust. It's humiliating, he thinks, to see her brought so low. Yui Hungayan collapses, her body failing her, wondering if she truly looks pathetic, unable to do anything. But then, a flicker of defiance ignites within her, a realization of who she is. As Chun Hajin's form blurs, enveloped in a menacing red aura, preparing a decisive strike. The Berserk Demon Squad leader. She registers the name, a flicker of recognition in her bruised eyes. Meanwhile, the hooded figure thinks to himself, "Now strike." That someone with your family's bloodline would dare to act foolishly. Yet, she remembers a time when survival was her only concern, and how she was treated didn't matter. The squad leader watches, recalling the Iui family's history of harassing the divine cult. After her parents' downfall, she had joined the divine cult, only to find herself uncared for. She was assigned to the Berserk Demon Squad, a group dismissed as mere outcasts. Even as a powerful blow sends her reeling, she defiantly declares, "I'm not going to go back just because you're a kid." She reflects on being an outsider even within her own squad. As the hooded figure unleashes a devastating attack, the squad leader cries out in alarm, recognizing the sheer power honed through countless battlefields. Her grip tightens on the sword hilt, a memory of countless battles flashing through her mind, of how she killed and killed again, a cloaked figure moving with deadly precision through a sea of foes. Surrounded and outnumbered, a younger Yui Hungayan unleashes a burst of raw power. That was how she survived. Her hand, scarred but resolute, again finds the familiar comfort of her blade, for then she had a battle with the former squad leader, a brutal clash that forged her spirit. Her face, bruised and determined, reflects the trials she endured, and finally, she rose to her position as the Berserk Demon Squad leader, a title earned through blood and sacrifice. The crimson banner of her squad, a symbol of their unity, reminds her that the Berserk Demon Squad became a family she had to lead and protect. Standing tall amidst her loyal members and fallen enemies, she embodies that unwavering resolve. No one in the cult dares to speak their name lightly, yet he finds himself facing death. A powerful, red-tinged fist lashes out. But Chun Hajin moves with impossible speed, a blur of blue energy as he evades the strike. The squad leader watches, eyes wide with shock. A swift kick follows, connecting with a sharp impact. Chun Hajin regards his opponent with a calm, almost amused expression. Yui Hungayan, observing the fight, acknowledges his resilience, admitting he's tough. She warns him not to underestimate her, her form now radiating with a potent blue aura. Her eye glows with an intense, crackling blue energy, hinting at the true extent of her power. As her power fully awakens, Yui Hungayan, the Berserk Demon Squad leader, stands enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, her eyes glowing with fierce intensity. The sheer force of her mana begins to crack the very ground beneath her feet, blue particles swirling around her. With each passing moment, the fissures deepen, accompanied by a low, crackling sound. Observing her formidable display, Chun Hajin acknowledges the exceptional level of her sword, recognizing that he must now follow her lead. As his own red aura flares in response, he declares his intent to wield his own power in kind. Clenching his hand until blood drips, he challenges her to demonstrate the full extent of her sword's capabilities. The very ground shatters and cracks under an immense, unseen pressure, blue energy radiating from the fissures. This raw power emanates from Yui Hungayan, who possesses a unique mana of a higher level, where her sheer will dictates its force. Chun Hajin observes the formidable weapon his opponent wields, a thought forming in his mind. If she can command such a great sword, then he, too, a martial artist, is entitled to wield his own. His resolve hardens, a crimson glow igniting in his eyes, as a faint red aura begins to shimmer around him. With a defiant challenge, he demands to see the true power of her weapon. Eui Hungayan's spirit, fueled by an intense hyperabnegation, responds to his provocation, causing the ground around her to fracture even more violently. Her eyes glowing with fierce yellow light, she lunges forward, a single, deadly promise escaping her lips. The two forces collide in a devastating impact, a maelstrom of blue and red energy erupting as the ground shatters, a whirlwind of anger, anxiety, shock, and obstinacy swirling around them. A flicker of disbelief crosses Eui Hungayan's face as she questions the notion of loss or acknowledgement. His gaze sharpens, a quiet acknowledgement forming in his mind. Blue energy crackles around her, her eyes glowing with fierce determination as she challenges him, asking if he truly believes he has already lost. He observes her, noting that despite her berserk state, a sliver of her former self remains. With a powerful surge, she unleashes her mana, causing the very ground beneath them to erupt in a violent tremor, sending shards of rock flying as he braces against the impact. Her robes billow around her as she presses her relentless assault. But Chun Ha-jin's eyes ignite with a fiery red glow, his aura flaring as he declares his intention to teach her a lesson. He retaliates with a sweeping strike, his blade glowing with intense, concentrated energy. He narrows his eyes, a silent command to himself to watch closely, as his counterattack surges forward. But before it can connect, a crimson glow erupts, forming a formidable barrier as she activates her steel wall hand technique, attempting to repel the assault. Yet, the blue energy of his strike tears through the crimson defense, shattering it into countless fragments. The force continues its trajectory, carving a deep gouge into the very ground behind her. A gasp escapes her lips as the impact sends ripples through the air, her body recoiling from the shockwave. She is thrown backward, enveloped in the lingering blue energy, her defense utterly broken. Landing hard on one knee, Eui Hungayan stares in disbelief, her voice laced with shock as she questions how her formidable technique was overcome. From a distance, Chun Ha-jin acknowledges her effort, admitting that piercing her steel wall hand was indeed impressive. Yet, a slight grimace crosses his face as he realizes the cost. Even with his successful block, the exchange had consumed a significant amount of his mana. He had shattered the steel wall hand, a technique that could turn one's hand into steel, by unleashing an explosive mountain of mana. The devastating impact had turned her flesh to steel, but it was a deadly blow that caused blood to erupt from her hand. Hungayan stared at her injured hand, a look of disbelief and pain contorting her features, the sheer force of the attack leaving her reeling. A wet cough escaped her lips, splattering blood onto the ground. She struggled to form words, muttering, "Kook, what kind of?" Her face, already marked by an eye patch, was now streaked with blood, a testament to the brutal power she had just faced. Chun Ha-jin turned his back on the defeated Hungayan, a faint trail of mana still lingering around him, acknowledging that he had used up all his mana earlier than expected. He then faced her once more, offering a stark choice. He explained that she could either tell him everything she knew about the third young lord's murder, or face the consequences for her complicity. Despite her severe injuries, Eui Hungayan spits out a defiant retort, her voice raspy with pain. Chun Ha-jin simply scoffs, his voice laced with cold amusement, asking if this is truly how she intends to proceed. He reminds her of the previous confrontation and the consequences of underestimating him. With a final, chilling tone, he declares that he will cease talking and end this. A single, cold word escapes his lips, a final farewell. Then, a swift, silent slash of his blade cuts through the air, a crimson trail following its deadly arc. Eui Hungayan's eyes widen in sudden, agonizing realization, the impact striking her with brutal force. Blood splatters from her mouth, her face contorted in pain as the full force of the attack takes hold. The scene fades into darkness, leaving her fate uncertain. "You've been acting like a human," Eui Hungayan accuses, her voice strained, talking, laughing, looking like a human. Which is a lie. A blade flashes with a sharp shing. As Chun Ha-jin stands over her, asking why she chose this path. "Because I couldn't," he answers himself, then presses, "Is that why you killed your own third young lord?" Her gaze meets his, a challenge in her eyes. "Are you accepting death?" He remains silent, the grim truth echoing in his mind. The loser has to be the one who dies. That's how it goes. Her face, streaked with blood, shows no fear. "I didn't live a good enough life to have regrets, or anything like that," she states. "Now it's too late to die." She continues, "All the battles I fought were a matter of life or death." Her broken blade lies beside her, a testament to her struggle. He looks at his own hand, scarred from countless fights. "I knew that I would someday be killed by someone else's hand," he muses, "just like everyone else I've killed." Gently, he supports her, his words a quiet continuation. "I guess so. I don't know, and there's no way of knowing either." His expression is unreadable, lost in thought. He stands silently, his gaze fixed on the injured woman before him. His hand clenches into a tight fist, a flicker of resolve hardening his expression. Then, with a sudden, brutal motion, he strikes, his fist connecting sharply with her face. Grabbing her by the hair, he pulls her close, his voice low and menacing. "I'll forgive your insolence and other petty crimes with this punch." The force of the blow sends her reeling, blood splattering from her mouth as she coughs violently. Yet, even through the pain, she glares back, her voice raspy but defiant. I'm telling you, try now, but you'll regret it. It doesn't do you any good just because you're saving my life. His grip tightens, a frustrated sigh escaping him. I won't. I crushed the bait on the hook myself. Do you think the fish would want to bite the hook now? He turns slightly, his thoughts drifting to his original intent. I was going to use her to find the fourth young lord, but he ended up having to die to the death. Looking down at the defeated figures, including the defiant woman and her fallen comrades, he simply lets out a dismissive humph. He stands over the defeated Eui Hungayan, who, despite her injuries, accuses him of seizing the opportunity to kill the fourth young lord, vowing to end him for it. But he scoffs at her words, retorting that even a common alley hooligan would be a saint compared to her, calling her an idiot. With that, he turns away from her, his attention shifting to his surroundings. He calls out to a nearby subordinate, ordering Dongpil to follow him, to which the man promptly affirms. Without another glance back at Eui Hungayan, Shun Hajin begins to walk away, Dongpil falling in step behind him. Still on the ground, Eui Hungayan defiantly mutters, no. As he continues to walk, Shun Hajin casually instructs Dongpil to clean up the mess and order some drinks, a statement that leaves both Dongpil and Eui Hungayan utterly bewildered. He then holds up a small, round object, asking if she wants to join their dinner party, as the others are waiting. Eui Hungayan, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events, reflects on her preconceived notions of the young lords, musing that she thought they were all nasty cheats, but the third young lord is proving to be something entirely different. As the dust settled, the third young lord and his elder subordinate departed, their backs to the lingering chaos, leaving behind a stunned silence. Her subordinate, still reeling from the encounter, could only scoff, wondering aloud. Meanwhile, under the soft glow of a full moon, an ornate, traditional building stood bathed in the warm light of countless lanterns, its intricate architecture hinting at a place of importance. Inside, the air was thick with the sweet, calming scent of burning incense, its delicate smoke curling upwards from a ceremonial pot. Eui Hungayan, her mind still reeling from the third young lord's audacious invitation, let out a soft, troubled breath, the weight of his words pressing down on her. While the grand structure awaited her arrival, Shun Hajin sits in quiet contemplation, surrounded by the gentle wisps of burning incense. As his thoughts deepen, a faint, ominous purple glow emanates from his eyes, reflecting the dark resolve hardening within him. He recalls a past conversation, a memory of himself and Ma Dongpil facing Eui Hungayan, thinking, I made sure to keep it well concealed that I gave the Berserk Demon Squad leader money. He muses on the nature of secrets, how they say none are eternal, yet this particular one should not have been revealed so quickly, especially since the only person who would know about this is Facility Master So. The image of Eui Hungayan flickers in his mind's eye, her presence a silent question. He recalls her promise, the one where she claimed she wouldn't interfere in the succession conflict, the incense smoke curling around him like a silent witness. A soft sigh escapes him as he wonders. Does this mean that Seorang has made her change her mind? His purple glowing eyes narrow, a glowing, ethereal weapon appearing in his hand as he dismisses the thought, declaring, it doesn't matter anymore. Soon enough, no one will ever see him again. The purple energy around him intensifies, revealing the true nature of his preparations. The incense he burns is infused with concentrated deadly poison. His internal monologue continues, a chilling resolve hardening his voice as he considers the poisoned incense, knowing it will seep into his victims' lungs, corroding their organs until they die in agony. Meanwhile, in a different chamber, an elderly woman watches over a young girl, the seventh young lady, who lies frail and sickly in her bed. She laments her condition, muttering that it's terrible the young lady hasn't improved. Her concern deepens, noting that the girl has barely eaten anything all day. The elderly woman's face reflects her growing anxiety, concluding that the situation is truly dire. She recalls the instructions given to her, that the young lady can't breathe properly without the special incense. With a heavy heart, she resolves to follow them, deciding to burn the incense at the young lady's bedside while she sleeps. But as she prepares the burner, a sudden, horrifying realization dawns on her, her eyes widening in shock. She stares at the incense, a single, terrified question escaping her lips. What is this? She recoils, her voice trembling as she questions how she could place something from her young master by the child's side, unsure of its purpose, while the stern man dismisses her concerns, demanding no unnecessary questions. Her refusal is clear, yet he presses on, revealing that a parasite within her body will die in 2 days, urging her to comply if she wishes to live. He warns her that if she doesn't take the antidote, the pain will become unbearable. The caretaker, her face etched with a mix of shock and resolve, declares that this isn't a matter of what she can or cannot do, but a choice she refuses to make. The stern man reiterates his demand. You must do it if you want to live, before suddenly calling out a name. Manhwa. The woman, startled, echoes the name, Manhwa. The name itself seems to strike her with a profound horror, her eyes widening in utter disbelief and terror. Now kneeling, the woman looks up, her voice barely a whisper as she asks, Did you call me, young master? The young master, ignoring her question, simply asks her to bring some food for Goldie, a young boy seated nearby, to which she immediately responds with a submissive, "Why yes." Without another word, she rushes off, her movements swift and urgent. Looking at the small, golden-furred creature, Chun Hajin muses that Goldie has been acting tired lately. The creature, seemingly understanding, responds with a soft, almost impatient, "All right, wait a bit." A scoff escapes Hajin as he watches Goldie, thinking, "You're such a strange little dude." His expression then shifts to one of deep contemplation, a memory surfacing from back then. He wonders if he has become so fond of the creature without even realizing it. A wave of horror washes over him, his face contorting in a silent scream as the thought takes hold. A vivid, almost painful memory flashes through his mind, a moment of intense connection and power, as if it was like they were connected. Snapping back to the present, Hajin clutches Goldie, vehemently denying the notion. No, no, as if sharing chi with the beast, as if. But even as he tried to deny it, he couldn't shake the feeling that this creature was different. Goldie let out a soft, almost questioning sound. No, he was certain, this was no ordinary beast either. The creature's golden form reflected in his eyes, a stark reminder of the unusual connection he felt. Another soft sound echoed, as if in response to his thoughts. His internal musings were abruptly cut short by a voice from outside, announcing the arrival of the penal law hall and demanding entry. It was Ma Dongpil, his face etched with urgency, calling out to him, as young master. Still, he remained by the window, his back to the door, contemplating the sudden intrusion. Ma Dongpil's expression grew more concerned, awaiting a response from the young master. He acknowledges the accusations, stating that he is confirmed to have committed transgressions and is attempting to run away, though he insists he is not running away, while Goldie looks up in surprise. The scene shifts to a grand, traditional building, its ornate architecture standing silent under the pale sky. Inside, a frustrated voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know what has been done. Eui Hungayan sits chained at the neck and wrists, her body bound in a dimly lit stone cell, glowing particles drifting around her. Her expression shifts to anger as she recalls a past encounter, asking if her transgressions weren't already forgiven with a punch. Looking down, she confirms that he did. Across from her, Chun Hajin sits calmly, his gaze steady as he asks if this current predicament is her idea of comfort. Her eyes snap up to meet his, her voice laced with exasperation as she retorts that it is precisely why she is sitting there. Inside the cold, stone cell, the figure of Hungayan remains chained to a chair, her back to him, the silence heavy between them. He breaks the quiet, demanding to know why she attempted to murder the young lord or lady, finding no logical reason for such an act. His gaze intense, he presses her to admit her actions, reminding her that such an admission would mean her death, and wondering why she hadn't sought his help if she truly wished to die. Hungayan, however, simply challenges him, her expression defiant. A flicker of surprise crosses his face as she sharply tells him to get it together. He mutters, half to himself, that he's fairly certain he didn't hit her head. Hungayan retorts, insisting she was indeed hit very hard, prompting him to sigh and ask her to reveal her true intentions and the reason behind her actions. She refuses, stating there's no reason for her to tell him anything. He lets out a frustrated grunt, the conversation at an impasse. Still defiant, her cuffed hands held before her, Eui Hungayan is asked if her confession was made because of the fourth young lord. Her gaze sharpens as the question continues. Was it to keep a promise with him? Chun Hajin's voice cuts through the silence, wondering why she didn't keep her mouth shut until the end, and why she made him come all this way to save her. A flicker of realization crosses his face as he considers the implications of her actions. He gestures slightly, his expression intense, asking if that's truly why she confessed to harming the young lord. A faint smirk plays on her lips, her defiance unwavering. He stares at her, a hint of frustration in his voice, acknowledging that she's not the berserk demon squad leader for nothing. A distinct click echoes through the quiet prison. As Ma Dongpil appears behind Chun Hajin, asking if he was called, to which the young master curtly replies, no. He presses the berserk demon squad leader, Eui Hungayan, on her motives, but she merely smirks, her confession still shrouded in mystery. She explains that she only taught her a lesson because she liked her, a statement that only deepens the confusion. Her face is a mask of indifference as she adds, she couldn't control her strength. Even in chains, her defiance is palpable, making him wonder if she truly believes her own words, or if there's a deeper game at play. He acknowledges the truth in her statement about the fourth young lord's involvement, but the implications of her actions weigh heavily. Her gaze remains unwavering as she challenges him, asking what more he needs from her. Turning to Ma Dongpil, he declares his intent to seize Eui Hungayan, regardless of her claims. Ma Dongpil then steps forward, addressing Eui Hungayan directly, and asks if she likes to drink. His expression remains unreadable, as the unexpected question hangs in the air. Ma Dongpil stands before the chained woman, his question hanging in the air, but she offers no response. Taking her silence as agreement, he continues, I'll take that as a yes. Come find me when you have time, and we can have a drink. And bring your servant with more work, so as not to burden. The chained woman, Eui Hungayan, simply stares back, her expression unreadable, offering no further words to his strange proposition. Inside a traditional hall, Ma Dongpil questions why the fourth young lord's squad leader would act in such a way. Of course, comes the reply from Chun Hajin, seated opposite him. The elder then reveals that she accepted money from the fourth young lord, prompting a follow-up question. Did she confess merely to survive? He elaborates that she couldn't admit to taking the money after promising not to, which meant she couldn't involve her squad members. As the conversation deepens, Chun Hajin listens intently, his gaze sharp. Ma Dongpil then presses him further, questioning why he left the place after the fight, pondering if she could have simply died without confessing. Such sacrifices, he muses, are not uncommon, as many are willing to die for their families, with someone taking responsibility to keep others uninvolved happening often. Meanwhile, far from their discussion, Yui Hungayan has a new threat to contend with. The conversation turns to the fourth young lord, Hong Yomun, whose actions set in motion the squad leader's desperate choice. Chun Hajin reflects on the squad leader's defeat, acknowledging the sheer conviction behind her surrender, enough to make him believe she had truly switched sides. The woman explains that if the fourth young lord had ordered the execution of the Berserk Demon squad members, the squad leader and her entire unit would have been harmed. In his mind, Chun Hajin pictures the squad leader's grim reality. The law hall was her only option, and taking all the blame herself was the sole way to protect her squad members, ensuring their safety. Yet, the charges against her, disrespecting the divine cult and attempting to murder the third young lord, were too severe for a mere verbal defense. She would have been executed. Why would she risk her life for someone whose intentions she didn't even know? Ma Dongpil questions the recklessness of her actions. The woman concedes that her actions were indeed reckless, but there's more to it. She muses that it's likely how the squad leader has lived her entire life. Chun Hajin finishes her thought, imagining a life where every day could be her last. Still, it was too bold of a gamble, one she left wholly to luck. Ma Dongpil remarks, wondering how such a reckless act could have achieved her desired outcome. Yui Hungayan listens, her expression unreadable. Chun Hajin clarifies that the squad leader's actions were to protect her subordinates. Ma Dongpil concedes, acknowledging her eccentric nature but also her fierce loyalty to her subordinates. Chun Hajin's eyes narrow slightly, reflecting on the implications of such a life. Ma Dongpil observes the young lord, marveling at his master's wisdom despite his youth, and muses that some people are simply born with an innate understanding. As they continue walking, a sudden, loud banging erupts from behind a door. A voice from the other side shouts, warning them that the door is about to break, before declaring that it's already open. As the urgent banging on the door continues, Chun Hajin looks up, a hint of surprise in his eyes as he questions, "I made food to go with it." The heavy wooden door rattles violently, the sound of insistent thumps echoing through the room. Suddenly, the door swings open to reveal Yui Hungayan, her expression impatient as she demands, "Give the drink you promised." She gestures emphatically, adding, "I made food to go with it." Her other hand holds a neatly wrapped package, confirming her claim. Inside, Chun Hajin's mind races, a thought of disbelief flashing through him. Whoa, is this real? Beside him, Goldie looks equally stunned, as Chun Hajin finally vocalizes his astonishment. Wow. The aroma of freshly prepared dishes wafts through the air. As Chun Hajin, Goldie, and Yui Hungayan gather around a low table, the latter remarking that the food looks truly delicious. He turns to her, a hint of concern in his voice, asking if something is wrong. Goldie, meanwhile, looks up at Chun Hajin, who muses internally about Yui Hungayan's unexpected culinary skills, finding it hard to believe the leader of the Berserk demon cult could cook so well. He continues to ponder, surprised she possessed such a talent. A drink is poured, filling a bowl with a rich, creamy liquid. Goldie watches, wide-eyed, as Yui Hungayan defiantly declares she will prove her worth beyond the cult, then gulps down the drink directly from the bowl. Chun Hajin, taking a sip, is utterly shocked by the taste, exclaiming how incredibly good it is, while Yui Hungayan looks on, questioning his sincerity. She stares back, a silent question in her gaze. Still reeling from the unexpected culinary delight, she wonders why he simply stands there, while he, in turn, resolves to stop her, no matter what. Turning her attention to another, Yui Hungayan suggests that if Dongpil isn't going to join them, he should sit and rest instead of standing. But the man can't bring himself to relax, his mind racing with the unpredictable nature of the Berserk demon squad leader, fearing she might suddenly go off the rails. Meanwhile, the young lord's expression remains a mask of deep thought, as he silently acknowledges that Dongpil's loyalty is even greater than that of the legendary Guan Yu himself. Yui Hungayan then muses aloud, wondering if such unwavering devotion isn't simply love at this point, while internally, the young lord recognizes her as a true menace, a problem he'll have to deal with later. With a challenging glint in her eye, she asks if he truly believes he can stop her, asserting that he should know his place. His gaze remains fixed, and when he offers no reply, she presses him. "Oh, you're not going to answer?" He sits calmly, observing the woman across from him, as the righteous Heavenly Alliance's assassin, Chun Hajin, listens to her question his intentions. She presses on, wondering aloud why he would come straight to her, the leader of the Berserk demon squad, instead of going back to his own people. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he replies that he didn't think she'd come so openly. Yui Hungayan, however, remains focused on her line of questioning, asking if he isn't worried about the fourth young lord finding out he's here. She dismisses his concern with a wave of her hand, declaring that this is no time to be worrying about her. He leans forward slightly, his expression unreadable, and asks what she means. He continues, explaining that the fourth young lord is known for using dirty tricks. Yui Hungayan's gaze hardens as she retorts that people who use dirty tricks are only as strong as they appear. Meanwhile, Ma Dongpil, unseen, ponders whether he should contact the true demon squad leader. The sun begins to set over the ornate rooftops of a grand estate. While inside, Ma Dongpil dismisses the idea of calling for the true demon squad leader, believing it unnecessary if the berserk demon squad leader couldn't defeat Seorang. He muses that his decision isn't about the third young lord, but rather the fact that the berserk demon squad leader has been freed. He acknowledges the possibility that the berserk demon squad leader was controlled, but resolves to deal with it himself. Meanwhile, Yui Hungayan, holding a cup, casually asks Chun Ha-jin about the poison incident. A soft gulping sound accompanies her drink, and with a sinister glow emanating from her hand, she declares her intention to give him a different gift. Her gaze fixed on him, she presents the cup. A chilling narration reveals that while Chun Ha-jin acts high and mighty, he has been ensnared within his own house, destined to become a mere puppet. The righteous Heavenly Alliance's assassin, Chun Ha-jin, finds himself in a precarious situation. As he sits across from Yui Hungayan, she calmly explains that while some are after his life, others, like herself, are merely seeking payment. He questions her, wondering why she would share such information, to which she simply replies, "That's right." Then, with a slight tilt of her head, she adds that he is technically one of them. A bowl of warm liquid sits between them, and Yui Hungayan clarifies her intentions, stating that this is her payment. Chun Ha-jin listens intently, his expression unreadable. He reaches for the pot, pouring more liquid into his bowl, and calmly requests, "Fill it up, please." Outside, the moon hangs high in the night sky, casting a serene glow over the unfolding drama. He stands silently as Yui Hungayan turns to him, asking if she can inquire about something, to which he simply bids her to continue. Her thoughts drift to a powerful warrior, his bare torso rippling with muscle, who strikes a dynamic, ready stance, his long-handled blade poised for action. Back in the present, she then asks Chun Ha-jin if the man is always like that, warning him to hold back or she would be forced to take the lead herself. The warrior from her memory, however, shouts in defiance, leaping forward with incredible speed to attack a distant figure. Yui Hungayan, in the flashback, calmly asks the warrior what his true intention is, her expression unreadable. He replies, surprised by his own words, that he was just about to leave, but then the other man said he would do whatever he wanted. The warrior's face is etched with a mix of determination and frustration, his gaze sharp. For him, there is no world more dangerous than the Murim, a place where strength and weakness are constantly on display. He'd rather show both his strength and weaknesses in battle, even as he cries out in pain from a powerful blow. She recalls his words, a stark philosophy for survival. The world is a place where you must always show your weaknesses. A question forms in her mind, wondering how such a mindset could possibly make sense. Yet, he had stood firm, declaring that true freedom begins with honesty. He had also said that true freedom begins with honesty. Yui Hungayan understands this deeply, knowing that for him, since his path is already destined, regardless of what others see or say, he will walk his own path. She believes that's the mindset he lives by every single day. His philosophy, she muses, was to expose yourself in order to gain true freedom. It was a profound lesson, that honesty is the first step to freedom. She concludes her thought, admitting she'd never met anyone quite like him. The warrior with the top knot stands amidst a swirling, ethereal energy, a silent testament to his unique path. As Yui Hungayan reflects, she didn't know a mindset like that was even possible. She questions, wondering if he isn't younger than them. From behind, a voice dismisses the concern, declaring that age holds no bearing when it comes to learning. A subtle shift in perspective reveals a new focus. As he muses, even without concentrating on manipulation techniques, his demonic arts find a perfect balance. He recalls his original path, never intending to learn demonic arts, having been born an assassin focused solely on the Jinwu sword art, but now, it feels complete. There was no need to master manipulation techniques to learn demonic arts, he realizes. In fact, it was arrogant to believe he could simply pick up such martial arts without true understanding. His hand glows with a crimson aura as he affirms his purpose. If he intends to kill, he will be an assassin wielding an overpowering technique, a truth he always knew but has only now truly mastered through demonic arts. By embracing diverse martial arts, his perspective has broadened, offering him more ways to utilize his skills. With a sharp clap of his hands, he seals his resolve. He finds himself questioned by two figures, one asking if he'd been there, the other suggesting a hangover remedy. The suggestion of a hangover drink is met with a rhetorical question, wondering if they truly want to drink again. Yui Hungayan, with a wry smile, points out the common belief that alcohol is the cure for a hangover. He dismisses the idea, stating that hangover soup is superior, his thoughts drifting to whether she might still be awake. Ignoring his preference, she insists on having a drink instead. He vehemently rejects the idea, telling her to go home and drink if that's what she truly desires. Suddenly, a look of shock crosses his face as he calls out, "Manhwa." She collapses to the ground with a pained gasp. He kneels beside her, urgently calling her name again, as she lets out a weak cough. She coughs violently, clutching her stomach as a pained whisper escapes her lips, calling out to her young master. His hand reaches out, a faint blue aura emanating from his touch, as he senses the internal turmoil within her, realizing the severity of her hidden injuries. Her eyes wide with fear, she tries to speak, but the words catch in her throat, a horrifying realization dawning on him. The entity known as Manhwa is consuming her from within. Tears stream down her face, her breath coming in ragged gasps, as the internal struggle intensifies. Holding her close, he demands answers, his voice laced with urgency, calling out her alias as he tries to comprehend the sudden, devastating turn of events. Without another moment's hesitation, he scoops her into his arms, his resolve hardening as he declares his immediate priority, to save her life, no matter the cost.